सॉरी गाइस अपने आप शट हो गई थी गरीबों के इसमें हो जाता है यार कभी कभी ऐसे क्या बात होगी इतना मैटर ब्रो हार्डली मैटर्स ब्रो
It's been a difficult road for both of these teams, from failing to make an impact at the start of the VCT era to now being in the main event. Only one will hold a trophy over their head, and it's now time to determine who walks away as the inaugural champion of the season. Is it the America's #1 or the Pacific #1? We're ready for war.
It's been over 1,000 days since Sentinels and Tens hit a grand final stage at an international event. After grinding it out, finding opportunities for year after year, they've made it back. But they're up against Genji, a team that has already made history. The first Korean team to make it to a grand finals and a chance to win the first trophy for their region.
And here is your Omen map select, and we're going to see what we're playing in here, and a smart decision for Genji. They have both of the bans. They decided to get rid of Lotus as well as Sunset. Good maps for the Sentinels.
And to start things out on Breeze as well, maybe looking for a little confidence booster if it's even required to start this series off.
It was 13-3 that Genji won that map last time. Their double controller, Jet, Yorukomp ripped Sentinels apart.
This is going to be an epic battle between two teams that not only have crossed paths before, obviously, but for both of these squads, they're really trying to see where are the margins of victory, because neither team, I'm suspecting, is going to be giving anything up. But I'm really looking at that Breeze to be the tone setter of this game, just like what Sentinels did to Paper X yesterday on Lotus.
I think the tone setter, but then you've got to look towards Split. The question marks that have arisen recently around Sentinels. Actually, this doesn't even feel front-loaded for Genji now. Can they ride on that previous victory once again?
Kaplan did say that Sentinels were ready for anything, that give them Breeze, give them Icebox, they just want to play. They're trying to focus more on their own game today, and that's the same focus that Genji said thereafter. Still, it's going to be brutal. Back-to-back BO5s, game after game for the Sentinels, while Genji has had time to study their opponent and prepare for this rematch.
But one has to wonder, though, that lower bracket run, right, gives you the confidence, especially taking out a Paper X team that I think were just shooting out of their minds in this tournament, especially toward the later end. One has to wonder if that kind of warm-up, if that
Still, it's going to be brutal.
Could actually pay off for them here in the grand final.
I mean, scorelines aside, it's an exhausting series to play against a team like Paper X, but whether or not that now, kind of puts them in a position to be ready for what Genji's going to pull out here in the grand finals.
You really have to focus on how incredible it is that Sentinels even made it here right through that BO5. This is John QT's first international event as an IGL at this level.
ऐसा लग रहा है split करके बैठी है लड़की को.
But now he's managed to keep up the calls for so many matches on end. Is it enough today, though? That's the question. We're into the agent select.
Okay.
There's no
Breeze.
surprises. Both teams return with their same comps. But I imagine Sentinels going to have a new game plan today, Mike.
I mean, the other thing being there's some takedown for this Genji composition. There's an opportunity to go back and study where things went wrong, where there's some possibilities or opportunities to really make some impact on the side of Sentinels.
So we know that the Pacific teams really do like this Breeze. They like to play aggressive. They like to catch loose guard, very loosey-goosey.
I think the strong suit for Genji in their last match was how disruptive they were in their post plans, fighting forward, not letting Sentinels play the set structured retakes that they love to play. Sentinels, honestly, I feel like have a chance to kind of get dragged down into the chaos here by Genji with this comp. It's going to be tough for them to take home Breeze, though.
Well, this is it. It's now time for the Madrid Grand Final. And let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's your boys, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Let's get this one started in the Madrid arena. What a stage that's been set up, man. The scintillating Sen City trying to pave that road for a bit of redemption, but they got the pride of Pacific on the other side and a hell of an advantage waiting for them. That double map ban looks brutal to try and get through.
It starts off here on Breeze. A rematch of our upper bracket finals, and this was the decider. Instead of to close, it's now to open. Side swap though. So what can Sen learn? They barely played any defense the last times that these two teams clashed, but there is footage out there. And another thing to note, Bren, Genji won all 6 pistols last time they played. That's an almost insurmountable advantage.
Something that's got to be turned around if you are Sentinels heading into these series. They've
आप बताओ भी आपको क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
Focus on themselves, not too much on the counter stratting. I think that might be be wise as well. Breeze is going to be a map that really comes down to a bit of form factor. Can you hit your shots? Can you try and take down the big dogs that is Gen G? Because they got some heavy hitters. Munchkin now setting up for the wall. Looks like a bit of an A split.
Going straight into John QD's setup.
John QT just crouched behind this one. Still Flash. Molly coming through. Trip as well. And the counter play in order. There it is. Deleting him. Trip kill. Never seen that one before, at least on the big stage. Here it is, though. It's slowed down Gen G to a crawl. Lakia in through the back of the site, though, and there's the response, the return of firepower. Zelsis left to pick up those pieces, but already the site has been gained and granted. Shock dart kills, 2 versus 2.
And now, as Gen G have to return to grab this spike, Zeken's gone to make the play, wrapping all the way around. He's got a Sheriff favored for long-range fights. And that shock, not quite as successful as the prior. Sassy's been locked out and has given away his position, and Caron, new to the big stage, so aware, but he's missed the timing.
Just barely. From ranked to rookie to tier 1 stage to the chance to lift the trophy, Caron looking like he might take that first contact dart. Supportive util, Sassy finding it difficult to really get himself into the position. Second, walking wide, now the dart finally ready, clearing it. At least onto one position here, but time's starting to work and tick against the face from all of them. Now Sassy versus Lakia, and they're all players against one another. It's Lakia who cleans it up for the pistol.
ऐसे से देखो मेरी गेम भी कभी-कभी ऐसे लैग हो जाती है.
Those pistol rounds going the way of Gen G.
नेट यार मेरा माड़ा चल रहा है, इनका ऐसे बफर कर रहा है.
So high, even after you see this ridiculous opener for John QD, clearly anticipating an A split from coming through. Sentinels.
कौन-कौन देख रहा है भाई, जरा बताइए, हाजिरी लगाइए अपनी. प्लानिंग करें भाई. ये हो गया कंपोनेंट इंस्टॉल्ड. नाइस, चलो जी. RTX हमारा अपग्रेड हो चुका है.
Global events in VALORANT.
Cut it.
And is here now at our most recent. Looking
And watch it.
in incredible form.
Looking like he wants to have that second shot of revenge. I mean, he's already got it the first time in the upper bracket. Now a chance to really knock them down and deep. Now there's a flash play here with a util. What's happening on multiple sections here with Mita.
Down holes. Yeah. Down holes.
Trying to squeeze them now. The drone close quarters. Combat might be in order, but again, that's that long sight line, and team's finally coming through with the right clicks. Finally, left clicks getting it done. Shock dart's pulled out, maybe a bit frantic in terms of that approach. Sassy getting ahead of himself. Zelsis doesn't choose to peek his cranium out wide. Still going to be playing his life now.
It feels a little bit like a comm was missed there because the spike was dropped. And yet Tens is going for a repush elbow, almost anticipating that Gen G would pick the timing to rotate, but they had to recover that spike and had to be cautious doing so.
Tens can't कर सकता है.
Perfectly though. Guardian in
भैया तो वेंट ले लिया है दूसरे
Gen G
राउंड में.
are coming towards him.
जीतना है ना
Must be
bro.
something here, and he's going to be hearing it. Again, the rumble of the
कुछ
footsteps.
तो
He's trying
कर
to
दे.
take
अरे
timing
fuck it
just
बे.
before anybody was set up for it, and they run him down. All grouped up now. 3
मजाक छड़ की चीज तो मैंने जब भी देखा सन को ऐसे बहुत बारी मरा बक्सोदियों में. लो
Just
जी.
more unlikely.
और देख लो ऊपर कूद गया. आजा भाई तू भी आजा. तेरा भी नंबर लाना है. लो जी.
He's already been
Shut
spotted
up,
out.
GG
From
guys.
the IGL. So 3 players surviving, making it nice and clean here for Gen G off the back of that pistol round. A map that again have to iterate here that they are favoured in this situation. They've already played Sen on this map here. They absolutely
दिख क्या
trounced
ना.
That was a dismantling. One that had Dappling claiming full responsibility for the choice to end up here. Had no choice whatsoever when it came to the grand finals. Gen G having that double map back. Heading into the bonus round. Meteor not too far away from being able to get close to his Yoru ult, which is super effective to be able to get into these sites. Even the information alone, little jump up.
Yeah, he's pushed up deep here. Not too much to support him, not too much to trade him, but he sees it, hears it, and there's the kill. Collected onto Munchkin, but it's offset. Immediately onto the other side of the map. No fast pace increase here from Gen G. Happy to just play for that pick, play for the orb, and now slow it down once more.
And not prioritizing the orb on Meteor as I suspected they might to try to get the dimensional drift.
हमारा टेंस फिर मर गया यार.
Instead just going for texture.
आती यार. Hello.
Sen have been picking these kind of timings in the first 2 rounds to go for a little exploration.
हाँ यार अभी वॉच पार्टी मैं सेन को यार.
Instead,
सेन को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, आप बताओ.
over towards A, anticipating that this would be a re-hit. Just
पर यार
confident that
10 से
John
मर
could hold
जाता है
down
यार,
the
इसने
side.
जीतना नहीं है क्या?
Just that though, massive map control that's been lost here for Sentinels. You can feel it just the positioning assassin. He's having to watch halls in case that lurk comes through with 40 seconds.
यार मेरा ना थोड़ा सा रूम मैसी हो रखा है यार, वेबकैम तो ले मैं ऑन कर देता हूँ.
John QT is going to be sitting side by with his rifle. Might have to try and put a stop to this one, but it's difficult. A lot of adversaries to try and overcome here. Still not showing his hand. Dart. Potential there to
चलेगा?
open up, but finally a few shots fired and rattle texture has been creeping and crawling.
बस
up onto
इतना ही
the
देख
angle.
पाऊंगा.
Finally there and releases it. The trigger straight to the dome there. Sassy dropping into the back of the site. Two left.
लोगों मैं हूँ तुम्हारे साथ.
Disadvantage position. Gotta watch that one though. 80th second. And that's 8 seconds left. A round-winning play.
शॉर्ट वाला पता है क्या यार, मैंने अभी वो रिप्ले बफर वाला किया हुआ है ना जो, तो उससे क्या होता है कि लाइक जो भी बैकग्राउंड 30 सेकंड्स और 1 मिनट का मैंने रखा हुआ है तो वो अपना शॉट के लिए तैयार हो जाता है. ठीक है, तो मैंने अभी इसमें ऑफ कर दिया. मैंने कहा चल सेव तो करना ही नहीं हमें, तो इससे क्या होता है उस चीज से, ठीक है, जो रिप्ले बफर है उससे क्या होता है 10-15 सेकंड ऑटोमेटिक डिले चली जाती है स्ट्रीम. तो मैंने बंद कर दिया इसमें, मैं रखना ही नहीं. क्या करना है, लाइट ऑन जरूर करो. मैं ना कर रहा है यार. तो मेरे साथ देख, बस हमने ऐसे ही खेलना है बस वीसीटी में, जो इंडिया में होएगी. बाहर तो हमें नहीं भेजेगा कोई.
Enormous play, and also demonstrating once more, Bren, that Sen are looking to play this defense aggressively. Not at the beginning of the round, not trying to force the fight, but looking for those mid-round timings.
यार मैसी हो रखा है.
A flank or a bit more info, and second is going to be crucial to that.
मैसी हो रखा है ऐसा. लाइट क्यों नहीं है यार इतने?
Genji they play close together.
Look at this. Drone into elbow really makes it feel like Zekken could be pushing behind this. So everybody on Gen G scared. Instead, the double push coming down.
Dim
hard.
light कर
Great
सकता
distraction
हूँ
play from
ऐसा.
Sassy.
Potentially getting some of that information over towards the one side with a nice blade storm. Running them through, and the IGL dropped. And now a scurry and scatter. Everybody running.
Tens by जिंदा है, अभी देखो क्या होता है.
At least reinforce Meteor's position.
मुझे पता है सही था जब मैं वॉच पार्टी ऐसे देख रहा था, मेरे को होता है बस मेरे को उन्हीं का दिखाओ. हाँ बस सेंटिनल्स का डिफेंस के साइड से दिखाओ और अटैकिंग में भी सेंटिनल्स. दूसरी पार्टी देखनी नहीं मुझे. कोई ऐसी स्ट्रीम करवाओ यार. जेकन बहुत कैंट बंदा है यार, कभी कभी मर जाता है बस बदतमीज से वो.
Now the emphasis placed on him, a dash to the side here, but a pull online, not half, onto the spike, could be a big difference maker, could be a massive one in fact. Gen G have got them surrounded on almost every single front right now, picking them apart, the threads unraveling, leave it to just John QT, but again, the time ticking away.
चल
Far
ठीक है,
too late for it, Gen G.
मर जाएगा बस.
Nice and easy onto that third.
अच्छा होल्ड कर गए हो.
John not even able to secure the rifle, which could have made a huge difference for Sentinel's economy. If he had been able to keep it, perhaps they would have still been able to buy into the next. I love the play at the beginning of the round from Sen. I think he's really smart.
Spike lagi
Fake like
uski,
Zeken's pushing
chauthi.
in one direction, get the pick over towards Hall.
Knife,
But
sorry.
he also just allowed Meteor to run in with his ult and get the plant down. And he essentially did that just all on his own.
Yeah.
And once you're in an afterplant situation and Gen G are walking all over the space, much more difficult to clean up. And Sen's retake protocols do not look as good here as on some of their other maps.
Definitely tell it's a map that's just been, less honed over time. Sentinels just missing a jump there. I mean, a deep dart, I believe, broken early, so Zekken didn't want to take the peak timing. They're just holding down towards elbow for Gen G again.
जेकन पंगे ले, जेकन मेरे जैसा खेल रहा है किलो, बिल्कुल मेरे जैसा खेल रहा है. मैं थोड़ा सा और आगे बह जाता हूँ, वो रुका हुआ है. चल यार इससे थोड़ी तो लाइट इससे भी कर सकता हूँ ऐसे में. मुझे ज़्यादा लाइट तो नहीं चाहिए.
Positioning here, Hunter's Fury going to be offloaded from this particular position. That's Lakia returning it, so you can get a kill, but only to one tag, spotting out the positioning of Zelsis. Interesting usage of the ult, but with 50 seconds left now, starting to make meander over towards that B side. Cosmic Divide will cut this one up nicely.
Paul aimed for where John QD has been anchoring in previous rounds. And this composition has so many different ways of getting into B. The Jet and the Yoru very
डीम कर दिया ने लाइट चलेगा यार, इतना बहुत है.
That pit did not cover the spike.
Oh, and a lot of respect as well being showcased as well to a weaker buy of Sentinels, but Second. See what damage he can do here. Still with the rifle in his hand. They found the first one, but again, a lot to get through. It's murky territory, a blight onto the B site with that pit, but they really wrangled control of this one. They found Caron, but again, Munchkin is the player that needs to fall to really stand a chance into this one. Yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around, but he's being found. Sassy drops him.
सासी ने काटती सुस
Crouched, cowering, fear in his heart. He cannot face them. A thrifty win for Sen.
भाई ये सेव करके इधर ये भी सही है स्मार्ट हाँ वेरी स्मार्ट
With a pit being invested as well, you think Genji have just got that wrapped
ये
up.
तो बात है
Gunplay that catches Meteor, but then there's just a lot of timing plays all around the spot.
बट यार के लिए एक बात ऐसी है इन्होंने इतनी गेम साथ में खेली हैं जो इनकी कॉल्स होती है ना जैसे हम किसी को बोल दें कि भाई कई बार होता है ना बंदे का कॉन्फिडेंट होता है कि भाई पीक नहीं लेनी आगे नहीं जाना एक की ले लिया वापस आ जा पर हम फिर भी ओवर पुश करते हैं कि भाई चल एक मार दिया हाथ गर्म है तो और मार दूंगा बस वही थोड़ा बहुत मिसकम्युनिकेशन और कोऑर्डिनेशन ना बनाना यही मार खाते हैं
So damn aggressive now. Seems to have an inkling that maybe Caron's there, possibly from a cam aggressively.
आजा एक्स्ट्रा
Yeah, for sure. John Cudy's cam got broken in that spot. Now he knows where Caron basically is. The rest of Genji working their way up mid. One of the things that Sen said in their press conference was it was difficult playing against Genji, hard to isolate your ones when they travel around in such a pack. But Genji are running a 1-3-1 default here. Smoking it up, looking to take a little bit of mid. But Tens has gone walking all the way down halls here, getting good info for his team.
That's fantastic info. He's going to be hearing the scurry of the footsteps from Munchkin, maybe even seeking to punish, but he's going to be calling this now for his team. Look at this.
Sassy starts to go.
Yeah, good maneuvers. All around the map can really follow those sound cues and follow it well straight towards the B side, but it's going to be setting up for that B split.
बैकस्टेप है नहीं इनके पास ठीक है
बहुत
बहुत बढ़िया एक नंबर टेंस ओपी टेंस ओपी बहुत बढ़िया नाइस नहीं ये नाइस नहीं हुआ ये तो उसने मारा रेड वाले ने अरे नहीं भाई बढ़िया मार गए ये जेन टेक्सचर
Clear a little bit, he might just have some time spare, barely a second, and yes, we'll be able to get it here, but Sentinel surely don't let this one
करता तो है यार ऐसा इस मामले में मेरे को सबसे गंदी लगती है बस नो मार अरे भाई यार 1v1 शिट नहीं भाई यार रिस्की है सबसे गंदी चीज मुझे एक्स्ट्रा ये लगती है वो अपना स्टार एक्टिवेट कर सकती है
all Zekken to face him now. Again, slow walking onto the angle. The noise and information just being cut away entirely. It could just come down to chance. Cloudburst and straight up into the air. Zekken diffusing. Drops down.
No! नहीं भाई यार कल्लो राउंड लेगी वे
rips away the chance of that round.
मजा ना स्वाद
monstrous heartbreaking 1v3 and the aim and the precision is
इसका क्रॉसर मेरे जैसा है जब मेरा इसके जैसा ऐसे बोलो फैंटम के मजे तो हैं ब्रो सी एक बात बताऊं हम इनको बोलते हैं कि भाई चल ठीक है ये बहुत अच्छे प्लेटफॉर्म पे खेल रहे हैं बट नॉट एवरी टाइम दे हिट हेड वो बंदा मारने से होता है
This entire tournament throughout all of kickoff doesn't matter the obstacles that you've thrown at the guy.
अगर इसने पीक ली सैसी ने पर सैसी ठीक करेगा अगर जो अपना अब भी कर दे भाई बढ़िया नहीं ठीक है इन्फो गई बढ़िया पिल दे पिल दे पिल दे पिल दे पिल दे एक नंबर पिल 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 सही ले गया दो बचे बस 2v5 नाइस
And still throughout
round
this, they're looking to go aggressive in other places. Tens has gotten deep. He's going to be able to hear rotations. I think that's such a pivotal part of Sen playing in this finals. Genji love to rotate around the map on their attack side and their defense side, getting people into good positions like that for info. Impeccable.
Seems like a clear game plan, just disrespecting them.
But also Sassy, really, the playmaker there.
बस उन्होंने पीक दी तो गए
You saw him get the tag onto Meteor.
गलत किया उन्होंने गलत खेल लिया लास्ट राउंड बट कोई नहीं आ जाएगा 3-4 हो जाएगा इजी है
a better read than it appeared.
Maybe they save,
Hunter's Fury obliterated them.
or they are
It is,
waiting
I
to
mean,
get
Sansa's the bodyguard playing inside
some
the smoke,
picks
making
here.
sure
30
that
seconds
there was
left.
no punish in sight when Sassy was ulting.
Yeah. It's very
साइड पे तो
solid
नहीं घुस
stuff.
पाएंगे,
And Gen G
सेव ही
is gonna go
करेंगे.
for a save here. After
वो भी
Karon
सेम.
got them a 1v3 to start their economy
ठीक
flourishing.
है, लीड है, सही कर रहे हैं.
Just slightly. I don't
10 seconds
know
left.
whether they saw Zekken's operator this round. They didn't really interact with
Yeah,
it
I'm not
very
too
much
sure.
because he went for the peak double doors at the beginning. I have a feeling that Gen
आ
G
जाना.
don't know that this
पार्टी
is
चल रही है यहाँ पे,
online. You can see he
सुखी
hasn't even
पार्टी,
shot a bullet.
वॉच पार्टी बोलते हैं इसको.
So that could certainly be another twist in the tail as we head into
सैन
the
जीतेगा,
next
जैन जीतेगा, सैन या जैन.
And they have purchased that one. They might be
जैन बोल रही हो,
money at
मैं
least
सैन की साइड हूँ.
now into this
No.
round, but yeah, here's that play.
No,
before
no,
as well.
no,
I mean,
no, no.
It's so lovely, especially
vulnerability as well.
सैन
Yeah,
जीतना
especially
चाहिए,
when Sansa's
सेंटिनल्स,
the snake bite.
not Gen Z.
real nice.
Zekken is going to be here
Generation
to try to receive
Z.
this hit if it comes through
ना,
A.
वन जीतनी चाहिए. सैन जीतेगा, सेंटिनल्स.
At least looking like he wants to. Wall.
I feel like this is going to be so difficult when Meteor has Zoro online.
मेनू क्या?
5 tags though.
No.
To found. Keep control of mid. Now Karon is playing a really far back position here. Seeking to contain.
हाय, एस्ट्रा को मार दे ऐसे ही.
Against the wall.
एक गई. Oh no 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 no.
Guess what? The
Very
entire
bad,
site has
very
been
bad.
given up entirely here just from that.
नहीं bro यार.
Out of it now, Meteor with the plant,
And this is
securing
brutal.
it for texture.
This is brutal. You're going to end up having pulls on this. You've got people running, you know, Munchkin's got lineups that he can throw. Offsite post plants buy time for post plant lurks to come through, and this is the game plan for Gen G. Sen are not in a position to play this quickly. They have to clear so many areas and then put pressure so deep to punish Karon and Munchkin.
Already the lineup sailing across. Dart not quite broken. Reveal onto multitudes of targets. Again, this all causing issues, and it is too much.
Tens क्या
too much
हमारा?
to clear. Ult
Tens
out
fail
of
दे,
the
मजा आ
side.
जाएगा.
Texture
No,
from
बढ़िया.
behind the ground, eventually traded, and now the flash, pop flash round the corner.
नहीं भाई, कुछ भी हट पे है.
Play. Second sticking inside the cage.
यार.
Destroyed and dropped. Gen G finding that fifth, but you're right, Josh. It all began just how long it took Sen to really
No
get
fun
that
bro,
one.
no fun.
It started onto the retake.
Frankly, the push into main, I have no problems with. Ten's doing a great job, but how is Meteor turning this and still getting a double
No
kill out of it?
fun at all.
If you remember back to the defense side pistol that Sen ran on this map against they flash peeked Zekken in Meteor.
इसके नाक पे फुंसी हुई है.
Flashbacks of that again. The Gen G players
इसको
are
बैक मैच
so
दे दो.
skilled and have
NTLS
demonstrated that
victory.
all year. You think you haven't dead to rights, you simply do
चलो
not.
नहीं आते, दूसरी साइड
Slight
जाते
edge
हैं.
being held now for Gen G. Rounds have been oscillating wildly back and forth. Follows the trends. It's Sen's turn. Gen G playing quite split up though. 2 players.
कैरम लाकिया टेक्सचर.
A dynamic duo. Been making waves. See if they can do any damage. At least focusing on that. That was a potential reclaim being called there by Sen, and it. Let's just go even.
And no flash peek being used there, so that was just a dry double swing. 1 for 1. And Munchkin's wall not going to be available to them if they hit A, so that puts more pressure on Karon now. But he still has the ult to be able to work with, so not a major problem for Gen G.
Aggressive Tens is holding this angle. Not a far back position. He wants to hold them before they can even get themselves into the choke. Knocking it down.
अच्छा कर रहा है, रिवील बढ़िया है.
Waiting for the sound.
यार ये थोड़ी कमी है यार इसमें. नाइफ इज बेटर. चल उसमें चाहे छुप नहीं सकते, एरिया सारा कवर हो जाता है. गया. नो वे. ये गया, ये मार देगा इसको. गया ये, बच गया. नहीं 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 नहीं.
Aware of it, facing away or at least dodging it. And any chances for Sentinels into this round crumbled
2v4
once more before our eyes. Again, Gen G in
चलो
standing
जी,
control.
सेव कर रहे हैं.
Commanding position there.
इसने सुना.
Having lost the Viper early on, to still be able to deal with that A main aggression and come out on top is pretty excellent. Gen G, we're talking about the fact that their composition, honestly, they're happier with it on the attack side, or at least people expect them to do more on the attack side with this comp. And that was what blew us all away when Sen played against Gen G last. Now we're really seeing how comfortable they are in these spots. It doesn't all have to be fast execs with the Jet and the Yoru.
थोड़ा सा ऊपर का पार्ट अच्छा कट हो रहा है, रुक जाओ.
Flash through.
He spotted Texture.
Plenty more players though. Texture spotted him. QT last one.
ये तो गेम वाला होगा ना.
Push back. The enemies and adversaries, so they do keep at least one gun into the round, but already you're looking at almost similar scenes here. Here's that opening when they try to re-clear out through.
An unbelievable shot onto Munchkin, but the trade's still coming through. The level of quality in terms of the rifling in this match is unbelievable. But we didn't get to see it in the upper bracket final between these two teams. Sen talked about, Kaplan in particular mentioned, the atmosphere was bad when they began that game, and they crumbled on Split. It set the entirety of the series off on a bad note, and Sen, though they tried to recover it on Lotus, ended up going out in a flop. Now we are actually seeing Zek and Tens hitting really nice shots, bringing it to the Gen G players, making it more of a game that's about how they
यार वो automatically इतना हो रहा है.
Gen G are rather than just running over them with the individualism.
Because that's the first step, right? To conquer Gen G, you kind of just need to be matching them pound for pound with the aim.
And man, how difficult that is, because Texture, Meteor, Karen are all up there with the best players in the world right now. In terms of form, they might be like all three in the top 5. I don't know who else you would put up there, because you watch Texture, Meteor or Karen in a 1v1 against anybody else in this tournament, you have to favor them.
Yeah, you do. I mean, they're just cerebral. The way they move, instinctual in nature, really. The way they tackle and handle a lot of those clutches, and just the aim and the movement on top of it. It's all there, perfect package for a lot of those players. So that is the first obstacle that Sen have to remove. Getting that confidence back, at least. Making moves now towards mid, though, here. Creeping once more and crawling.
It's a kill trip, but with no one really to play off it here.
More given up, so Meteor once more building up towards dimensional drift. On his way through, he'll be able to clear out most of this side as well. Basically, the human drone just spotting out these trips. Kill trip lucky. Oh. Wait a second, John QT is there onto the angle in time. Gets the punish onto Lakia. Caron, the chance really for him to clean up, but no, the crosshair placement just wasn't expecting that one. The deep contact play and push out from Sentinels. On the first glance, it feels like they're in a really advantaged situation.
Yeah, definitely. They're realizing the fact that Caron and Munchkin are going to be playing in very passive positions. They found them both. They even isolate Munchkin, who's so far away. And yes, this has taken a lot of time, but it's set them up in a great situation to win the round.
Chance of playing the lineups anymore for Munchkin. Meteor, Texture have to go absolutely massive, but he instantaneous there with the trade and shut down in time. So the Sentinels are willing to make it that repeat of what happened last time these two teams clashed here. That fourth one on the board, steadily, slowly but surely chipping away, trying to make it at least even at the half.
Look how John gets at it after the kill trip came through, but it's this re-push.
ये हो नहीं रहा है यार.
इसको
तो हटाओ ना, इसको तो हाइड करना. ये शायद वो स्टार्ट हो गई है ना.
It shows that they understand how Gen G are playing the post plans. This is the kind of stuff that made Sentinel Split so scary. You know, we'll forget about the last 2 times they played it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had their confidence knocked there as well.
इसमें तो प्रॉपर दिखा रहा है.
Just from the way that the map veto ended up shaking out, wasn't the first map that they ended up picking. Deep dive here, Texture want to take advantage of this one, but it's broken. Sassy using it, they did miss second. Hello, spots it, up in the air. It's all about the reactions. Follow through there, just a corner, but a shorty defending the area and teammates flooding back in. All to his avail. Munchkin though has managed to get himself a gap into the A site, but the spike has been dropped down into the center of the mid, and it's all down to the individual plays. You can see Caron also thinking about the same thing here, and Munchkin.
विंडो कैप्चर यार वो आ ही नहीं रही. विंडो कैप्चर में थोड़ा सा ऊपर का पार्ट कट रहा. वो पता नहीं क्यों कट रहा है ब्रो. पहले पे नहीं भाई नहीं. ये फिर ये अच्छा खेल रहा है भाई इनके एक्स्ट्रा.
What should have been a slam dunk, Sen left looking in every possible direction, barely able to get it, but they do in the end.
Caron with another one, another death blow, a dagger to the heart of Sen. Another round where Sen getting themselves into a hugely advantaged position, but because they played this specific style of using second as bait and everybody flooding through from tunnel and double doors to try to help, they gave up the sights, and Gen G are just too smart with it. They read it, they react so quickly and get into positions where their players can pull off magic like that. Final round, Zek, glass cannon operator. You're watching here as he tries to take contact.
Dodging that initial wave of utility. Too many targets.
Now, once more, Brent. Sassy drones out through B main, making it feel like perhaps there's some level of aggression happening over there. They're trying to prompt the reactions out of Gen G. But this team is so smart. They wait for a full commitment before they decide to do stuff like that. And Munchkin's the playmaker actually here, making his way all the way up through halls. It's not a full commitment on the A split just yet.
Quite.
Trying to make a play or get some info.
Does like to take the initiative though. Player to watch for here, Meteor. Holding. Kibi's a util, potentially the flash there, I believe, in his hands, but
अभी सही आएगा.
about it. And again, it's just pure silence. They're letting Sentinels
अभी मैंने सिस्टम
make a mistake.
No real reaction though from Sen.
कैम कहाँ गया हमारा?
They're not going to get baited into defensive aggression.
Now the drone. At least should trigger that reaction with the knife down. Cancels it! Reactions there from Zek, and repositions there with a dash, but might want another go. I think still with the door opened wide, he realizes it is back in the two different directions.
Okay.
Up
Let's
get some help from the rest of his team. Genji are moving into the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going towards Celsius, who's reinforced with John Cudy's utility.
Players haven't budged, snared into space. Celsius hearing that one broken, now wants to take the fight to him. Out wide, onto the wall here, Keron. He's worked and wiggled his way into the back of the
Keron यार क्या ही टाइमिंग थी वे रीलोड की इसके. चलिए अच्छा था, बढ़िया. नाइस भाई. चलो एक तो आया और बात तो ठीक है. वो कर दिया सेटअप, मैच ही देखना है हमने.
Genji dominated this map when the sides were flipped last time we saw it. He had great awareness, dodged the drone, used the knife to cancel it, punished the player coming in. There was a trip there onto texture. He had to kind of adjust in mid-air, and Celsius caught him, plucked him out the air like a butterfly.
यार उसकी साइफर की कितनी गलत टाइमिंग थी रीलोड की यार. वरना वहीं उड़ा देता है स्ट्रगल.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a
Chija,
way to start
Chiji,
things off.
Chija.
Let's just jump right into it. Our Verizon high-speed moment of the match came in the first half. We had multiple, as a matter of fact.
Chiji गोरी बढ़िया है ना ये.
Your choice, pick of the litter here, Hypoc, because Zekin, this kid's putting on a show today.
Yeah, I mean, just looks so clean.
Prelude बोलते.
Pressure scenario as well. Last alive here, like back against.
कितनी बारी दिखाओगे भाई?
The bailout round to really try and recover this. We're so used to seeing him now in this scenario.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous because this guy just turned 19 in his first international final.
मैंने कभी-कभी सोचा जो कीबोर्ड है वो इतना सही रखो बस. लेफ्ट राइट ये वो जो हमारे इम्पोर्टेंट कीज होती है ना. बस मेन वही है, ज़्यादा बड़ा कीबोर्ड ना रखो. बढ़िया आपको माउस मूव करने का एरिया मिल जाएगा.
With him, supporting in the crowd. He's a young guy, but he's had his family all the way behind him throughout his journey here in Valorant. And now he's at a point where he's in an international final and really in that discussion for best player in the world.
Yeah, what's so impressive here about Zekin is just not only does he carry himself like an absolute pro, but the
Let's see now how we attack. Okay.
But he's going to need to continue to output more if this team wants to get back into
it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Josh was
गेम तो बदल जाती है यार, कैसे भी बदल सकती है वो तो. 12-9 पे भी बदल सकते हैं.
Zekin's definitely going to have his hands full today if he wants to continue frontline versus this Gen G roster.
Gen G's post plans got them a great half.
I don't have any right, bro. I'm just doing watch party.
Sentinels out. Gen G looking strong in this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult here for Sentinels and for Gen G. Hey, it ain't going to be
Just enjoy with your audience. जो कॉपीराइट आएगा, अगर जो पैसा बनता है तो ले जाएंगे ये VCT वाले. क्या दिक्कत है? This is for learning only. बाकी मैं फर्स्ट टाइम कर रहा हूँ. I don't know what will happen next. आवाज बढ़ा दो. अच्छा गेम की अपनी. गेम की बढ़ाओ.
Kaplan said that they came in with
देख बहुत हो
an
गई.
anti-strat that they thought would work, but called it wishful thinking in hindsight.
Oh, way is Meteor just taking that fight straight up.
Good punish though. A lot of damage. Yeah, it's not the kill, but they forced that back. Denied Gen G a little bit of space. And now this drone's really going to make it feel like it's a commitment into B. Instead, the spike is going in the completely opposite direction. I think this is looking more like an A split where you rely on the fact that Zekken has holes control.
Gen G, they do play to those sound cues. Oh my, just missing the chance of timing there for Tens, but with the orb now bloomed and blossomed, can start to get a move onto the A side still. It's Kero. Locked down into the corner position.
number मार इसको भी बढ़िया.
And 3 heads roll. Down and out here.
Tens मार दियो. बढ़िया.
Zekken. They're chanting for it. You can feel it. The roar of the crowd behind him. And he knows what they want.
Ten spots him.
Munchkin spotted. Ow. Wow.
ठीक है चलेगा.
Denied, but that is the first pistol
Sheriff though, ये
that
देखो,
Sen put on the
चाहे आप
board.
VCT खेल लो, चाहे आप नॉर्मली प्लैट या गोल्ड लेवल पर ग्राइंड कर रहे हो, पर अगर जो गन अच्छी दिखेगी वो तो हम उठाएंगे. ये तो देखो
so much better against Gen G than what they were pulling out in the third map of the upper bracket final. They call a fake, they use the advantage of having map control, they use holes against a team that has a solo initiator. It just ticks every single box to me. Learning from the failures of before.
Of how rotate heavy Gen G play, I mean, maybe a bit of fakes and finesse might be just exactly what Sentinel's ordered. Clearly doing that prep work here. Now the orbs can be farmed up, granted for them, without too much pushback. Of course, got to be aware there's always a chance that they could fight back.
There's a slight bit of danger in this round, Bren, because Meteor managed timing the recon dart that Sassy threw into mid, I believe. So they have no idea that Meteor is positioned this deep, but no one on Sen looks like they want to get into that area at all. Sen running a default looking a little more like when Loud played against Gen G, not going for the early round group ups in A main, but happily now grouping up together to make sure that they can trade out the lower eco players. And like I said, I don't think they realize that Meteor is this deep.
Meteor going for walkabouts as a face early on. John surely hearing this one now, facing him, but it's too much to overcome there. Meteor with that Sheriff, and again, a bit of stray damage through Tens. Let's try and at least lock this one down in to the side.
Hey!
बचा
लिया भाई, Zekken ने बचाया.
Apparently so. 3 players still left to stand here for Meteor. Does go down in the end, traded with the nade, flushed out wide, and found in the end. There it is.
Good, nice down. थोड़ा messy सा gameplay, but still.
It looked a little difficult to be able to get across the line. It's always going to be tough when Gen G have smokes that you have to play around. They're flashing into the smoke here to blind Karon. Clearly they have a good understanding of how Karon's going to be playing. I think one of the key antis that they came into the last time on Breeze was the knifing Karon so that he can't use pulls. They thought that would give them easy access to the A site. In fact, Gen G have way more layers to it than that. We can start to see Sen looking to break them down. Now coming into a bonus round. Do we have another
एक यार किलवा किशन का कर बे यार कुछ बहुत अजीब सा लगता है यार मुझे
by the brain trust of John and Kaplan and Drew as well. I should give credit to my kilt-wearing neighbor from the north.
किशन एक बात था तू क्यों नहीं है VCT में अगर तू इतना अच्छा खेलता तो
takes a village after all.
बता जा रहा हूँ
it has been evened up in terms of that scoreline 7-2-7, and like you said, the bonus round as well.
Okay.
Sentinels
देख रही है उधर.
Look to see if they can get over that hurdle here. Texture.
ये
toast. Okay. Going to be able to play anti towards that one, and everybody playing inside this cloud.
Hey,
it's not expected. He pounces up. Already just locks that one down. These Sentinel players are left scrambling and wondering exactly where these players are coming from. Texture now with the dash. Smoke to play in 4 Tens here, but how do you really overcome this? You just can't. It's just raw mechanical prowess on display. An easy one is what it feels like here for Gen G, overcoming all sorts of obstacles that were thrown at them.
And I think that's an example of what was going wrong for Sen last time. Gen G are just so good when it comes to defending the standard hits. And this is a very standard A split that Sentinels send in. Gen G's crossfires are amazing. Karon can always play around Pyramid because he has smokes to dip and dive inside of. And then you have Lakir up towards stairs, Texture in that gutter. They've always got triangles going on that are extraordinarily difficult to break. The weakness with Gen G's defense is to do with Lakir. And him being overstretched, having to run around halls,
jump spot heard. Real opportunity for Zekken to get that punishment.
आ जाओ आने तो डिस्कशन कर
Alright,
लेते
it
हैं
is
उस
that
पे भी
weakness.
कैसे
That's why they
खेल
put
रहे हैं
bodies
कैसे
into it,
नहीं.
but now a double walk up and face second. Got to be ready for this one here. Is it going to be clear? It's an off angle.
बना रूम बना उसमें कॉल कर मुझे मैं करता
Precisely on
हूँ
exactly
मैं
where it needs
डिस्कॉर्ड
to
ऑन
be.
कर लूँ पर पहले.
Yeah, great reclear. Gen G are going to go for those occasionally because that is the weakness of their composition and they need to make sure that they have info in that area of the map. Meteor going for an info peek when they're up 5v4.
Everybody's got their backs turned to every possible position. Texture, though, seems to be more aware of it than he is. Shuts down John QT. Sassy out in the open. Done into the back of the site, and it is traded and cleaned back by 10 still. 2 to left stand here for Sentinels. We'll get control of the B side and the plan online. Even more so, try and overcome.
यार उनके भी हैं मतलब क्या है बंदे ऐसी बात नहीं है. Extra थोड़ा
They know that
Karen और
Celsius does
Texture
not have
बोल
the
सकते
orb on
हैं.
the spike. They can see that over towards mid. So he's probably not playing post plants, probably on site with 10s.
All up. Reclear.
नहीं
Feeling
तो
unsafe, but they do take control of main once more. He can play this post plant from this position still.
अरे
Smokes are
WhatsApp से
available.
कैसे connect होगा यार?
Is Caron puts that one up, but a kill
WhatsApp
found
से
still.
कैसे
It's
करूँगा
down to just
मैं?
10s.
He's got to do it all.
Does have a nade, but still he's got to deal with this. And what a play to make. Texture so damn aware, but there's the shot still. Will the nade land in time? Lakias sticking. Spam.
नहीं but oh भाई खत्म था भाई. Nice. This is tense gameplay bro. This is tense gameplay.
That is cold! That split
Arey,
second
ruk
decision
na.
to pull out the fragment
Ghost
grenade
tornado
and
kahan
make
hai
sure that you have
hamara?
additional damage. What a 1v3!
That's on a knife's edge though. Isn't it?
Valorant
Look at it.
में
But my God. Look at it slow down.
Oh, very, very close. He's drawn the game back 8-8, where Sen actually have the economy advantage, putting together much better rounds, using more of the map. And Gen G, even though they're finding advantages, letting that one slip away. This time, Munchkin
नया
won
बनाएं
with
क्या
tucking
वो
underneath
यार
where John Cuty's playing. This
यार
is always
क्या
a
बोलते
dangerous
हैं?
spot. It's
Link डाल दो
obviously a risk. If the
Discord
player
का
on
इधर.
window checks, you're just 100% dead. But taking a risk on a round like this where you have lower economy is absolutely worthwhile.
Oh yeah, it's time to do it.
And of course, he will be able to hear rotates if they go heavy towards B. And he'll hear them early enough to call those defensive positions.
ठीक है.
Back here with the bucky.
पहले ये देख लो फिर मैं join करता हूँ. ये खाली.
Going to be going for a peek here. Still wants to hold that close angle. The dart broken. It's going to be pulling players actually. Reaction out of Gen G, thinking that okay, well, his presence there, but now the drone adds another level to it. A bit of confusion into the camp for Gen G, wondering where the hell are these players landing with only 40 seconds left. Time could start to become a problem, but Texture, he was the real danger in this round, at least with those knives, and with him shut down, now it opens wide, but Munchkin immediately there. No command sent, flying Bucky, gaming, Lakia, dropping 10 straight down to it. Removes him from the fight, A-main control, granted and gained, tucks it up and doubles up. Now with the drone over and attempt to punish Caron, running and gunning. Celsius time, 12 seconds left. He needs to find his kill. The rifle has been handed over, and so is the spike. John QT, head on a swivel. Too much to deal with, too much to overcome. Surrounded, man. Surrounded.
That's the value of Gen G taking risks. I'm telling you, Munchkin tucking into that spot. You won't see him do it often on a rifle round, but what a timing to do it. And Lakia, he gets the perfect glimpse of 10s right before that. But also, they had no idea that Caron had already pushed down through walls. Tens is comment that there's only one person in A-main there for sure, because they just had no clue that the Astra was also ready, holding Lakia's back during the drone. And just like that, all of 10's good work in the 1v3 undone in a moment.
Hello. Kishan है, top rank gamer है, और कौन है इसमें?
From watching Gen G, they love using Meteor's ult to help them defend sites. It might seem weird using the Oro ult. That means there's another player that can't.
Hello.
Huge pick.
His adversary as well. The Nemesis on the other side of things. A clear win con is that Zekken can shut down Texture as a player. It's a fast reaction going to be called here with a neural theft. Gives him a lot of information. Hunter's Fury. Sassy's hoping that he can at least set this one up. Meteor. Now out wide here with a dimensional drift. He was hoping for a chance to really get that punish on Sassy, but it's all cancelled in time, and now the rest of his team flooding in. Munchkin spots it, just the shoulder, and finally the kill. Straight to the dome, a wider peak indeed, but this is going to be faced down. Entirely. Tens finally deals with him. The pesky intruder to a site that should have been theirs. And Lakia is out wide, firing that util. A pull already going to be used and utilised. The 3 players left standing now for Genji. Meteor already in position. A 1v2 for Zelsis. Where they are. Wall up, reposition spots. Karen, splash.
Oh no!
Blinded himself. Karen with the follow-up.
Genji bailing themselves out of a rough spot there. But I think one of the key problems is that when Sentinels got in position to try to hit the B site, I believe Second's waiting for another piece of utility there. He's just delaying, waiting to peek at the right time and sets up Munchkin for the triple kill. If they had been able to move a little faster, had that set up a little quicker, Munchkin probably ends up just going something like 1-for-1. Senna in a much better spot. Nevertheless, that was an eco round for them. We come in 8-10. Rifles again online, and Sen on an eco swing round with big ults for Genji.
So far
this map, I mean, it's just been a tenuous tightrope walk, hasn't it? Either side, just Thrifty's making a nice lead, potential chance. Overall, Genji just holding that edge.
They saw Lakia droning through double doors there, so they should have an idea that there aren't too many players halls unless it's being pushed. That's not where Sentinels are going. Looking instead to dominate mid and set up this line. Karen is sometimes going to peek that. But it doesn't look like this round.
Textures planted himself onto the half wall. He's locking directly down into the tunnel angle.
Can they cause a distraction in B main that pushes people into Zeken's crosshair?
It's all about the reactions, but Texture, of course, is favoured. On LAN, already in position. It's all on Zeken. Zelsis seeking to just sow that chaos and discord into the map, at least lay it down. Genji feel it really imperative to try and clear this one, but they're already just losing players. Sentinels toppling like flies. Tens, he has worked his way deep. Gate crash now into the back of the site, so Meteor's going to be rejoining his team, and they have reinforced that area with 20 seconds left. What is the call? Jumping. Away and on high, but still they're surrounded with this pit. How did they even get themselves into the site? It's 12 seconds. Time working against them again. Lakia to play through the most. Spoiler, there it is. Finally spraying them through. 5 seconds down. No chance of sticking. I don't believe there's any time. And even if there was, Lakia could have absolutely sealed it. Beautiful work from Genji.
बल्कि आउटसाइड था अल्ट भी जा सकते थे भाई उधर हाँ वहाँ कवर देना चाहिए था यहाँ पे ऑब्वियस सी बात है ऊपर से मार पैनिक हो गया ये प्यारा किल निकाला हुआ है टेक्सचर ने
all of these Genji players, they're so skilled they
ये
make
क्या
it
मारा
look
इसने
easy.
लाकिया ने
तो ये लाकिया भी बढ़िया है यार बंदे सारे बढ़िया हैं बस वो दिखा रहा है कैसे छोटे-छोटे दे देखियो
wiping them out.
Unto
This is a map where they're favoured. Sure, it's closer than it was last time.
Gameplay कितना कैंट है मैं वही सोचता हूँ यार 21-22 साल के लड़के होता
what Genji have done with this squad. This is not like Sen where it's big heavy hitters returning to the stage looking for redemption. Genji, this is a new roster. Sure, some people have been here before, but others brand new to a stage like this. And Genji are on a 9-match winning streak, beating out DRX, becoming the top European team, beating Paper X, becoming the top 17 team, and then beating every other team in Madrid playoffs to find themselves here with map V2 advantage in the grand finals. 2 rounds away from locking up map 1. To say the pressure doesn't phase them, I think would be an understatement. They look elated on stage.
Just having fun. They're happy to be here, absorbing it all up.
वाह ये कहाँ से आ गया
I mean, listen, the pressure probably would have
ये है
gone to
कौन
some
सा
of these
ब्रीज
players a
है
little
ना
time when they played
ब्रीज का ही मैप है कोई तो
at the time Korean team that was DRX. Even in just the kickoffs.
ब्रीज में
I mean,
ऐसा भी
Genji,
है
this is a squad that was put together
outside the breeze
and really a tremendous amount of doubters.
दूसरी साइड
But they have slowly but surely knocked down every single obstacle they faced and more.
लास्ट
Now the
राउंड है
pressure
भाई
is
लास्ट
on
राउंड
Sen's
भी
side. They've taken this
और ये हार
tactical
गए तो
timeout. It's
गेम
going to be
निकल
for this
जाएगा
round. This is them forcing up,
Ken's
trying
guardian
to
कर रहे
stop Genji from getting to 12.
वो तो ठीक है चल वो भी
Jumping
अपना
down,
उधर
Case
ही है
Texture was on the
टीम
angle.
Deep knife. Cage to cover their cross as well, looking to try and split themselves into B. Now there are
Nice,
players
nice.
with that flash.
Blind देखे,
all
blind
combined
देखे क्या?
and calculated.
blind
Munchkin
बढ़िया
lays it
था,
down
और
now.
dash
He's
बहुत smoke,
dropping down
Jet
in this
का
position. He's
dash
already
भी
found
तो अच्छे
Celsius.
time पे हुआ
Where's
था।
the follow-up?
मारना पड़ेगा
Throws
भाई
up
तेरे
there.
को भाई
भाई,
तासी
Someone to use the smoke to just prop it up and divide up the entirety
Spike
of
down
the
there,
side. And now
easy.
a tasty morsel has been claimed with the spike drop
नहीं
down.
bro
The
यार
advantage again, rolling its way to Gen G.
Pro हो गया, pro हो
Sentinels
गया,
that are
pro हो
forced to
गया।
react.
Unbelievable play from Munchkin. How he's got the awareness and the composure to do that.
भाई
Boggles the mind.
अरे भाई ऑफ लगाया वो।
ठीक है
वो भी
ठीक
लगा
है
वो।
This is
लगा
an
लगा
almost
जल्दी
impossible
लगा।
spot. The
एंगल
second
दिया।
John find
ये
themselves
निकाल
in.
सकता है उसको यार सोवा उड़ा सकता है
Diligence off the charts here.
चेक पिक करेगा उधर से
Runs.
कौन है? करीन कौन है?
Slight jiggles onto the
कर
angle.
चेक करो।
Never overextending.
इसको स्मोक के साथ
30
एकदम
seconds
फास्ट
is
घुसना
right.
चाहिए साइड पे पीछे मेन पे
Texture.
स्पाइक इन पे नहीं है ना
भाई मेन स्मोक
भाई
बनना
Opens
चाहिए
wide
Oh,
again. John
yeah.
QT, that was his
Nice.
only
Oh,
shot,
yeah.
चल
but
ठीक है एक किल
There
तो
goes the
मिला
op.
is there.
Texture-
Opt
जा,
out,
इसको ले,
still
इसको ले,
18
Viper
left, and
को
they
ले,
have to
Viper
deal
को ले।
with Munchkin.
Yes,
वाइपर प्लस कर
down.
दो एचपी वाइपर।
Grabbed and out, dash forwards, but Munchkin
बहुत
again.
गंदा,
They weren't
बहुत गंदा।
expecting it right
भाई
Yes.
यार
behind.
ये इन्होंने
The
किया
Argentine
देखो
Oasis.
इन्होंने एक्सपेक्ट
And
ही नहीं
credit
किया
where
वहाँ पे
credit
है
is due
वो
for this guy. Munchkin, one of the players
मेरे
with
को
the
लगा
most
देख लिया,
international
क्योंकि dash
experience.
करे
He's
थे
been to these
यार।
events before, but guess what?
भाई
On a
देख लो
completely
चाइनीज में खेल
different
रहा
team.
है।
And the deepest runs he's ever been, 9th to 10th.
And now finding himself pushing
देखो भाई,
up
Chinese
with
में
an
खेल रहा
ace to
बंदा।
get to map point in the first of the grand finals. And not just any old ace, not an eco ace, in an incredibly
भाई मैं तो
important
खुश हो
round,
जाता पूरा
under
मैं
so
ये
much
मारता।
pressure, pitting, running towards his
कुछ reaction
opponents,
ही नहीं दे
making a
रहे।
mockery of them. Sen have to force up again, but it's odds and ends. It's not looking strong.
चलो जी अल्ट तो आ गई है
Scraps
पाजी
land.
देखो जेट कैसे
Pure
खेल रहा है।
scraps.
टीम के साथ एंट्री ले रहा है देखो।
The dragon
कहाँ है
into that
जेट
territory
देख
to stand a
कहाँ
chance
टीम
in
के
this
साथ
round
एंट्री
against
कर
Gen
रहा
G.
है टीम मिड पे वो कर ला
I
मेन
think
पे
they
है
found the
सिर्फ
most
किल्स के
success
लिए
when they've tried to
जो जरूरी भी है देख
push
अभी
people into aggressive positions, but that's almost
कितना खेले
impossible
second
to
का?
feel good about lurking and then
Risky
taking
है
a 1v1
first
if your
round
player
तो।
19
has
खेले 19
पर
खेले।
भाई जो उसने
Bulldog
एक्स्ट्रा बढ़िया खेली
or
भाई
Stinger
इनकी यार
even.
एक्स्ट्रा ने
You
पहले
just don't
बहुत
feel
कुछ किया
favoured.
ऐसा अच्छा कैरेक्टर
Contacting as well
अच्छा
with his
एजेंट।
angles
करेक्टर
with
नहीं
texture,
बंदा
helping.
बहुत सही मार गया भाई विदाउट एबिलिटी
Apparent
इतना
it's
कुछ
known.
खास था भी नहीं
Puts that little
But
bit
एक
of fear, that
deep
little bit of
होता है।
doubt into the back of your minds. John QT, it's all about the
इसको
corners being
देखना
cleared. And guess
चाहिए।
what? Doesn't look like he wants to open himself up
साइफर
to it.
बकचोदी कर देता है तू
He's
हर
not thinking
बार
about it.
Not
इस
thinking
बार भी
about it at
करेगा
all. Lack here.
लग ही रहा था
देख लो देख लो देख लो
Staring
देख लो।
place over the top with the knives, dodging, dashing, and away. But one
बहुत
blade
गंदा
left.
होगा ये
The
सेकंड।
second needs that rejuvenation.
Nice, nice,
But
nice shot
instantly
था
again.
शॉट
Wow.
बढ़िया था
The trade is there.
ये सही था
Fundamentals.
भाई भले
of
round
the
डाल दे,
bloody
लेकिन
chart
shot
of Gen
अच्छा
G, and this is
चल
it.
ठीक
Short
है
of the
अभी
map.
10 भी
Push
बजा
into the
10
position.
निकालेगा, 10
Already
निकालेगा।
there. Clone reveal the position.
10
Flash
निकाल
through
ले,
into
10
the
easy।
Sassy's out.
मर गया
Wide
गया।
and alone.
लेफ्ट आ रहा है।
Scared for his life. Too much
Viper
to
के लिए।
deal with. Too much to
Nice.
deal with.
नाइस
Ooh,
नाइस
clutch
बट कुछ नहीं कर सकता था
In the
यार
charge here. in the grand finals of Madrid, taking map 1.
डिफ्यूज भी करना है भाई।
ये भी तो रहा है भाई
Looking
अगला
calm and collected doing it too.
डिफ्यूज कर लो भाई।
It could be a long series, but Gen G are going to try
चलो
and wrap
bind
it
में
up as
देखते हैं
quickly as
कैसे
possible.
करें।
They have the double
ज्यादा
map
करते
bans. They got to pick the first, and they've set the tempo. Certainly closer than last time, but as soon
भाई
as
देख
Gen
रहे
G
हो, सब
got to the
Chinese है।
defense side,
इनकी मिनकी
it looked like some of the same difficulties
इनकी
again.
आंखें छोटी होती है ना इसलिए
Questions
इनको
up in the air
क्लियर
as well.
दिखता है
Bind is up next. Gen G haven't played it at all
मेरी
so
भी
far
होने
at
वाली
this
हैं जिस हिसाब
tournament.
से
What are
मेरी
they going to
नींद
be
है
coming out with
तो
here
कम
in
नहीं
our
है।
grand finals?
अभी मैं 4 घंटे सोया पता तेरे को
कितने
4 घंटे
भाई?
मेरा कोई ऐसा प्लान नहीं था बट मैं कहा चल थका पड़ा हूँ थोड़ा सो जाता हूँ सारे चले गए खेलने वाले भी मैं वो बच्चे किलवा भी चला गया फिर
वॉज भाई भी खेलते क्या?
वो आ जाता है कभी कभी परेशान होते होता उसकी यार वॉइस चैट का ही नहीं समझ आ रहा क्या हो रखा भाई सही नहीं हो रही अरे कहाँ गई वे
समझ गया कैसे ठीक होगा। लूप बैक टेस्ट को ऑन करना
Hey
पड़ेगा
guys,
तब
it's
वो
Jimmy
वॉइस
Lin.
आता है।
In this series, I'm going to walk you
मेरे
through
साथ हो
attack
रहा
on
था
pro.
ग्लिच।
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle.
उसकी यार वो
You're going to be
वो
able to
ग्लिच
fight
क्या है
this.
कि भी पार्टी वॉइस नहीं है उसको नो वे कहाँ जा सकते हो पूरा बैग जाम हमारा ये रहा पे हट क्या कर रहे हो You want?
हेलो बाजी।
हाँ जी
आज खेलना नहीं है?
खेल लेते हैं, कथा देख ले यार। और
देखता हूँ भाई वैलो में क्या चल रहा है, कोई ऑनलाइन होता है तो देखते भाई।
तेरा क्या सीन है सोल, तू कब आएगा खेलने? टेक्स्ट ही कर ले।
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings। 3 मिनट में आएगा, 3 मिनट में।
ये लोग क्या करते होंगे 3 मिनट में?
डिस्कशन कर रहे होंगे, रेंज कर रहे होंगे।
इन लोग के पास तो कोच भी रहता है ना। साई भाई खेल रहे हैं 4-4।
वो क्या अकेला वॉच पार्टी क्या बस? तो सिंपल दूध देना यार।
सीक्रेट लैब वैलोरेंट।
मन तो कर रहा है यार खेलने का, पर देख भी लेते हैं, कभी कभी देख लेना चाहिए। सोना ही
मिक्स ऑफ आउट चेयर्स।
फ्रीज पे ना एंट्री के लिए यार छोटी जगह है, बट बंदा एंगल रोल्ड कहीं से भी कैसा भी कर सकता है। जो ने ऑपरेटर शॉट लिया ना बी साइड से मिड पे,
हाँ
तो प्लान तो है उनके पास, वॉल ऑन पे कुछ भी कर सकते थे। कई चीजें एक्सपेक्टेड होती हैं, कई नहीं होती। उसी पे गेम टिकी है देख सारे।
मंचकिंग वैलोरेंट मास्टर्स।
न्यू एजेंट ठीक है वे। क्लॉक
कब आ रहा है न्यू एजेंट?
सुन
क्या क्या कंट्रोलर है नाम सुना था।
तूने सुना नहीं? उसकी एबिलिटी नहीं पता चली तुझे?
नहीं कंट्रोलर है इतना मालूम है।
कंट्रोलर है, स्मोक करता है सेल्फ। अगर तो उसकी अल्ट है ना, सपोज तूने मेरे को एसेंट मैप है, मैंने
वो खुद को रेस कर सकता है, खुद
हाँ,
को रेस कर सकता है।
तो तूने मुझे, मैंने पीक ली, मैं अटैकिंग पे हूँ, डिफेंसिव में, तूने मुझे मार दिया, ठीक है, तो मैं अपनी ऑल्ट से अपने आप को रिवाइव कर सकता हूँ। जैसे डिस्टेंस वो नहीं करती रहना, तो मुझे 2-3 सेकंड मिलेंगे, मैं लोकेशन चेंज कर सकता हूँ, उठूंगा वहीं से, पर डिस्टेंस ओके, ऐसे मैं कहीं पे सेफ साइड जा सकता हूँ। बट छोटा ही एंगल रहेगा, छोटा एंगल ही होगा ना, वो 3 भी बचाएगी ना साथ में।
भाई ट्यूलिस्ट हुआ ना वो।
ट्यूलिस्ट नहीं कह सकते, स्मोक है और स्टन का भी है शायद उसका, उसकी शील्ड भी आती है आईसो जैसे टाइप।
भाई मस्त एजेंट है। किलवा आएगा चैट में, किलवा आ जा।
What a fantastic start it is for Genji. I'm now joined by their coach Solo and Geng to do some translations. Now, the last time we faced them on this map, it wasn't as competitive. They clearly made some adjustments coming into this. Did you guys also have to make some adjustments on Breeze as
Genji
well?
का कोड
감독님 지난번 센티넬스를 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 접전인 경기가 펼쳐졌는데요. 센티넬스도 많이 준비를 해왔고 또 전지에 맞춰서 좀 카운터를 많이 준비해온 것 같았는데 젠지가 하면서 좀 즉석으로 전략에 변화를 주던가 아니면 어떤 준비를 했는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 원래 하던 대로 하려고 했는데
ठीक है,
센티넬이 생각보다
सिंगल पे हमारी लॉबी में तो चल जाएगी।
준비를 잘해왔더라고요. 그래서 저희는
क्लोव नाम है क्या
식으로
उसका?
하면 어떻게 이겨야 될지 알고 있었기 때문에 그 후반전에는 좀 저희가 좀 더 수비적으로 해서 게임을 이긴 것 같다고 생각합니다. 네.
So Valorant ने आज ही डाला है
In the beginning, we
ये
tried
कह
to
रही है
play our
मुझे
own
भी डर
game, but
लगता है, तुझे
Sentinels have
लगता
done
है?
an incredible job
आंटी आप
coming in
बताओ, मुझे
heavily
अंधेरे से
prepped,
बहुत
and I
डर
feel like
लगता है। आप
today
डरते
they
हो
were
क्या?
playing more of a
एक बार तो
loud
मैं इतना
style,
ज्यादा
so
डर
we were
गई
trying
थी,
to
बस
figure
मैं
out
बता
how
ही
to
नहीं
counter
सकती।
that, and
आप
in the
बताओ
second
खुद
half we
आपको
tried to
कैसा
be
लगता है?
more defensive
मैं तो
and
मरते
less
बची।
progressive, I guess, proactive,
बस
and
हाजी
trying
भाई
to counter that loud type of style that Sentinels were pulling out.
हाजी
That was a
Valorant
great
का
game
ये
plan. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much. Good luck in a map
कौन सा?
क्लोव एजेंट का।
हाँ
Gen.G picking up right where they left off when they defeated Sentinels on Breeze last time. This time, though, the other Sentinels that had a bit more up their sleeve, but I think it goes without saying, Gen.G, they knew exactly what the game plan was getting ready for this one.
Yeah, I mean, like the coach was saying there, they absolutely did. Sentinels, I think, changed up a lot of their ideas coming into this, but Gen.G did a great job of adapting, slowing down from going for these forward aggressive plays on their defense, instead playing more of these set retakes with the Yoru Flash Dart combos, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and I think as well the key thing to know here is every time we watch Gen.G, the protocols, the fundamentals, they seem to improve time and time again. Essentials are the perfect sort of team to dismantle that sort of play style. And I mean, players like Karen, obviously Texture, Micho, the ones that we time and time again talk about, these ones really actually reinforcing that play style. Yeah, I mean, they're also, if we want to take a look at a specific round 17, I mean, this came off of a 1v3 from Zek and Mimi, and then Gen.G's like, hold my bear.
Yeah, I really thought that was just going to be the turning point for Sentinels to maybe take this back home, but this Thrifty round was really pivotal. When we talk about Gen.G, we tend to really focus on the fundamentals, how good they are at converting advantages, being clean in their trading, but they win a lot of scrappy rounds too, and this in particular is a great example of how good they are at kind of disrupting those timings, getting weird in those Thrifties, and oftentimes coming out on top.
Yeah, capitalizing, being creative and reactive to what's going on is also something that Gen.G have excelled at. Really, that comes down to Munchkin being the one to really take hold of the mid round and actually push the heat back onto IGL Jong QT. Kind of bigged up as that's where he excels. The mid round, the reaction to information gathered across the map. Yeah, of course. But let's go ahead though and take a real fast round with 10
मान लो आप डेडलॉक और मेरे पास ये एजेंट है मेरा दोनों का एजेंट है आपने एजेंट से मेरे को मार दिया लेकिन मैं वापस फेस कर लिया
did well this map, 10 and 4 in their opening kills. I think they were taking over a lot on the attack side in a way they weren't in the last Gen.G series. However, Gen.G's really good at sneaking in, converting those advantages, making the hero plays when they need, and that's what won this map.
All right, well, I do want to hear what Coach Kaplan actually has to say before we get into map 2. He's always got to drop some nuggets. Let's see what he has for us if you're ready to bind.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit more comfortable on Breeze this time around, but looking at the rest of the map pool, no Lotus, no Sunset. So what other areas do you feel like you guys feel comfortable on right now and could potentially give you a map pool advantage?
I mean, we feel really good about bind and split. We feel great about Ascent after yesterday too. I would say Icebox out of the maps left in this series is our least comfy, so I was relieved they put Ascent ahead Icebox for us. Yeah, that's where we're at with maps.
Thank you very much, Kaplan, and let's see if they can indeed bring it back on bind. I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit...
That's what we're wondering here, right? And I think, if anything, this is going to be the opportunity, Mimi, for Sentinels to really make the statement.
It absolutely will be. Gen.G haven't played this one since Pacific, whereas Sentinels came to Madrid. They debuted a new comp playing the Gecko and the Sky and implemented it really well, taking down a team Hurricanes.
Yeah, whether or not Gen.G have a trump card to obviously pull out. Last time we saw was very one-sided versus Paper X, whether or not they're feeling as if this is the comfort composition they want to pull out. But it's interesting, obviously, in the coach interviews to hear, you know, the allusion towards Sentinels prep. Actually, is this a question mark for them? Is this something maybe they're expecting to have to deal with very early on in this veto?
Yeah, he said yesterday, Coach Kaplan being him, that Sentinels was kind of playing for a 3-0, and that's where their plan was focused on in those first 3 maps of the pool, which they predicted. It sounds like what he said in that coach interview is that they're playing for the 3-1 here, that these next 3 maps are critical, and he's absolutely right. Sentinels have not played a ton of Icebox. When we've seen it, it hasn't looked great, and that has been one of Gen.G's strongest maps in this pool. So if Sentinels is going to lift a trophy today, I think these next 3 maps have to be where it happens.
Yeah, there's a method to this madness. You love to see it. There's a game of I mean, you know, there's the battle of the coaches and the picks and where we're going to end up in this game, and that is also part of this journey that we've been seeing both of these teams go on, where they're not just trying to, especially with the format, trying like counter pick against their opponent. They're trying to play their game, but in this format right now, you kind of have to manipulate it to your favor. Yeah, I mean, but it's a big question mark for me. You talk about expected results and expected scenarios. What's happened with Split, even across the map pool, there's questions.
वही ना भाई लॉन्ग रेंज में कर दो शॉर्ट रेंज में एडीएस का मारते हैं
मैं कह रहा था शॉर्ट में भी एडीएस कर ले पर बंदे को श्योर होना चाहिए ना मैं कहता हूं भाई तू हेड एम की बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता
incredible there. So honestly,
इसकी वॉल्यूम कम कर रहा हूँ मैं भी। हेड एम की प्रैक्टिस करना यार, कई बार हेड एम के चक्कर में मैं मर जाता हूँ और मैं ये सोचता हूँ अगर जो मैं बॉडी हिट कर रहा हूँ तो शायद मार देता, पर कोई बात नहीं, अभी तो यार सीखने का टाइम है हमारा। जितनी जल्दी जितने अच्छे से कोऑर्डिनेशन बैठेगा इतना। अभी यार कमिंग डेज में कर ले कोई टूर्नामेंट, 15 अप्रैल से पहले कोई देख टूर्नामेंट मिले तो 15 से 25 तक बिजी रहूंगा फिर मैं।
पहले हम लोग को फ्लैट लगाना होगा ना।
फ्लैट तो लग गया है यार,
देखो सबको फ्लैट लगाना होगा ना, पहले टीम तो डिसाइड करना होगा ना पहले
यार, टीम अवेलेबिलिटी ये सब चीजें देखते हैं। कई स्टार्टिंग में ना हमारे वाले बंदे ना आपके सही हैं, ठीक है, फिर जब हारने लगते हैं ना थोड़े सा अपने आप में ना एग्रेसिव से हो जाते हैं, ठीक है, आपस में टॉक्सिक हो जाते हैं।
टीम सपोर्ट नहीं देता कोई, टीम सपोर्ट नहीं देता, मैं साइड पूछता हूँ तो कोई आता ही नहीं है
यार। अब नहीं आएंगे तो मरेंगे, अब इतना कितना वेट करेंगे यार। वही मैं कह रहा हूँ,
मैं पूछ के वेट कर रहा हूँ, बंदा कोई आ ही नहीं।
तू गया, तूने कॉल दी, नहीं आया, चल कोई बात नहीं, नेक्स्ट टाइम भी तू कर रहा है, फिर तू भी क्लब जाता है, वो तो है यार, बंदा कितना ही कर लेगा, बंदा भी सोचता ही है वही कर रहा हूँ, हो नहीं रहा, दिस दैट ये वो, टिपिकल मैं भी अपना ही खेलता हूँ, मैं भी ऐसे खेलूंगा, वेट करूंगा, लास्ट में जाऊंगा। वो देखा मैंने, तेरा भी नेचर ऐसा हो जाता है। चल कोई ट्रेड भी ले ले यार, देख पहले हम साइड पे जा रहे हैं, पहली तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारी ही है, फ्रैग निकालने, कोई किल निकालने, ठीक है, कभी कभी मर जाते हैं, पर जो साथ वाले हैं वो ले सकते हैं ट्रेड। चल अब थोड़ा गेम पे
पीछे रहते हैं ना सब,
वही तो बनाना पड़ेगा। फाइनल खेलता
कितना स्मोक दिया इसमें? क्लोव में कितना स्मोक दिया?
ये नहीं पता ब्रो, पेंस के को खेल रहे हैं,
नहीं ना, वो टीम के हिसाब से खेल रहे हैं
यार। इन्होंने इसमें बैक स्टैब नहीं लिया भाई, इन्होंने साइड से
He's already used one of his flashes just to let him know that Fountain was clear at the beginning of the round.
उनके बाद दो,
Now like a Munchkin gaining information, peeking into John.
John should see this.
पाजी ऐसे हो गया ना, तो ये क्लोव अगर आ गया ना, अगर आ ही जाएगा, क्लोव किसी मैच में रहे, मैच में रहेगा, और उसमें अगर सेज भी है तो बंदा एक राउंड में 3 बार रिवाइव हो सकता है।
हाँ ऐसा कुछ है, सीनो देखा मैंने सेज के साथ।
एक बार तो बंदा खुद मरेगा, दूसरी बार सेज उठाएगा, एक राउंड में बंदा 3 बार मर सकता है, पहले खुद नेचुरल, फिर उसके बाद कौन अटैकर खेलोगे ना, जेन है ना, क्या ही तो कोड लगाया पाजी, इन लोगों ने कोड लगाया, अटैकिंग ही मिल रही है,
प्रोजेक्ट करना मरता, फ्लॉलेस था, कोई बात नहीं, पर ठीक है।
Fantastic pistol. Completely turning the tide.
भाई देख अपना तो सेम है, अभी हम चल आपस में खेल रहे हैं, ठीक है, प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं। अगर जो सपोज मैं तुमसे अच्छा खेली जा रहा हूँ, तुम लोग इम्प्रूव नहीं कर रहे कुछ भी है, मेरा गोल तो फिर उससे बड़ा, तो मैं तो फिर ये देखूंगा ब्रो कि अपना अगर जो मेरे को कोई हाई लेवल की ऑर्ग मिलती है या नॉर्मल भी, क्योंकि वो बंदे भी सही हैं खेलने वाले हैं, तो उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन कर लो, उनके साथ खेलो, क्योंकि आगे बढ़ते रहना है यार।
आज आपको ड्यूलिस्ट नहीं मिलेगा, आपको सेज या किसी से ऐसे ही जाना होगा।
नहीं सेज से भी नहीं यार, वो गेम प्ले भी तो देखें, बढ़िया जेकन, बढ़िया भाई, अच्छा खेलने वाला, 3 पीक थी। ये शेरिफ इसने लिया जो मेटियोर के पास है, अपने नील मैच सिंगुलरिटी।
They've actually pinged out where John Cutie was playing in the previous round, and everybody on Gen G looking to group up over towards Hookah. So perhaps, you know, because they found that positioning previously, they're going to look to try to punish it. Look, again.
आज आपको मालूम है इसमें 151 HP मिलता है क्लोव में।
Playing a different angle.
क्या?
Escapes without any
151 HP मिलता है क्लोव में।
150 वाला क्या मिलता है?
151 HP।
Looking for those openings, here's Meteor. Talk this guy up. Picked him up for good reason. His mechanical abilities off the chart, and he can just solo open.
भाई अच्छा, एक और ले जा, बड़ी बढ़िया, ठीक है चलेगा काम, बढ़िया।
अरे नाइस।
They have dropped the players. assaulting
3v1 or what? Gecko.
देखो आज ये लोग रश नहीं कर रहे, देखो रश नहीं कर रहे लोग।
उसको पता है,
इन लोगों को मालूम है रश करेगा तो दिक्कत हो जाएगा।
चल ठीक है।
भले एक बंदा है लेकिन रश करेंगे दिक्कत हो जाएगा।
Tens building up to what looks like a fairly speedy thrash.
मजे में हम लोग रश कर देते हैं ना।
I think this is the dangerous side actually for Sen. When I was watching them play this composition against Heretics, bearing in mind that we've only seen them play once, they've really adjusted their defensive setups, or at least did in that game. Whereas previously, when they played the Yoru, they were focusing heavily on showers and B-long. We saw much heavier focus towards hookah, sure.
Grand final तो है ये.
Return to that, right?
It seems to a little bit, but bear in mind we've only seen it once prior to this. So that could have just been their game plan against Heretics. This defensive setup, for example, much more reminiscent of what they've been doing earlier in this game, and more similar to what they've done classically.
I was talking about the guy just likes to go walkabouts. Solo plays towards showers, tries to play all the timings as well and noise the rest of his teammates.
And I would say that this is Munchkin's weakest map individually. That's one of the reasons that Sen will have picked this and felt confident about it too. Genji's map pool is just outrageously good.
कैसे एंगल्स पे होल्ड कर रहे हैं, पर देख अभी इसको हम अपने उससे रिलेट नहीं कर सकते। देख दे हैव लाइनअप, ठीक है, अपने उस प्लानिंग प्लॉटिंग के हिसाब से चल रहे हैं। गई कहां पे? अच्छा ठीक है,
a call being made fast. Look at that Stimmy 10s following it through all the way into Lamps, stunned up. There was that connection and they are just running and gunning.
ये लोग लाइनअप बनाते हैं क्या? लाइनअप से
बनाते हैं कि नहीं बनाते? वाइपर खेल रहा है। अरे यार इसको अपने बच्चे को भेजना चाहिए था पहले।
जॉन क्यों हाइपर खेल रहा है? ओ नाइस
नाइस यार, वो मरा ना अपने वाला।
और टेंस हारना नहीं चाहिए भाई, बुरा लगेगा
भाई। ये कौन निकला ग्रीन वाला इनके वहां से?
Has to plant here with 3
ये है वाइपर है।
Zekan has a nade. Is he going to be able to get into position to deny this?
Opens himself super wide, but he takes the risk. He actually just goes
for
the swing and lucky. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
अरे
to the chest.
नहीं bro.
अरे
Back in
यार।
the sight not accounted for. Gun round earned here and one out.
टेक्सचर बचा लेगा भाई,
Bonus to get away from them. Sen don't get that luxury.
टेक्सचर बहुत सही
But
चल
they've
रहा है
done
भाई।
an enormous amount of damage on us.
इसमें क्या है?
रेज बाइंड में तो
रेज ली है वो तो एक्स्ट्रा से उसने ऐसे
Guardian
कर दी
Bulldog
थी।
coming into the next one. And there was certainly danger.
क्राउच क्रूज
भाई बाइंड
भाई,
बाइंड में रेज
Decision
मत
to fight back sight. It was a
है
little
तो
disjointed from Genji,
नो डाउट।
but a nice call.
रेज मैं भी स्पेस ले लेता हूँ क्योंकि ये साइड पे कर रहे हो ना, कर दो आप कुछ, ठीक है। राइट में बूम बोर्ड कर दो, मेन साइड पे, लेफ्ट पे नेड कर दो, जी वॉल पे, इजीली एंट्री है।
आज एक बार उससे पूछो कौन है, रेना मेरे अलावा कौन खेल रहा था? रेना मेरे अलावा कौन और कौन खेल रहा था?
नील और एक
हाँ उससे पूछो, क्योंकि अभी ड्यूलिस्ट ही चाहिए, जो ऐसे बंदे चाहिए जो पांचों लोग ड्यूलिस्ट खेल सकते हैं। क्योंकि 10 को देखो
ट्रेड ले ले।
How's he done that?
I'm not too sure.
Jumping up and
hopping, that was a trailblazing kill.
सुनो 10 को देखो, 10 भी वो बंदा जेट में है लेकिन वो खेलता ही है टीम के हिसाब से। हम लोग को पांचों ड्यूलिस्ट चाहिए कि पांचों में से कोई एक भी ड्यूलिस्ट खेल ले।
Zelsis is still waiting over by showers, expecting them to use that teleport, because Sentinels have lost B-long control.
यार वो तो हमें ना अपना माइंडसेट ना वैसे करना पड़ेगा। रीजन पता है क्या है? क्योंकि ना आप कोई एजेंट ऐसे खेल रहे हो, आपका इस टाइम देख, जब आपका एम चल रहा है ना, आप कोई भी एजेंट उसके हिसाब से ना कर सकते हो, मोल्ड कर सकते हो, ठीक है, अपनी सिचुएशन को। पर एम नहीं चल रहा, ड्यूलिस्ट ले ले तो थोड़ा सा डिसएडवांटेज है वो।
इसने तो बोला पांचों ड्यूलिस्ट लेंगे,
ये मार सकता है,
पांचों ड्यूलिस्ट
ये मारेगा इसको, ये भी मरेगी।
A lot more left to do now here with only a few seconds left. Removes the seeker, was pesky.
अभी हारना नहीं चाहिए यार, बुरा लगेगा। 10 के लिए बुरा लगेगा।
यार रे
in the middle of nowhere.
No time.
पर नहीं होगा।
Knowledge there, Zelsis, yeah, he runs his way out.
104
Very well handled from Sentinels in this round, and Sassy stepping up. A lot of what Sassy has been doing on this team in this new version of Sentinels has been purely supportive.
इसमें से मान लीजिए अब हर बंदा हर मैच तो रिलीज नहीं खेलेगा, तो पांचों रिलीज तो वैसे बदल के खेल सकते हैं हम लोग।
देख के पास ना थोड़ा जैसे अच्छा एजेंट है, नो डाउट, बट देख एंट्री भी रोक लेता है वो, ठीक है ना, मेन पे स्लोर कर देता है, तो एक आधा ही बंदा वो उसमें आ सकता है रश करके उड़ के, ठीक है, टीपी करके वो देख के कैसे एजेंट है उनके पास एक जगह ब्लॉक कर देता है। तो थोड़ा सा वो गेम स्टाइल एजेंट के हिसाब से चेंज करना चाहिए और दूसरा बंदा उसमें कंफर्टेबल होना चाहिए।
Classic playbook of Geng, just contacting in, hoping that they can take a fight and trade it out if it goes
टीम तो
poorly.
डिसाइड करो पहले कौन खेलेगा। मैं और
भाई क्या बंदा है भाई,
insane awareness, shots fired and rattled, but there it is, Celsius returning.
बताओ बाजी।
Few of his own, a spam battle one out or at least evened out.
भाई वो तो हम साथ में खेलेंगे, बात करेंगे, कभी कोई अवेलेबल है कभी कोई नहीं है। मैं वही तो कहता हूँ, यहाँ पे हमारा कोई गोड लाइक जैसे सोल जैसे पिंक जैसे कोई ये सब जैसे वो है जो बूट कैंप थोड़ी ना कि बंदा रेडी होगा खेल लेगा।
बूट कैंप के लिए तो और भी चाहिए भाई।
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ ना, तो इसमें जो अवेलेबल होता है हमारे पास हम खेल लेते हैं।
Doesn't do anything there. Genji doubled up.
वही तो दिक्कत है।
Almost every position accounted for. Sentinels. Yeah, decisions be made for them.
अब यार हम 5-6 बच्चे हैं, अगर जो बंदे हैं खेलने वाले, क्या दिक्कत है? बढ़िया
Sassy as well.
अभी मेन 5 तो चाहिए रहेंगे ना।
How have Genji managed to pull that one away?
That's a confusing one.
मेन 5 तो ऐसे तो कोई नहीं आया वैसा, लेकिन मेन 5 तो चाहिए रहेंगे।
यार ऐसे तो ड्रैगन भी है, ड्रैगन का भी एम बढ़िया है यार, खेल भी लेता है, एजेंट सीज भी कर लेता है,
बात करके देखो।
Munchkin tucked underneath the window over towards B, and he made that aggressive move, and he got rewarded for it. And this is similar again. There's a distraction play over towards B, and Munchkin gets into position.
यार
this opener was lovely. But I think what actually ruins them, that's brutal. He just didn't hear the molly or realize. But this is the play that I think wins the round for them. Munchkin finds the time to be able to punish Tens and opens up the A site for his team to rotate. Sen have been aware of that before. Tens was looking to re-clear, but they just didn't go deep.
क्या रीड है भाई, क्या रीड है,
Munchkin hiding behind
क्या ही रीड है।
Flips the economy on its head. Actually, Genji are taking 2 Guardians into the round. 3 players that will die to a double tap.
Just trying to min-max as well.
करेंगे कुछ ना कुछ, कर दे, छन्नी कर दे।
Face now outright Munchkin. Great awareness.
Bye.
बच गया
Drop down a red field.
अरे एमो खत्म हो गया ना इसका बंदे का।
Yeah, of course he returned the fire, but guns being reclaimed out in the open. No chance left here. So
just because of ammo मर गया बंदा।
Certain now going to be that 3rd round. John happy to do a bit of that damage, but yeah, guess what, Meteor, he's not letting him get away with that.
Easy or what?
Punishing the gun pickup instantly there.
देख बंदा क्लोज लगातार
I thought Bind was Munchkin's weakest map.
साइब जो तो पहला देख साला ये थोड़ा बहुत यार।
Think about Genji. I'm thinking mainly about
कब तक खेलना तू?
Caron, Meteor being the 3
साइब भाई भी आ गए क्या?
When Munchkin
ये देख इसने लास्ट वाला स्प्रे तो हमारे जैसा कर दिया। Although he had enough bullets, वो मार सकता था उसको।
Because it adds that additional layer. Munchkin ended up top fragging on map 1.
But still, he missed.
He destroyed them last time these 2 teams played split.
He whipped so bad.
स्प्रे छोड़ना होगा, स्प्रे छोड़ना होगा।
बट नहीं, सब चलता है वे।
देखो ये लोग क्राउच करते हैं क्या? क्राउच करते हैं क्या ये लोग?
जो करते हैं भाई, शरेआम करते हैं और बढ़िया करते हैं। वो देख
करते हैं, क्राउच तो करते हैं।
क्राउच करते हैं ब्रो।
फाइट करते वक्त तो करते हैं।
ठीक है, ट्रेड आ गई।
Chaos now strewn really into the mix here with the orbital strike was committed. No kill from that one though, and Genji wounded. Be limping themselves away now back over towards that A site.
They know that Zelsis took the teleporter, so they know that there's a Brimstone around there with ult to be able to deny the plants. This isn't a round where Genji can just try to fight quickly. They actually smoked off the teleporter at the very beginning of the round as they took sand control, expecting a crunch from Sen. But instead it was that double up under Hookah that did the damage and put Genji in this spot.
There's mid-round by Munchkin. Call to just contact all the way in.
Ultimar. And
there it is. Sen flying out to the
nice
side.
Nice.
Out and collected. All sorts of kills and damage, but then wide faces.
Nice. Rush कर दे, rush कर दे. 2v1 है, rush कर दे.
Down to that 1v2 still with the pit up. Munchkin.
30 सेकंड है, rush कर दे भाई.
Is he going to be aware of this potentially.
भाई 30 सेकंड है वो प्लांट करेगी देखेगी.
He actually might be able to tap here.
Plant भी नहीं हुआ
but he's looking to try to take the fight instead.
अभी plant तक नहीं हुआ.
Watch for and it is.
What a round by Celsius.
Yeah, 5
वीशु के
merchants
साथ
in the
हूँ मैं.
flesh.
आज जरा इस पे आजा डिस्कॉर्ड पे आजा साथ आजा
Impeccable
खेल
play
लेते
there,
हैं
and I
कुछ देर
love
में.
what Gen G went for too. The
इसके
awareness
बाद
from
देख
this
लेते
team is
हैं. खेलनी है क्या
spectacular.
किशन गेम यार देख
Thinking about the fact that
एक आध
they
देख
could
लेते
get
एक आध
so
खेल
much at the
लेते
start of the round.
फॉर्म
Then they
चलेगा
go
तो खेल
mirrored
लेंगे
over towards A,
एक जीत का तो
tap,
खेल लेंगे
and look to flash
हाँ
backside to
ये
punish
देख
the
लेते हैं
players
3-3 हो
who are
गए.
going to be trying to get into the pit at that time. Love
मेरा
what they
गोल
did.
टू
नहीं,
30
पूरा
आ रहा
Celsius
है.
shuts it down from his
एक जीत का तो
position
खेलते
on
हैं.
top in heaven. Very competitive game that
आ
we
जाओ आ
have.
जाओ गेम में आ जाओ.
Texture has yet to really show his dominance
इसको
on the
बंद कर
entry,
दो.
coming straight down mid.
कर दो मन. गया वो
अबे
गेम में गया.
सैन ने
साइड
क्या
बाय
निकाला भाई.
साइड बाय गेम में गया छोड़.
Top in that one here. Nade will get sent flying. Players seeking to try and plug up
देखते
that
रहो,
gap as
देखते
well.
रहो, side by game में.
A swarm that
Boss
position.
भाई आगे.
Frost pit does relieve that pressure.
साइड बाय रुक जाओ तुम गेम में गए यार.
Dropped him down. Now the showstopper.
रीमेक करवा लो.
And around.
Nice.
Zekken eventually claiming the kill, just using the gun this time. Here it is into the sight. It's Meteor.
2v3
बॉस भाई ने लिया गेम में बताओ.
He's distracting. He's
चल
pulling
blinded पता चल
3
गया
players
तेरा.
over towards A. Munchkin, though, instead of rotating, decides to reinforce his player, who's in a deep position. But this crossfire looks
बॉस भाई का
impossible
माइक
to
ग्लिच
break.
कर रहा है.
Break it, you just can't, surely.
Well, they're worried about a B lurk, so this might break it
नहीं
themselves.
भाई क्या प्यारा किल
Swing,
निकाला भाई
translate the
इसने.
swings late. Meteor, he's gone for
बच
seconds.
गया यार.
Greedy boy. But spam down at the triple
मार
point.
गया
Now
DVD.
there's the call. Finally, a TP by Munchkin. Gives the
एडीएस भी
indicator
कर रहे हैं लोग. लॉन्ग में कर रहे हैं एडीएस.
worried.
हाँ एडीएस
Not the right read onto this one.
लॉन्ग में
They
करते हैं.
have, if they double swing at the same time,
क्या
they're going to be
एंगल
able to
निकाला
catch
भाई
Meteor. Do they
देखा.
predict it?
Discipline, the diligence.
Ui.
Meteor
नहीं,
can't land
नहीं.
his shot. Still 30
किसने
seconds left, and again,
नहीं,
it's a
उसने
wrap
दिया
around the
सर ने.
ring, around the
हो
roses,
गया.
straight through to TP. Munchkin though
किसने होगा
will be
भाई?
met or placed. It's going to be blocking
कौन
them off.
था
At least
इसके
we can
साथ?
block themselves
Meteor.
back into it,
जैसी
but
ने,
yes, you can
जैसी.
activate the orb.
But he
Meteor,
didn't throw
Meteor.
the snake bite either.
हेलो बॉस
खेल
भाई.
गया अपने वाला.
बॉस भाई का माइक नहीं खुल रहा.
Pay for the price of that one still alive.
लिख देना
Sen was
इसको.
so worried that Munchkin was fake tapping there that they didn't even get
Issue
into
के
that
साथ है
slate in
शायद.
time. So now Munchkin snakebite with the orb
साइड बाय तो गेम में गया.
completely locks them off.
हाँ वीशु के
They
साथ.
are worried. Where could Munchkin be right now?
गेम में नहीं आते. नो ऑडियो इन पार्टी.
इनके कई प्रोज के
Has a snake bite.
वो
Played as the first point. Here.
Okay,
Assassin
अब
sticking, holding with faith in his teammate right
होंदे,
behind him. You can
पंगा
feel
मत
it
ले, मत
all
ले.
the way through.
ठीक है भाई. ये तो उसको
Paranoia
ठीक कर
settling
दिया.
in for John, but still he lands the shot in the end.
धोखा दे दिया ना.
Great call by Sen and a right smile on Munchkin. Look
क्या
at that.
ही क्या
Fantastic
ही
positioning by Zekken, and he
Yeah.
hops over the top of it.
shot.
Playing jump rope up there.
वो कैसे कुछ हो रहा है.
And Kaplan's happy about that one.
ठीक है क्या?
Sen starting to pull
कितना
away.
रन?
Not doing enough damage to
सामने,
Genji's
सामने.
economy just yet. But they've got themselves in a great spot. Ults abound. Their defensive setups are working. And another fight potentially here. They've got the read. The Meteor just keeps placing
Yeah.
down in
इनके
similar
फेवर में लग रहा है. चार्ज अप हो गए हैं ये. पर खैर कोई नहीं.
अजी बॉस भाई आ रहे हैं, बॉस भाई.
वो कहाँ रहे? पार्टी में आ रहे हैं ना.
डिस्कॉर्ड डिस्कॉर्ड.
Take away the cam,
But
let Meteor
yeah.
set himself up into that spot. But John
अली का
QT,
पाजी बुला रहे.
his pit locks off.
एक और डिस्कॉर्ड
अल्ट
का लिंक
देख
डाल दे.
इसकी. अल्ट देख.
It's a mid-round timing. I mean, Zekken
ठीक
here.
है इसने आउटर
I
में
mean,
मारी
looked to be
है.
bailed out by the Thrash. Yeah, you can see
ये भी
this
तैयार
setup.
खड़ा लड़का. टेंस.
It's possible that if Genji have enough players here,
मिल जाएगा. सिस्टम सही मिल जाता है.
यार जाना टेंस जा भाई.
everyone is here. All four players.
ये
यही गलत
बोट
कर
भी
रहे
नहीं
हैं
कर
ना.
सकता. कुछ नहीं
इनके
कर
साथ
सकता.
रहना
Either going to be
जेकन
amazing
खड़ा
or
तो थोड़ा
terrible
गलत है.
for
बाकी
Sentinel.
देखो.
Being held up
Kill
by
wheel.
Here it is, sent flying, but it's no, it's a little bit late.
Hey!
It's the late second. This is
भाई
again,
सही है सही है.
right on time,
रैंडम पर
Kieran.
नहीं
Just
रे.
barely crawling away there. Death's door, but he will survive into
एक
this
ही
round.
kill
Guess
निकला
where
भाई.
Meteor is.
1-4-1.
Go walkabouts once
दोनों
more.
रेस
He made a noise.
So damn good at trying to play the map into this fashion, but yes, he did make a noise. And out of
ये भी
six
सही है.
बाजी का लिंक डाल दो बॉस
break
भाई.
it, drops down the cage. Direction,
किस
Genji
पे?
turning and facing.
ये
over towards
डिस्कॉर्ड
the
का लिंक है
B-side
YouTube
again.
चैट पे डाल दो.
है ना?
Be running and following them
डाल दो,
fast
ऊपर
on
गया
them,
ना.
hot onto the
चैट करो.
heels inside the smoke. Meteor dominates the angle and dominates the space for his own neural fifth down. Genji stand a chance and more. The decision to be made. They fight into the back of the site, and it is going beautifully for them.
Spike planted.
The pace from Genji is just far too much for Sentinels to deal with. This team
डाल दिया
reacts
बाजी.
so quickly. The calls are amazing. the decision there, realizing that the solo play from Meteor had taken enough space to get in, and instead of doing something simple, like throwing Karen's volley over towards that smoke and stopping the Sen flood retake, they get inside it themselves. And I was seeing this all the time when these two teams played on split. To me, one of the biggest issues, Sen could not keep up with the pace of decision making from Gen G. Like there, Tens throws the wingman because he's thinking, I'm going to stop somebody from getting inside this smoke, and I'm going to get into it first. And he doesn't realize they've already thought of it and got there quicker. And these tiny adjustments in timing make all the difference.
हाँ भाई आ गया.
भाई खेलते क्यों नहीं तुम?
क्या खेलते क्यों नहीं?
वैलोरेंट नहीं खेलते अब?
हाँ बंद कर दिया था, अब खेलना 2 दिन से चालू कर दिया मैंने वापस. थोड़ा सा एम शेम भी वापस आ रहा है, थोड़ा करियर में जाके देखिए. क्या करियर पहले जो एवरेज 6 किल 7 किल रहता था वो अभी इंप्रूव करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है.
सही है 15-13
नहीं लास्ट के 3-4 मैच मत देख चूतियों के रैंडम के साथ
अरे
एजेंट के लिए
नहीं, लेकिन ये कल के मैचेस जो हैं, कल के मैचेस मेरे ठीक हुए हैं, मतलब कि ये -17 के पहले के, या आज के मेरे 3 मैच हारा हूँ, 2 मैच जीता हूँ. एक पाजी के साथ जीता था, आई गेस.
Definitely feels like Gen G are aware of it.
पाजी के साथ था, नहीं पाजी के साथ हारा हूँ.
Sass is out wide here.
पाजी के साथ हारा हूँ मैं. वो वाला जिसमें मेरे कम किल हैं उसमें ही पाजी के साथ खेला हूँ मैं. I think so.
Gen G have come knocking.
इनको तो आगे
8 किल.
They want nothing to do with it.
8 किल वाले में नील में था.
Around they've called it to go back again.
अरे मुझे साइफर मिल गया था.
So Gen G might be thinking, right, they think we've
समझ में नहीं आ रहा, मैं
let's rehyt
स्मोकिंग ही ठीक कर पा रहा हूँ मैं.
हम लोग एक टूर्नामेंट खेलोगे ना?
टूर्नामेंट भाई, टूर्नामेंट के लिए पाजी बोलेंगे कि भाई तू चूतिया खेलता है. मैं फिर
अरे खेल मत भाई.
Faking like there could be more presence over towards it. Sentinels
ऐसे तो कोच क्यों नहीं खेलता भाई?
into hookah, but with Lakia not spotting anything. Now the call has been made again. Of a pivot here.
ये सब तो कोच भी तो खेलना चाहिए.
Cementing this idea that there's going to be that open sight for them. They're not worried at all, are they?
Need आया. ठीक था.
Gets out alive. Heal online too, so he will be top
और
all the way
कौन है
back
अपनी
up.
टीम में?
Heal ले गया वे.
And this is where the Judge and Stinger don't look so good anymore. The post plant position is immaculate.
पाजी नाइट्रो खरीदो.
Munchkin playing a deep angle into showers. Even
Nitro
Lucky with a late rotate out, doubled up with
स्किन
him.
खरीद लो भाई.
Too much to deal with here for Sentinel, surely.
नाइट्रो 150 रुपए का होता है, स्किन 1000 रुपए के ऊपर का होता है.
नाइट्रो है क्या?
Gearing up for it now.
डिस्कॉर्ड नाइट्रो.
डिस्कॉर्ड का नाइट्रो होता है पाजी. जैसे अभी ना आप स्ट्रीम कर पा रहे हो 30 FPS, 720
Could have been there for Sentinels in second.
720p
The only thing he's focused on is mind is trying to get
नाइट्रो
out
आ
of that
जाएगा
gun,
तो
but even
आप
that is denied.
300 रुपए.
5 to 5.
भाई अच्छा कर गए भाई ये.
नहीं डिस्कॉर्ड का
Nice and even
डिस्काउंट
here.
आता रहता है भाई.
I'm loving this attack side calling from Gen G.
उसका
I think they're playing the macro
150 हो
game
जाता है,
really,
कभी
really
100 रुपए हो
nicely.
जाता है.
It's been one of
तुम्हें
the
फ्री
things
में
I'm
चाहिए?
most
मैं
impressed
तुम्हें
with this
20 रुपए में दे रहा हूँ. क्रेडिट कार्ड का
And
पैसा
one of the
लगता है.
reasons is I had
तुमने
no
लिया ना
idea
इससे
Munchkin
पहले
was
वगैरह?
capable of this.
नहीं भाई
We've
मुझे
seen
तो
him at
फ्री में
global
मिला हुआ था.
events
एक टाइम
before.
चला था ना ऑफर कि फ्री में
Bear
2
in
महीने
mind,
मिल रहे थे या 3
nobody on
महीने.
Gen G
मैंने
रोज
रिडीम
रहा है.
कर लिया
has
लेकिन
previously
एक्टिवेट
been in a
नहीं किया.
position
रोज
to do this
रहा
kind
है.
of thing. They are not
मैंने
the
सोचा
creme de
बाद
la
में
creme of
एक्टिवेट
Korean
करूंगा जब
talent, at
गेम
least
खेलूंगा
not
3
until
महीने के
this
लिए.
year.
लेकिन
They've
उसका
always
था
played second
वैलिडिटी
fiddle.
टाइम पीरियड था
Munchkin
कि
and
भाई
Meteor
3
were playing
महीने
in
करना है
Japan.
तो
They
इतने
didn't even
टाइम से
have the
पहले
option
करो.
to, get those opportunities on top
बहुत
Korean
भाई,
teams.
बहुत
Lucky
contention.
languishing on the bench. Texture off
Premier
the list.
team बना
Karen
रहे
not
हैं.
even a pro player, for God's sake. And every time Munchkin had turned
भाई
up,
zone
the
select कर लो
language
एक बार.
issue
हम लोग
and
खेलते
the
हैं
attacks like
मार्च
Colin didn't look very good.
28 मार्च
This
कब है?
team has come together with HSK
कितना game
in the
है?
roster,
22
setting the groundwork.
28 मार्च को मैं शिफ्टिंग करने जा रहा हूँ भाई. घर शिफ्ट
every
कर रहा हूँ मैं.
expectation,
नए
even
घर
the
में जाना है
coaches.
मुझे.
अबे यार.
And then the respect.
मैं 26 को जा रहा हूँ दिल्ली.
Come knocking.
दिल्ली में मूवर्स एंड पैकर्स को
Multiple
करना है भाई
opponents.
हायर.
I've always knocked
फिर
them out.
शिफ्टिंग चालू.
Number 1 seed of Pacific
कब
for a
आओगे
reason.
1 तारीख.
And it's not so much in my
तारीख या 2
opinion that they're
तारीख को
standing
खेलना
on the
चालू
shoulders
है
of
वापस.
giants
जिम
and
भी
building
जाना
on what
चालू है,
Pacific have done
खेलना भी
before.
चालू है, पढ़ाई
They
भी
look to
चालू
be
है.
straight
4
up
अप्रैल को
leapfrogging
गेम है
them.
उसके बाद.
How many times have we seen DRX and PaperX try to break through that glass ceiling? And yet Gen G, what ceiling? Wait, you guys couldn't win before? Why not? It's actually kind
भाई
of
अगर इसमें
easy.
अगर ये हार गया ना
It's unbelievable.
सेंटिनल्स तो गेम हार
Double
जाएगा.
outlaw here for Gen G on
ये
the
live
other
चल
side,
रहा है
predicting the
मैच
fact that
नहीं, ऐसा
Sen
नहीं है
could be
bro.
on an eco.
थोड़े डीमोटिवेट जरूर होंगे पर कंटिन्यूअसली टीम भी जीत सकती है सैन।
Deep smoke dropped down here for Sentinels just to try
and ये कौन सी स्किन है? स्टिंगर थी कि कौन सा था?
Towards that A
स्टिंगर है उनके पास।
समझ गया बुलडॉग की
question entirely here
हाफ
because
बाई की है।
again walking slowly up towards it. Reactions
से ज़्यादा
on point for texture. Just
बच गया सासी
barely survived.
खत्म ही लगा ले।
Very lucky for Sassy there. Does Meteor have a read that Zeken's in this corner? Zeken trying not to make a footstep while staying agile. No damage on Zelsis.
बहुत लोग चला
ये आवाज गई क्या साइफर की Meteor की?
Being made all over the place here for Gen G. Just, I mean, how difficult it must be for Sentinels. You see the dog go up B long.
इसको 150 का डैमेज है ना, 140 का है ना, इसकी वजह से दिक्कत होता है।
Sassy's nothing.
That's ridiculous.
Sassy's nothing.
Anti-info and Sassy's leaving. How has that happened?
That is ridiculous. I have to see a replay of that one later, and it's already just being sold even further. Nades, snake bite, full combination. Terrible concoction.
पाजी अगर इनका पैकेट लॉस गेम में बीच में हुआ तो
Sole defender just to hold down his little portion of territory. Meteor so aware of it he is. Hunts him down, sniffs him out.
Brutal situation for Sen to be in. This site's so difficult to retake Lakia. Oh, body block there for
body
a moment.
Surely no chances though with the gun advantage for Gen G. They are just cross-fired up out the wazoo, making sure they can beam down anybody who tries to step past that mark.
आप टेंस को बोल रहे हो?
Zeken will take the death to be able to, oh the kill, sure, to be able to get his ult online for the next round. But it's just all focus on round 12 here.
वो जेट नहीं खेल रहा, वो जेट
यार नाइफ कर सकता था ये बंदा इसको।
Dude, I thought he was going to go for it. I
साथी
really
वो
did.
कह रहा है उसको नाइफ कर दे साले मैं तेरे को जब कह रहा हूँ।
Any danger in the round for Gen G.
मोटा बोला उसको नाइफ कर दे साले जब मैं कह रहा हूँ तेरे को।
By that bird pulling lines over towards B long.
देख सीन क्या बना इसके
Go.
Flashes around. I mean, it just goes into garden, but everybody's playing an anti-flash position. I'm not sure on purpose.
इधर कर तो है भाई तरीके से बट देखना चाहिए दो ही जगह साइड की यार।
बाजी आप जितने मतलब मैचेस देख लो
disappeared without a whimper.
5 में से 3 बंदे लर्क करते हैं।
Sentinels quickly did the same.
वो सारे करते हैं भाई जब तक वो किल नहीं निकलता या फिर बहुत शॉट टाइम रहता है तो ये करते हैं।
अब आप अकेले लक करने जाते हो ना तो
मैं मार के आता हूँ भाई मैं 60%
मार के आते हो या मार के आते हो ये तो ठीक है लेकिन वही है कि कोई समझता नहीं है ना।
अरे 60% मार के आता हूँ भाई किल लेके आता हूँ।
All it takes is one misstep though.
मेरे को मेरी रेशोस पता है यार मैं सब बंदों मेरे को अपनी एडवांटेज डिसएडवांटेज पता है अगर जो मैं जैसे कर रहा हूँ तो मैं उसको भी काउंट करता हूँ।
For it indeed, and there it is. The first punish online. Raiders across the field. It's Caron just plucking tens out of the picture.
That reaction trying to set up the showers crunch where Zeken could re-ult back onto Meteor. Didn't realize Meteor had already left. They'd read the play and punished the reaction.
Hiding inside the smoke, doubled up now. They want to flood back into this.
ये view देखने में
ठीक है दो किल निकल के बढ़िया
टॉप व्यू लाइन
ठीक है
So damn fancy. Might have brought them a window of opportunity, a chance, very narrowly. Nades, good bounce, but not enough to stop this one, and Zeken still has the rocket showstopper available. Pit now going to be dropped down here with the rocket to clear through and out over the top. It's lifeless.
सही है एक नंबर भाई एक
ओ नाइस
अल्टीमेट वाह जी जी और इजी
Zeken takes over at the 11th hour
to
tie this one up at the half. But if this is where Sen thought they had the biggest advantage over Gen G, this first half has taught them that they are not going quietly.
आज मुझे चलाने को मिली वो नई वाली जो बंडल आई हुई है ना जिसमें पीछे से हाथ निकलता है और आदमी को अंदर खींच के ले जाता है बहुत बढ़िया है बहुत बढ़िया
series of unknowns really as we head into that second half despite it being Sentinel's map pick absolutely insane stuff but on the floor standing by we have a special guest very special interview
ट्रॉफी अरे नए एजेंट पे बनाया ना बटरफ्लाई लगा दिया।
I'm here joined by VALORANT studio head Ana Donlan and obviously our global head of esports Dia Ferrer at Madrid. Uno de los motivos y de las razones por los que estamos hoy aquí es gracias a ellos, así que os voy a pedir un fuerte aplauso para darles la bienvenida y las gracias obviamente por este pedazo.
मैंने अनफॉलो कर रखा था, अनइंस्टॉल कर रखा था।
you for the.
फिर भी क्या फायदा रीइंस्टॉल करके भी आवाज नहीं आई
just
उधर.
introduced a new agent to the pool. What can you tell me about them?
So Clove is something we've been working on for a really long time.
मेरे
I'm
account
so
के
proud of
source
the
code
team
में
that got right. They really pushed themselves on this agent, both from a design perspective, creatively. I think they are so vibrant and beautiful, and it's going to do so many great things for the game. So I can't wait for everyone to get to play them next week. I thought the show match today was amazing. It was so good. Congrats to Mixwell and Team España. That was amazing. And yeah.
Next week are
Okay, we love that. Thank you very much. Now, obviamente creo que lo habéis entendido, ¿no? Que tiene muchas gracias de que tengamos a Clove entre los agentes, que el showmatch ha estado genial y que solo en una semana ya podéis estar probándolo y creo que va a estar muy guay. Now, Leo, of course you're on the competitive side. What do you think about this gorgeous event here in Madrid?
गेम क्यों छोड़ दिया था? पाजी ने बोला कि आपका वॉइस चेक चल रहा था.
वो भी है, but I have a life.
भाई तुम्हें क्या रोस्ट कर रहे थे भाई? मैं ही रोस्ट कर रहा था.
Thank you so much for embracing VCT. We love you.
Game sense was like
this is just the first event of the season. There's a lot of VCT to come in 2024. We're gonna jump straight into stage 1 and so thank you all again.
भाई मैं Call of Duty वाला बंदा हूँ भाई. ADS के बिना उसका काम नहीं चलता.
Esto para los que no habéis hecho el World
Call of
Pero
Duty
la verdad que lo
Valorant
estáis
अलग
haciendo genial.
पता है
Obviamente
मुझे,
todavía
लेकिन
nos queda
आदत
todo el
नहीं जा
stage
रही
y
है,
todo
क्या
lo que
करूँ?
queda por llegar en
ट्रिगर मत कर भाई.
2024.
तू Discord में ट्रिगर मत कर
Cuanto más
मुझे.
ruido hagáis,
अरे God
más
Duty को जानते
conscientes
हैं
serán de lo que necesitamos estos eventos
ना?
en
उनको वो भी
España.
वीडियो
Pero
है, उनको
obviamente
दिखते
esto
हैं,
no ha
स्क्रीन मिलता है
terminado,
पूरा.
así que seguimos con el partido.
क्या बोलता है?
मिलता है बहुत.
Do love a bit of crowd
मिलता
roar.
मतलब शेक होता है बहुत. स्क्रीन का बीजीएमआई
People riled up here for the second half of Bind. Full importance.
वही बता रहा हूँ मैं. गेम का आदत नहीं
Onto this pistol round.
सेंसी क्या है?
And I know that Sentinels have changed up a lot since the last time they played
8 पे पहले खेलता था मैं. 0.66 अभी खेल रहा हूँ.
When we saw them play, it was a lot of short exits with late showers backstabs. Have they got more in their arsenal?
पाजी का भी सेंसी नहीं ठीक.
Are they prepped against what Gen G are going to bring out here? This is a must-win map for them.
Lakia feeling the heat now and the pressure from that one. Bundle of utility going to be used. Trailblazer holding his ground just for a moment, baits it out the shots, but does get the info that he was after.
Clove देखा?
Tens taking the ult up there when I think he was able to pick up.
वो जो Instagram पे पोस्ट आया बस वही देखा.
Be happy with both.
Yeah.
फर्स्ट एजेंट है. खुद को रेस्ट कर सकता है वो.
Gen G are so happy to follow their
अरे Phoenix जैसा है और क्या?
This is such a key thing.
Phoenix का मिक्सचर है, सेज का है, आइसो है, रेना है.
You've got to run fakes against
आइसो नहीं है, रेना है.
Trailblazer came down short, so broken. That starts to pull texture away.
मास्टर करूँगा उसे.
But only for a moment. He realizes there's nothing following it, and they trust their gut and stay
अरे सब लोग सब आते हैं ना. डेडलॉक भी जब आया था
so difficult to sell a fake against these guys.
जब डेडलॉक आया था ना तभी भी सब लोग यही कहते हैं. मैं मास्टर करूँगा. हार्बर आया था तभी भी.
डेडलॉक तो देखा है मैं. डेडलॉक जब खेलता हूँ आइसबॉक्स पे तो तूने देखा है मैं पूरा साइड से करके.
डेडलॉक तुम सच नहीं
deep tucked inside that smoke, and he could again.
डेडलॉक तो स्प्लिट में देख ले, आइसबॉक्स में देख ले.
Body of wingman, orbs picked and placed back up. Plant down here for Sentinels.
बंदे आ रहे थे साथ में.
Into the post from ETA, he was spotted out. Wide into the smoke, Nade flushing him into the back. He is down and low, but hopefully a heal online, potentially there still.
Gold one
down onto this ground here for Sentinels in through laps of Gen G. They are methodical in the nature, the way that they approach a lot of these retake situations. All comes down to the minutiae, these tiny little details.
बोल सकता हूँ कि हाँ मेरा सिल्वर 2 से सिल्वर 3 और गोल्ड 1 पहुँचाना हार्ड कैरी हुआ.
मैं तो डायमंड लगाऊंगा आज. इसमें ये डायमंड लगाऊंगा आज मैं. आज नहीं करेंगे ट्रेन.
You're joking. You're kidding me.
क्या राउंड निकाल गया भाई.
From the first Masters event, coming out here in the most recent Lakia, so clutch. These shots are unbelievable towards the end.
बताओ.
Defending from every different avenue.
भाई कुछ भी यार 4 के निकाल गए लाका.
Lakia himself said in a recent interview with Pedro Romero that his biggest mistake in his career was joining DRX, then known as Vision Strikers, after having that success in his first Masters event.
That is gold.
Yeah, imagine that.
Gold.
And now He's overtaken that team that he ended up joining and having more success here in a grand finals.
Potential off the charge, but Sentinels is a
कोई
great charge.
Sentinels में था क्या पहले?
Rounds into it. Genji obviously
अरे एक वो भी है ना क्या है करी को जानते हो करी?
हाँ करी को जानता हूँ।
वो भी सेंटेंस ज्वाइन किया ना?
हाँ।
It's a weird one.
खेल नहीं रहा हूँ।
Actually, if Karen ends up going down, although I don't see how he possibly could.
यार इसके मुंह पे शॉटगन लगने वाली है।
भाई ये लोग सब टीम के लिए खेलते हैं लेकिन।
There is simply no
nice.
Just understands the timings inherently.
भाई जज बहुत बढ़िया गन है।
All left on Zekken.
Corbian made from his teammate. Second.
वो
Puts himself a plant at least here. Really.
चल प्लांट का पैसा तो आ गया।
Opportunities for him to win it out. It'll have to be a bundle of mishaps and mistakes here from Genji to really win this one.
और हिस्ट्री बन जाएगी जेकर ने अगर जब पिस्टल से क्लच कर दिया कैसे भी करके।
These are just the consequences of Genji winning a beautiful pistol round here.
Possible fighting
themselves up to 8.
1v4 करता हूँ।
Lucky is going to take the defuse. He's now only 2 away from getting
सामने वाली टीम में एक वैंडल, एक गार्डियन, एक जज।
होल्ड देख कितना प्यारा था, चाहे अंदर घुस जाओ।
Normally that's going to be Munchkin's job.
इनको दिक्कत हो जाती है अगर जो इनकी टीम में
When I was watching Genji playing Pacific on defense, they love
फिंगर कौन चला रहा है ये? अच्छा,
not in a coordinated early round manner. But just looking for those mid-round timings, trying to abuse the fact that on bind, teams don't tend to be as spread across the map, watching everything all the time. Of course, Sen's comp doesn't have the cypher to be able to rely on. Those trips are not going to be there in market, so
पता
he
है,
finds the mid-round push
ने एक
timings,
बात
they're good
बताई
for it,
है
and it is
अपने
Munchkin looking to
इसमें
cover
ऑनलाइन
hookah,
स्ट्रीम में
while Karen picks up short.
कि Valorant वाले उसको अलग से कुछ पैसे भी कभी-कभी unofficially इसने बोला है कि मतलब देते हैं एक पर्टिकुलर एजेंट खेलने का।
I think this side is where we've seen weaknesses from Munchkin before. He also loves to take fights so much.
Valorant वाले रिक्वेस्ट देते हैं कि आप इस मैच में ये खेलो, इनिशिएटर खेलो, तो वो इनिशिएटर के लिए एक्स्ट्रा पैसे वैसे कुछ सीन है, कुछ तो सीन है ऐसा। मैंने
पैसे के लिए बंदा एजेंट खेलता है।
अरे अब Valorant अपने एजेंट्स को दिखाना चाहते हैं। गेम प्ले दिखाना चाहते हैं भाई एवरीथिंग इज बिजनेस
अभी अनयूज्ड ये कितना होगा अनयूज्ड एजेंट कोई नहीं खेलता एक्स्ट्रा रेयरली खेलते हैं और फेड होगा फेड योरू भी
था बहुत ज्यादा बाइंड में तूने मेरे फेड के लाइनअप्स देखे
एक बार क्लियर देखा था
Never losing his ground here, always holding on to this space, and now Meteor doubled up crosshair setup. This could be nasty, this could be brutal. Obliterated!
वैसा टफ नहीं कि भाई समझ में नहीं आता टफ इन द सेंस कि टीम के साथ कोलैबोरेट करना
It's these defensive rotations again, friend. Genji are so far ahead of it. Sen think that they've got the timing to be able to go through the teleport like that.
पता है फेड का जो तू बोल रहा है ना कि अंडररेटेड है ये तू सही बोल रहा है क्यों बताऊं वो अंधा बहरा कर देता है सामने वाले को हाँ लेकिन फिर होता है कि भाई घुस के मारो अंधा बहरा करके वो रेना वाला काम करता है कि ब्लाइंड करो मारो पीछे भागो
They have such
a
this need to push texture away from his position.
तो फेड खेलना चाहिए
of the box satchel
किसको
second setup now with this Bucky
फेड भाई हर मैप पे नहीं चलता
what a snap to the side
छोटा मैप पे चल जाएगा बड़ा मैप पे चल जाएगा
बाइंड पे चल रहा है लेकिन बाइंड पे मेरा ब्रिमस्टोन ज्यादा बेटर चल रहा है बढ़िया मॉली किल्स आ रहे हैं
लाइनअप
के बिना अच्छा खेल रहा है तू कल का मैच देख मेरे हिस्ट्री में जा करियर में जा और कल का मैच एक देख मैंने 26 किल लिया है टीम में
26 किल
लिया हूं मैं ब्रिमस्टोन से इसी मैप पे आई गेस
inside lamps. It's a really
unusual position.
मैच एमवीपी हूं मैं, टीम एमवीपी।
अरे भाई आए
ब्रॉन्ज लॉबी not after losing।
हाँ लेकिन तू ये देखना कि भाई बुंड फाड़ दी थी, सामने वाले गाली दे रहे थे ब्रिम तेरी माँ की। मैं कहा अरे एक ने तो पूछ दिया कि भाई ब्रिम तू प्लैट का है क्या? मैं कहा अरे मैं नहीं हो सकता।
John gets that information. And a shot to the head, thrifty here, MasterCard, well earned.
What a timing for it too. Definitely felt like Genji was running away with this game. And this is a must win map.
ये चेंबर प्लेट का था,
This is where they felt the most favoured. This was their pick of all of the maps they could have gone to.
ये मैं जेट में फिटनेस में था,
And as the desk was mentioning
पूछा तो बोलता मैं रियल
earlier,
रैंक ये
opening
फ्लैट 2
don't
है
even
मेरे
need to
लिए
get to Icebox.
गोल्ड से।
Incredible shots being hit there, and Sassy on fire here at one.
छेद कर देगा कॉपी में ये।
टेंस का हाथ कांप रहा है भाई।
Expect to see those a little more, I think, from the Gen G players. But here it is. Texture with an operator looking down B long.
इन लोगों को स्पिन क्यों है?
He's got himself onto a really nice forward angle. Spotting out this operator is going to be
पेन क्यों इन लोगों के पास?
key and essential here.
लिखते हैं भाई
कीनोट्स लिखने के लिए।
ये बढ़िया था।
Jump spot from second was really out wide.
कीनोट्स लिखते हैं ना कि मतलब लाइक इस बंदे का ये ट्रेट है कि सामने वाली टीम में जो गेको खेल रहा है या जो खेल रहा है उसका ये ट्रेट है, ये करेगा ही करेगा।
The cam set up, Munchkin willing to hold it down.
का गेम स्टाइल
Yeah, they've actually not really heard much on either side. Caron goes for the gamble towards B.
Alt है
Interested, Munchkin
नहीं अभी
didn't quite find the timing to take a duel, but he's now tucked in a position, going to get cleared by that flash.
बहुत बढ़िया मार दे इसको।
You get to take the fight there with a boom bot just right behind him. He knows the rough position.
हम तीन है ना, तो साइड बाय कौन
Caron's
लेते
back
चलते
immediately over towards A. So there's still 3 players defending this.
साइड तो बैठा हुआ है।
Roughly left here. Mosh pit.
No pass.
As well. Trying to take the space. It's only 10s and he's left alone to his own devices. For the rest of his team here with only 25 seconds. That's a spike drop down on top of it. Needs to be heroic. There needs to be masterful play at that. Munchkin almost going down to the stray central, but it matters not.
पहले बोर्ड लगाओ, उस पे
Overwhelming
बोर्ड
aggression from Gen G. Full lockdown in approach and play. Seconds dwindling down to nothing. It's Gen G up to 10.
अगले महीने से चालू कर रहा हूँ भयंकर
The
गेमिंग।
crossfire way too much for Sen to
कर
deal
मतलब
with.
डेली का 4
Gen G
घंटा।
fighting close.
4 घंटा।
Not trying to
ये
hold
भाई
back
कॉलेज
themselves,
होता है, वेला नहीं
rely on
हूँ
the fact that you know they'll
भयंकर तो मत बोलिए कम से कम 4 घंटा।
अरे मेरे लिए भयंकर तो वही होगा ना, मैं जो आधा घंटा डेली खेल रहा हूँ आजकल में, मेरे लिए तो भयंकर ही होगा ना 4 घंटा।
They're looking to try to fight them in short. They mollied off showers as well, so Zekken couldn't help. They picked that apart and fought aggressively. There's a really interesting quote from HSK actually during another interview where he said that Gen G tries to make the plays that other teams would hesitate to make. That's a very conscious thing that they've come into this year trying to do.
ये हार गए
To be the team that picks that
फाइनल है,
time
फाइनल हो गया।
They're working so
ये भी क्वालिफायर चल रहा है क्या चल रहा है?
फाइनल चल रहा है।
ग्रैंड फाइनल है।
It's less than 10 seconds into the round, and they're planning to find stack B.
Second showstopper. Lucia was vulnerable up close to the
है।
clear. Lakia!
जेकन
नहीं होगा पाजी, नहीं होगा।
नहीं जेकन ने मार दिया है।
They found an advantage
मारा
by somehow converting it now into a round win.
वाइपर बहुत लो है, वाइपर को हील देना चाहिए स्काई से।
Stacking the site, but they're not fast enough to pull the trigger and go for the rotate through the teleport, which would have been a play to open up the A site for a free plan. They found themselves that player advantage, and now Gen G with the players stacking.
तो भाई
ये देखिए गलत होने वाला है अभी।
Are they going to be ready with the rightful play? It needs to be online. It is Sentinels.
ठीक है।
Clean sweep there,
ठीक है
out towards
बढ़िया।
it, forcing Gen G out in the open. That slight pause keeps
ये
them alive
दोनों
for now.
चुके थे
And it was
जो
really
आगे
necessary,
पुश किए।
Josh. I mean, you end up losing that one. Gen G up to 11. The economy just been dwindling. Sentinels getting rocked left, right.
ये देखिए कैसे
center.
हमारी
But what is
इसने यही
this?
वेल्ड कर
The
दिया।
timing on that dizzy. It just blinds Lucky.
एक HP।
साइड पे मारा।
He was 1 HP, I think, after he went through
एक
the
HP।
Viper wall as
पिस्टल से
well.
मार
Yeah, so
गए थे।
but still, caught down extraordinarily low.
शेरिफ से कितना निकलता है मेरा
Crowd here behind Sentinels,
willing them forwards. Not
but
easy
see,
rounds,
they
the
play
Sentinels are
totally
winning.
different.
They're not at all.
According
Again,
to us.
Genji had 5 players B. That's fast though. Second.
Okay.
As compared to
Fight
us.
as well, a little bit of damage, almost a kill onto Lackey.
As
It's good
compared
damage.
to us,
Gonna be permanent. There's no heal online.
According to us, मतलब हमारे हिसाब से.
It just goes down with it.
Yeah, and these are the times when Munchkin ends up getting punished, and it's looked rough for Genji. We haven't seen very much of it. Munchkin's been playing a superb game, but that's the kind of stuff that was happening in Pacific, and Sen have taken full advantage. There's 3 players very close to key ultimates as well.
हम खेल रहे होते इतने में तो B side से पीक दे देता कोई
हाँ हम लोग रोटेशन का सोचते थे मैं बाजी
भाई तू देख रहा है कि 3 कहाँ पे 2 कहाँ पे हैं दोनों कंट्रोलर लड़ कर रहे हैं
Texture's ultimate and Garon's for that matter.
ये जो भी है ना भाई
Immortal
में सब CS खेल गया है
the more that those ults
अरे CS का भी देख रहा है तू टूर्नामेंट हुआ एक बंदा है सिंपल करके रशियन है 16 साल का लौंडा या 17 साल का क्या गांड मारी है लौंडो की
No, still a reclay of texture. He's
जो
happy to hold
CS
this
में
close
अच्छा था
to
वो
the
इसमें वैलो में
he has the rocket available to him. Another trip.
वैलो को CS
रॉसी छोड़ दिया
Rotation is now core with 20 seconds left. Guess what? What about gone now?
What about Karon's ult?
Karon's ult, yeah, it's not really going to be handled here at all, and that's going to be sending it out with Wingman. He's going to be broken. No, they just killed it correctly, but it does catch on the second. So the plan is online. 4v4 though. A must win for Sentinels. Must win indeed.
The flank.
Fast wrap around, flanks on, flanks Lakia, punished for it. At least recognizing Sen the weaknesses of their own compositions, but it's immediately answered and even back out.
Celsius got ult.
So advantage now for Gen. G here with the ult. There's the first tap, but he's waiting for the second point. Karon's fast onto him. Already approaching and expecting that position, and he just has to let it rip anyway before anybody even taps. Genji so fast.
Nice.
Shut it down.
भाई उसकी क्या रीड थी भाई
कमबैक है बाकी कमबैक है
अबे ब्रिम की रीड देखी
कमबैक का कमांड बैक हो जाएगा एक और राउंड
tension in those kind of rounds when it gets down to a post plant is palpable.
पीछे से
मॉनिटर देख रहा है हाइपर एक्स का
मॉनिटर हाइपर एक्स का भाई हेडफोन होगा ना हाइपर एक्स
हाइपर एक्स का ये है मॉनिटर 260 हर्ट्ज का और क्या
540 होना चाहिए
Their first of this match. Frankly, it might be the first in the match that we've seen. I'm not sure whether they threw one in on Breeze.
क्या स्पेक्स होगा इनके कितना FPS आता होगा
Don't see him often.
इनके आते होंगे 3.5
cool down in the play here because this is Sentinels actually making
260 तो क्रॉस करना ही पड़ेगा
अरे 350 वाले लोग हैं ये लोग कंप्लेंट डाल सकते हैं 350 से नीचे आया तो वैलोरेंट की गांड मार सकते हैं लोग राइट
and they're still behind by 1 round.
अरे इन लोग ने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन कर रखा है उसमें बोल रखा है इन लोगों को
350 से
भाई एक बात बताना इनके पास प्रोसेसर लेटेस्ट होता है भाई ठीक है ग्राफिक कार्ड लेटेस्ट होते हैं इनके पास इनकी नहीं FPS आएंगे 350 के बीच में ये स्ट्रीम करते हैं इवन दो तब
in terms of what Genji are going to be talking about at the time out here, I think it's going to be due to
Elgato लगा के पूरा करके भी उनका 300 FPS के नीचे नहीं जा
रहा ग्रिम का तो 600 आता है स्ट्रीमिंग
में अपना
It doesn't feel like an exact
Binks तो छोड़ दो भाई वो तो कंटेंट क्रिएटर
and this time John QD took the space and called for the rotate over. So that's kind of the opposite, I think, of what Genji were expecting. It's possible that Solo and HSK are just in how they played the defense. We'll have to keep an eye.
ये किलुआ की तरह कर रहा है
की मौत मरेगा देख
किलुआ की तरह कर रहा है
the ultimate, but again, might just earn it himself with him dropping, sent to the spectator seat. He's gonna have to sit on the sidelines, really fester and wonder about what went wrong there. Now with this explosive second through and out to the Alba position. Spraying down texture.
Viper को भी ले ये राइट में.
This is explosive into the
भाई टेंस ने 3 बंदे का घुस के एक को मार लिया भाई एक को मारना है मुश्किल है
And those ults that were close to being able to be put online a couple of rounds ago. where
ये
Zelsa's
बात
orbital
बताओ,
strike
जब
made
ये
all the
एंटर
difference.
करते
Now
हैं
look
साइड
at
पे
them.
यार, ये इनके माइंड में बहुत सारी
tools
चीजें ऐसी चलती
available to
होंगी,
Sen.
वो पीक जंप कर रहा होगा,
They're able to lean on
वो
those.
लाइक
It will knock
ब्लाइंड
the
देके
Gen G
पीक
economy
ले
once
सकता है,
more.
नहीं
कैसे
चलता ना,
करना है?
नहीं चलता, कुछ नहीं चलता पाजी। इंटरव्यू में ही तो बोला था, टेंस नहीं तो बोला था
अरे खाली
कि वी डोंट
प्लेयर
थिंक
इतने
वी
सारे
शुड,
हैं,
रिफ्लेक्स में सब कुछ करते हैं ये लोग।
वो तो होता ही है, बट स्टिल यार अभी ये जब जा रहे थे यहाँ पे ब्रीम में, वहाँ पे वो पीछे भग गया, अब शॉटगन लेके नहीं है, मरते भी तो ऐसे मार भी देते हैं।
Sentinels.
हाँ तो
This is looking
mindless
like he
gameplay
trying to
करना
put pressure
होता
on people.
वो तो गलत मार
Second
गया,
follows it up.
क्लियर कर दिया पर उसने, क्लियर तो कर देगा।
Top, like you said, Josh here, sending it, flying. Zekken is eager for the engagement, even more so.
मस्त सेशन, मस्त सेशन, नाइस। ज़ेकन है भाई, ज़ेकन एम आ गया, ज़ेकन पे एम आ गया, अब कुछ नहीं होगा, एम आ गया भाई, सेंट जीत करेगा 100%। ले ले ले,
बॉट भेजेगा और क्या।
टेंस को दिखा दो भाई, टेंस को दिखा दो।
बढ़िया, अरे नहीं बढ़िया, लगा अपने
यार इसको सामने ना, टेंस दो यार, नाइस नाइस भाई, 6-10 से निकालना, 6-10
नहीं
पेम आ गया ना, अभी ज़ेकन पेम आ गया, ट्यूलिश पेम आया था तो हो जाता है।
फाइनल्स चल रहा है, फाइनल्स वाला वाइब नहीं आ रहा मुझे।
वाचिंग देखो, वाचिंग देखो तब वाइब आएगा।
वाचिंग कितना भाई?
3 लाख
कम होता है भाई, ऑल ओवर ग्लोब।
ज़ेकन उसको मुक्का दे रहा था टेंस को, उसने ध्यान नहीं दिया टेंस का।
वो तो फन क्रिएट होगा ना, 3 लाख अच्छे सीरियस ई-स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर है, उसमें से आधा तो वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं।
That's a great time to do it too. Oh, the punish on Alakia, huge.
ज़ेकन टीम आ गया, क्या बोला है? ज़ेकन टीम आ गया,
क्या मारा इसने?
That's play, just going their way.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to keep these anti-ecos clean for
ज़ेकन टीम आ गया भाई,
if you want them to start building up. Because Gen G are super dangerous in these kind of moments. You cannot count them out. They're so apt to take risks in these rounds that have paid off well in the series so far.
Completely ignoring Hookah. It's a smart call as well. You don't want to walk into those
ज़ेकन को दिखाता है, चेंज मत करना। सैचल करके अंदर गया ना भाई, ये इसको डेयरिंग बोलते हैं, सैचल को अंदर गया था।
रुकना भी पड़ेगा ना,
गया अब गया, डाल दे इजी
करना चाहिए उनको, इनके पास नहीं इशारे वो है।
They can feel it.
इजी निकाल रहा है,
पता है ना,
critical
मार क्या है।
अरे ये भी गलती कर रहा है, इसने ले ली इन्फो, ले ली टेक्सचर को मार दे बस।
Texture and Munchkin really with no chances in the
एक
round.
हेवन पे जा रहा है,
Though Sassy looks to take the fight instead of relying on the
बढ़िया
double
चल।
up.
अरे नहीं,
इजी और
A pair of hands there.
लॉलेस तो नहीं लगा था कभी,
Win them.
ये
Sure that there's no
सेव
funny
करेगा
business.
नहीं,
हाँ सेफ क्यों करेगा, शेरिफ सेफ करता है क्या?
बोल ही जा रहा है
Just gonna save and take this time
शेरिफ सेफ नहीं
to
करेगा,
impress with his
बोल
team
रहा
what the game plan is once rifles get
सब मेन में
online
घुसे हुए
in
हैं।
round
सोच
3.
मंचकिन
कोई
पे अभी आगे
सोच
लगी
नहीं
तो
रहा।
और ये लोग बात
Gen
कैसे
G
करते हैं?
need 2 in a row to just drag this to
ये लोग
overtime.
बात कैसे करते हैं पता है? इन लोगों को दिया हुआ है पैर पे, पैर के नीचे ना, ये लोगों को पेडल जैसा दिया होता है, जब वो पेडल दबाएंगे ना तब जाके उनका वॉइस चैट खुलता है।
ये सही मार गया,
पेडल दबाना पड़ेगा, कोई माउस बटन नहीं दबाना पड़ता है।
नहीं पैर के नीचे बटन जैसा भाई, पेडल जैसा।
ऐसा तो
पेडल मतलब समझ रहा है, कार के नीचे जो वैसे
दबाना पड़ता है ना पूरा।
गेम के बीच में ये लोग नहीं बोलते हैं, पता है? कुछ नहीं बोलते, रेडियो साइलेंस
नहीं भाई, कॉल तो देते होंगे यार।
का यही है स्ट्रेटजी कि गेम के बीच में मत बोलो, मर गए तो बस इन्फो दो और फिर बंद कर दो।
But I think Gen G's game plan has not necessarily been the issue
Serious होगा,
so
serious
much
होगा
as them
Chinese।
fighting an uneven war.
और एक पेन घुमाई जा रहा है।
टिंग चोंग टिंग डोंग हैया।
Well done on what?
Gen G side. Sentinels running out of those
6-10 से 12-10।
I think you are right. I mean, you're right on the money in terms of just talking about the game plan for Gen G. It hasn't really been going amiss. They've just been getting ran over, steamrolled almost.
7-10 से 12-10 ये पाजी बहुत मुश्किल काम है, 5 राउंड लगातार जीता है।
तो मैंने बोल रहा था हो सकता है कैसे भी।
Genji have to put a stop to it here if they want to stop Sentinels on their map.
एक और मैच और होगा.
We're talking about it running out. Sassy could certainly play for the Showers orb here. It looks like Sen set up for a fast shower
2-2 हो जाएगा ना. मतलब 1-1 हो जाएगा ना. Best of 3 होता है ना.
He's going to be vastly outnumbered. Seekers are going to be online.
Ascent है ना भाई. Ascent में अगर जेट वो ले लिया ना.
भाई केजे जो लेगा उसको देखूंगा मैं.
Now he's backing away.
बाजी आज मैंने
दिखाएंगे भी देखना
He's been putting that there a lot though. We've already seen that in a couple of post plant situations. Sen are going to know. They could trigger some kind of showers crunch though. They've got to be a bit cautious. Look, Tens, Zekken ready to punish the players that might come through the teleport using Sassy as bait. And now they walk forward, get Seekers online.
Zomato कर लो.
Texture.
वही यार
बढ़िया इनको है.
मैं मजाक नहीं कर रहा. मेरे पास 30 रुपए इस
Munchkin pushing out through sand.
इस महीने के लिए.
He's been doing this at least in the qualifiers. It could be a punishable element. They have to be aware of it. Sentinels.
UPI भेजो. UPI भेजो.
Most of this.
UPI भेजो मतलब.
Tiny window.
क्या बोलते हैं? जितना QR कोड दे तो UPI नंबर.
Munchkin's going to make the call. Look at these rotates from Genji. All come in.
Rerotate.
Flooding back in.
And Munchkin has not overplayed his hand. Make sure
नहीं
that he
ना.
just feeds the info his team needs. And what a
बाजी
call
आप
this
बहुत
is.
जल्दी मतलब ये लेते हो ना डिसीजन लेते हो. Rerotate.
Straight into the more out wide. They're not expecting it. Genji players holding their ground, rooted and snared into place, but they're willing to just fight tooth and nail. Spike drop down, Molly's at the feet, nobody can advance, nobody can step over the line. There's going to have to be those shots, going to have to be a firepower. But again, is it enough? Is it enough? It's not. Meteoric from Meteor
अकेला
himself.
मार गया. मीटियोर मार गया.
मैं वही कह रहा था रोटेट करना चाहिए था हमको. वो कर गए थे चारों के चारों रोटेट. अब पता नहीं था इनको कुछ.
देखो उनकी स्काई बैठी है स्मोक के अंदर. ये देखो यही स्काई. हाँ अभी ये स्मोक के अंदर बैठी है. ये देखो और स्मोक के थ्रू मारा है 2 बंदे. और ये इस चूतिए ने 3 बंदे ऐसे मार दिए.
अबे बंदा गेम खेलते वक्त हाथ मिला रहा है मारते वक्त.
Incredible play from Munchkin without
कौन सा
really
माउस
even
है?
popping up on the kill
Logitech
feed.
होगा. Logitech
All
G
just
Pro.
based on getting that deep positioning and
देख
hearing the
HyperX
footsteps
का है
before the
ये.
rotate.
हाँ
वायरलेस नहीं है ना वो.
Defense side rotates from Munchkin are
HyperX
just
monitor में आता है.
phenomenal. And to make that
हाँ
play and just
HyperX का
push
मॉनिटर
the
आता
very
है.
boundary of what you
तो
can do.
हमारे
आता है
fans
बस.
हमारे गूगल
नहीं हेडफोन तो ये लोग यूज ही नहीं कर रहे हैं. ये लोग ने लगा रखा है नॉइज कैंसिलेशन हेड मफलर्स मतलब नॉइज मफलर्स होते हैं. उसके नीचे इन लोगों ने पहना है IEMs इन ईयर मॉनिटर. मैं भी IEMs यूज करता हूँ. मूनड्रॉप चू है. मूनड्रॉप चू 2 अब आ गया है. एक नया मॉडल है उसी.
क्या होता है आई ड्रॉप्स?
IEM
IEM
इन ईयर मॉनिटर.
उससे क्या होता है?
उसका साउंड क्वालिटी जो होता है ना उसको कोई बीट नहीं कर सकता. मतलब IEMs यूज होते हैं एक तरह से जो स्टूडियो में जो गाने बनाते हैं ना लोग. तो वो लोगों को साउंड का मतलब बहुत ज्यादा टेस्टिंग करना होता है, मिक्सिंग करना होता है. तो वो लोग यूज करते थे. बट अब गेमर्स यूज करने लगे हैं क्योंकि साउंड क्वालिटी इतनी बढ़िया होती है.
हेडफोन्स होता है क्या इसका?
हाँ मतलब हेडफोन्स फिर बहुत महंगे हो जाते हैं. 20,000 25,000 के हेडफोन्स.
के पास अल्टरनेट नहीं है बट प्रीम की
मेरे IEMs है भाई. वो ईयरफोन्स है. ईयरफोन्स है.
कितने मिले? कितने मिले?
एक नंबर. एक और है.
ईयरफोन 2500.
नहीं यार गेको क्यों मरना है तुझे हर बार ऐसे?
2v4 भाई थ्रो कर दिया गेम.
Genji not happy to just sit inside the pit.
चाकू क्यों निकालने होते हैं?
Managed to get a kill.
जल्दी जाने के लिए.
Outrageous decision from Munchkin and the Genji coaches coming out of Sin's tack timeout. And now funneling the final 2 survivors straight into these trip setups. I mean,
इसकी आधी बॉल इधर और आधी उधर गई. वाइपर की
ट्रिप्स देख रहे हो आप कैसे लगाए हैं?
टेडी में दी हैं. ट्रिप्स का कैसे लगा रहे हैं? किस बात की बात है?
Denying Meteor himself as well.
क्या मैं देख तो रहा था.
Safe position. Out wide, there won't be any punish onto these trips, but they're not going to walk into it anyway. It's just concealed by that TP through Munchkin.
They just know.
Got to read. I mean, they just know now with the camera. Look at that, Carol sends it and splits them up.
अरे उठ गया
not going to be denied it at all. John QT dropping
Very
to the floor.
नहीं भाई टेंस ने अच्छा किल निकाला उसके साथ बंदा होना चाहिए था वो ब्लाइंड दे सकता था वो कुछ सोचा ही नहीं है चीज पे अटैक कर रहे
गांड के अंधे लोग हैं ना क्या कर सकते हैं
ये देख चाकू निकाल के कूद रहा है पता नहीं क्यों कई बार मरा भाई ऐसे मैंने बहुत बार देखा टेंस को
that final moment where Munchkin just comes, all right, there's 30 seconds left. We haven't seen them over towards A at all. They've got to be taking B. And they just went through the teleporter. They're not worried about the fact that it could have been a late A hit at all. They just trust the read. Something that...
ये पता नहीं खेती करने जा रहे हैं क्या करने जा रहा है खुद डाल लेके घूम रहा है एसिड गॉन है
all the time trusting your gut and I feel like no team embodies it more at the moment than Gen G.
Full
और ये शावर में निकल रहे हैं और वो मेन जा रहे हैं
here, but the sides are swapped around now. Opening a round of OT. Meteor. They're going to go with this one here. Cam attacking, but already through the choke. Still, they deal with him. Pesky intruder out towards, and Shower's control is going to be essential. What is the call now for Gen G?
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
A plan for backside here and take control of the defense spawn. Seems like a good idea.
सेज नहीं लिया पिछले मैच में सेज नहीं लिया था किसी ने
लेते नहीं भाई लेना भी नहीं लेते
मेन करूँगा मैं कोई एजेंट
इनिशिएटर
कर लेगा Munchkin really gonna do Tens is on a great angle at B long
देखते हैं
It's just all hinging on this, isn't it? It's an off angle at that.
I just don't see how Munchkin clears this.
Yeah, and AD spoils it for Munchkin here. Tens.
AD system में करते हैं भाई AD
system. They don't know where Gen G are. They keep all the way up heaven, all sorts of spots.
Point पे देखना expected shot लेना तो कर देते हैं काम.
Right into texture, but he wasn't waiting for it. Really tough Sentinels.
Easy, flawless. जीत गया
Another chance to
seal
up this
100%.
Rare moment of hesitation, I think, from Gen G there. Munchkin clearly wanted to take matters into his own hands. He was hoping that Gen G would find Sentinels making a mistake, going and re-exploring A for information. But Sen was so happy on B. One watching spawn, one watching B long.
Game pause हो गया.
Very good patience and diligence.
Live पे click live. Play.
Grand finals, it's an uphill battle almost all the way through.
आगे बढ़ा दो अभी.
Binders are necessary.
एक लाइव का ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा देखो लाइव का ऑप्शन आता है.
No way!
थोड़ा नुकसान हो गया Gen 2 ले गया.
Are you doing something like that, Munchkin? The two best players arguably on Sentinels put down like nothing.
Blind देना चाहिए बिना blind के नहीं.
हर स्किलर के स्ट्रीम पे पोल हुआ.
Perfect.
Yeah, Senya Zenzi.
This is gonna get scrappy.
71% Sen को
He's willing to join them, but he has cut off that angle here with the Trailblazer. Not well. Is actually going to be stand up. Bullets raining through TP context. He's going to get fast in it. Here's the reinforcements. Here's the whole bloody team. Everybody joining the fight and the fray.
एक नंबर वो देख कितने शाने निकले भाई.
That's an amazing read by Sentinels. They know that all three players are there, and this is a race that Sen have won. Time for them to be able to beat the defensive rotates, but
easy win.
A rare mistake as well from Gen G. They haven't got the
plan.
The noise juice, but he just pre-fires and guesses incorrectly. The gamble not paying off still. But willing to give that space. Finally here, Mazals is out.
एक आ गया.
Oh, but still, the kill found 2v2, running and gunning to just retreat and cover that section. Now the defuse.
आराम से जा जल्दी जा. उसको दिखा.
Sticking all the way.
What the hell? Go fast,
easy bro.
Easy क्या बोलते हैं?
ये देखा ना वो.
क्लच किया पाजी क्लच किया. 2v3 क्लच 2v4 सॉरी.
भाई पहली बात तो 3v5 हो गया था. वहाँ से इन्होंने सही जो टीपी के पास किए हैं सिस्टम. बढ़िया.
2v5 क्लच.
चलो हम खेलें अभी ये गेम.
ऑनलाइन नहीं है कोई.
ये स्ट्रीम इज स्टिल रनिंग.
3 बंदों में तो मजा नहीं आएगा.
कोई नहीं मैं अपने में देखता हूँ मेरी गेम ही नहीं ऑन हो रही. अब वही वोज है हरी है 510 का. साले तू कस्टम गेम में है बस एक बार
देख रहा हूँ. अरे इस में कर देना सोच रहा हूँ.
नील मैक्स 04 पे है. टाइटन वुल्फ आ सकता है अनरेटेड पे है. इंस्टेंट वेट भेजता हूँ.
अच्छे बंदे बुलावा जी गोल्ड के।
बारह बज गए
तो क्या हो गया?
ना 1 मिनट बाद क्या
बहस कर रहा है बहुत ज्यादा कि मेरी मेंटल पीस खराब हो रही है, 2 महीने से तुम गेम खेलते हो इस कारण से। मैं कहा गेम में मैं बोलता भी नहीं हूँ। बोल रहा है कि कीबोर्ड की आवाज, जो कीबोर्ड के दबने की आवाज कट 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 होती है, उससे नींद खुल जाती है मेरी।
उसको क्या छोड़ दे भाई, रूम छोड़ दे, चला जा तू यहाँ से।
रमजान चल रहे हैं ना। बोल रहा है 4:30 बजे उठना होता है मुझे। उठ भाई, मुझे क्या,
कल तो होली है।
ये देखो जी हमारे हाल।
पाजी अंधेरे में बैठे हो, घर वाले सो गए लगता है इसी के लिए अंधेरा करके बैठना पड़ रहा है गेम में।
चलो ये तो सेट हो गया।
देखते कल देखते रिजल्ट क्या आता है।
किसका रिजल्ट भाई?
किसी का।
अच्छा
अभी तो लैग होगी भाई, बहुत लैग हो रही है तो गेम। 1 FPS आ रहा है भाई मेरा, 1 FPS कैसे खेलूं?
नाइस।
स्ट्रीम मत करो,
डिस्कॉर्ड बंद करो।
डिस्कॉर्ड बंद कर रहा हूं मैं।
डिस्कॉर्ड बंद करो, इन गेम में टीम में बात कर लूंगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। आप टीम वाला जो की है ना, पार्टी और
अरे 1 सेकंड भाई, कौन बुला रहा? अरे कोई हमें बुला रहा है पार्टी में, इसको बंद करते हैं थोड़ा। टाइटन वुल्फ आ गया ना,
खेलो बाजे,
खेल लेते हैं यार एक आधी गेम।
हेलो पाजी।
हाँ जी
मैं अभी जा रहा हूँ, ठीक है ना, मेरे को 4 बजे जाने कहीं।
अबे जा बे कार्टून।
अबे चलो कल आते हैं। कल खेलोगे?
बिल्कुल खेल लूंगा भाई।
कितने बजे? आ
जाएंगे 1-2 बजे के बाद।
ठीक है, 1 बजे से हम लोग खेलेंगे 7 या 8 बजे, ठीक है। चलो
यार दूसरी पार्टी वाले बुला रहा है, फिर उसमें 2 बंदे हैं। टाइसन को देखते हैं कितने हैं। टाइसन आ गया। टाइसन एक और बुला ले यार कोई।
हेलो।
हाँ जी टाइसन।
थोड़ी मतलब 15-20 मिनट में आऊँ क्या मैं?
क्या कर रहा है?
फ्रेश होने जा रहा हूँ मैं।
जाओ यार, हम इतने डीएम लगा लेते हैं।
ठीक।
ओके।
एक और बंदा है मेरे पास, बुलाना मत, ठीक है? अच्छा खेलता है सेज में।
ओके ओके
आता हूँ मैं।
ठीक है जी। क्या रैंक है वैसे उसकी? बता के चला जाता तो ज्यादा बढ़िया रहता।
Match found.
Match found. Easy or war? वुल्फ इसको सुनता नहीं है अपने को, वो उसको टीम में बोलना पड़ेगा, इसका ग्लिच है। गलत हो गया।
If I may, I'll go in first. Thin out their numbers.
Fight!
Take them one by one.
यार लैग वाला सिस्टम नहीं समझ आता है
You're finished.
आई सेंसी करनी पड़ेगी बेटा
Enemy down.
Let's go. नहीं bro.
Next.
Dominating.
Nice shot, very nice shot.
remaining.
Headshot.
Five kills remaining.
Who else? Got 3. Got 4.
One kill
भाग
remaining.
दिया भाई यार. टाइसन आजा टाइसन. ये टाइसन कहाँ चला गया भाई? आ रहा है यार, ये अभी एक और टीएम खेल लेते हैं इतना.
अब फिर डेथ मैच खेलूंगा.
हाँ अभी आ रहा है. टाइसन 5 स्टार की होगा ना, सिल्वर है स्टार्ट में होगा ऐसे. ये किसने बुलाया? टाइसन आ गया शायद. अभी टप्पो खेलते हैं, टप्पो भी खेलते हैं. अभी वो टाइसन वेट कर रहा है, देखते हैं खेलता है.
अरे भाजी यार मन नहीं कर रहा, सच बोल रहा हूँ. मन नहीं कर रहा, फिर भी लगा लो.
अरे नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूँ अभी टाइसन वेट कर रहा है. उसने पहले बोला वो देख लेते हैं. ये थैनस किसने बुलाया
है?
वोज ने बुलाया थैनस.
हाँ
ठीक है, 1 सेकंड रुक जा टप्पू बस. अरे यार टाइसन. अरे टाइसन आ जावे। टाइसन कहाँ रह गया अभी हमारा? अरे ये भी चला गया।
Time, but they do it at the final moment.
देखो भाई
importance of the round. You don't want to go to OT, not against Genji, not when they've been making these adaptations over time and correcting towards it.
That is bonkers that they've turned that one around, especially when Lucky had the Hunter's Fury to work with towards the end there. You're right, it really did seem like he wanted to set up a Shock Dart play or the Hunter's Fury and just realized, I have to swing this.
Yeah.
It's a tide turner.
It certainly is. Still happy to take that B main control. We're going to try and set up Lakia there in the meantime.
Yeah, looking to just try to farm the ult orb, Meteor one away. So it's entirely possible that they're playing for that. Second pushed away, they know that there's no op over towards A. And Texture clears out the entirety of A main. This is going to allow, I think, Meteor to get his ult online. They might really want to go for this with the lockdown.
Consider it.
What is going on here though? Yeah. Genji retreating away, but they haven't picked up the orb. So they can't use the lockdown to fake towards A. They've just got some kind of read here. And to some degree they're correct. Second was opening towards mid, now he's picked up Heaven. You know, they are hitting the weaker site.
Texture sees the barrel. Oh my goodness, what a timing for the ult. Rips away the knives, and now Texture, weak as anything, declawed in the mix. I think back away and high.
That might have been based off a flash that Munchkin threw over towards A. Are they expecting this on B?
There's Nana sword. Look at the Munchkin! What the hell is going on here? Still, the adjustments there with the flick of the wrist, and Genji again left scrambling.
There's 15 seconds left and they don't want to survive.
Don't want to keep these into the next round. I mean, Texture's got nothing. You don't keep the blade, so you don't keep the ult. Flash, pop through round and aside here, spamming and spraying. A reload, no punish. 5 seconds left. Plant online, maybe enough. Maybe enough. It's going to be going down to the wire. And they do get that continuation, and Meteor gets the kills. Added concatenation, man. Round to the back, it's watched for. Texture will get shut down, and flanks on flanks need to be managed. Paranoia now. Doesn't break the door down, but both players blinded. That is perfection, immaculate placement. Meteor with 32 health, and nothing but dreams will be fading away. The Sentinels with a rather scrappy turnabout round.
I've been praising the macro from Genji all match, but that one boiled the carrots for too long. Now turned it into mush. I think they could have played it a little more simply. I mean, Munchkin almost gets an opportunity to get in there, but Zeka makes up for it with a gorgeous refight with the operator. And he's frying, by the way. If you want to talk about individuals, Zeka's looking just as good as he did when he played this map previously. And Texture's not really finding those openings as easily. Of
course, it's harder when you're the attack side Jet. I mean, you have to be set up with util. Not going to be favored into a lot of those fights, but
also it's texture.
Exactly. You kind of expect more from him. Here's a fast play though, texture. This time not shying away. There's a dart over the top that sets us up on either side here. Texture now is into the site. He's worried about backside. Still, he could seek to deny. There's no one watching the back here of Zekken, but he does dash away and out of the fight queue with the smoke. Covering it, 4 players spotted. Good information here for Sentinels, but Texture again needs to be this playmaker.
Karen teleports in over towards lane, only with 30 health, and they use the lockdown as well, but look at the lockdown positioning. It denies mid and market. It's so good for keeping control of side. Karen dies, but he'd already stuck that plant.
Zekken will get detained, will slow them down just a tad here with the plant down. A potential difference maker. And look at Lakia's position. Again, he's got that Hunter's Fury. He's going to be waiting for the right time to strike. Same with Meteor. Takes up that space, but he was blind as anything. And John QT, a little bit delayed, but eventually getting that trade. Hunter's Fury now is being used proactively. 2 tags, no kills though. Damage being done. The backside players, they need to be dealt with. Hopping through with the flash, texture, putting them down side by side. Tens will follow through. Time has run out entirely. And another's been bought here with all of these plays. Gen.G barely pulling that one out from the jaws of defeat.
I really can't believe that Lakia decided to send that Hunter's Fury instead of playing for the time, because time seemed like it was the biggest asset on Gen.G's side. But that ended up being the deciding factor anyway. I was worried there for a moment. That aggression from Meteor is so classic to the way that Gen.G love to play as well. The Pacific teams, Paper X, do this too. Not happy to just fall into backside B when they play the post plants, always looking to contest.
If they think they've got that timing, they will take it.
Okay, so Gen.G get their 3rd on the board. A recon looking to push away Zekken if he was playing around mid.
Very mobile though.
Yeah, he got smoked off, and now he's going to pick up mid at the same time as the recon dissipates.
Seen a player move over towards Cat here. It's going to be called out. At least it should be that awareness. Double tap, they can't hit it away. No way. Tens. My God, man. And the follow-up, the backup arriving in the form of an ultimate. Couldn't have been better.
You give him an inch, he'll take a mile. They just whiffed on him for a moment, and he readjusted his aim and took down 2. He looked completely caught there. The game plan worked for Gen.G, it's just... they just couldn't land the shots in the moment. 2v3 though, and we've certainly seen Gen.G pull out rounds like this before, especially when Sen lose info around the map. You know, Karen could be in a position here where he just shoots them all in the back.
Yeah, reminiscent of Breeze. There was multiple scenarios where Sentinels threw away those player advantage situations because they didn't know where the enemies were, and now with the plant down.
Yeah, do they go for the ult? If you ult, you kind of have to just sit there and defend it.
Down online, that's what they were waiting for. Here's a lockdown, pushing the players out wide. Caron,
you have to defend
forced
this.
To make a play. Yeah, you do have to defend this here. He's not going to be detained from this spot. Here's it. Zekken not adjusting for that angle. Not even expecting it here. Now they have to worry about this crossfire setup, but John QT is halved already. Onto that defuse. Sassy responds with the fire, but here he does not know. Finally, shock dart fired. Sassy tapping, forcing out wide again. Lakia this time prevails.
Monstrous in the clutch. Time again. The enemy of Sentinels. They had a player advantage, but they had no information about where Gen.G had disappeared off to. Another great play for Tens that ends up being wasted somewhat by his team's inability to capitalize on those advantage situations, and Gen.G using other advantages, map control, info denial. They don't need the players online.
There's a fast play though, already setting up. Flash in hand alongside that dart. Texture might just be blinded fully. He's playing inside the smoke, he dominates it. Tends to be playing this one before, but with the Odin spam at least potentially evened out, but not quite. Lakia straight there in the fight. Side by side. Advantage now for Gen.G.
A massive advantage with John QT falling. That's all of that Killjoy utility over towards B that's disabled. Sen are going to have to make a proactive call here. They can't just wait this out.
Gen.G are just doing the exact same, waiting. Yeah. Hoping to catch that proactive call. It's a great read. Celsius might just walk and wade right into it. The crossfire of a century, and look at that, the call to 3, 2, 1, peek it down, tap, 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 Zekken! Right back at you. He's got plenty more to deal with now. He wants to make a go of it.
He's got 2, but might be too little, too late. He has read this though. He might be able to get into spawn at the right timing to cut this off and get another for free.
Doesn't break the knife actually, yes, and he's got the dash back online.
You just don't think logs here though. You just never think about that.
Don't expect it. It's going to have to be reactions and adjustment potentially there. Still close to the corner. Jiggling from Lakia. Decides to take the timing and a fight right to him. So 5-5. Even up now again for Geng. And this is a really good spot for them. Attack side of Ascent. We've got to imagine it plays out a lot more typically.
Sentinels going for their first piece of defensive set play aggression there. And it's dominated. They already used this. It was round 6, I believe, the last time they played on Ascent. And TenZ that time was able to get into the smoke before his opponent, dominated it, and got the win. This time, Texture just a little faster, just a little sharper. Sen knocked down onto an eco and going for another set play by the look of things.
You have to take risks here. I mean, when your money's so dire, if you're letting Geng take the lead on their attack side. Ooh, missing the silent jump up. Second, he's given an indicator.
Good awareness, though. Here. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it indicates that Zekken is not going to get away with his Bucky play.
Movement, enough to survive, doesn't even use the dash.
One of those rounds that Geng would love to keep clean. While there's a little moment in the round as well, 5 rounds on attack side Ascent is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
It has been somewhat even. Sen have in fact actually been pretty good on the attack side too.
Up through mid. Gap is spotted here by Geng. Now a fast play approach. Trying to slam into these anchoring players, but it's on them to try and hold their ground. Sentinels standing side by side here, but again, the weaponry just not ideal for the job. Now, Texture feeling it necessary to really clear through a lot of that. Hello, Karen spotted and an upgrade here for the anchoring players. Again, close, tuck to Dice, but there's no trade and no swings. The anchoring players out back here with the Sheriff. John QT, but not expecting it away with the Bucky! Gaming! No! Can't land the shots. Damage done to it. 10 set up. It's a 1v1. And such an important one at that. The money was dire. TenZ. 6 bullets accounted for! Exactly what he needed.
Another miracle. Ritualistically brought down by the crowd, willing it into existence, I think. How are they doing these?
Shot.
What a timing. To be honest with you, I thought it was over when the Bucky didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm shocked the second didn't one-shot them.
Yeah, he was so close, but still able to finish one of them off. The other week, TenZ wins a 1v2 towards the end after opening things up. So many rounds like this. It's a Red Bull clutch, but it's also economically upset the tide.
Ever so slightly for that final round, but still the knives online for Texture. Bit of Odin spam, got to respect that one with the dart coming through. Counterplay in order. Lakia not to be dissuaded away from it. He's going to be earning his ult as well.
And Sentinels have got to be thinking about the fact that Texture would love to do some kind of updraft dash engage into B now that they have B main control. So, you know, you're playing retake B at this point because you don't want to challenge that. He's got knives. But you've also kind of set up for a bit of a retake A approach. Now TenZ and Zelsis looking to re-explore perhaps.
Right here.
Pinging out the alarm bot, important. Geng have to make sure that nobody followed that drone up.
Walking up now, Sassy. It's all about when you pick your time. Is a counter spam. Almost gone down potentially there with the damage down, and out of here with the drone. Everybody lit up, but the shot goes wide and just goes a miss. Second though, he's still alive in the fight here, but a TP into the back of the site now. There is that danger facing, but cancelled. Only 30 seconds left. What is the call to be made? The reposition, backing away. Hunter's Fury. And Lakia's hoping to set this one up for the rest of the team. They're going to pivot. They're going to A. 20 seconds, indecisive.
They're going back to B.
Running back to B. Can't be making plays like this, man, but maybe just getting hectic in those final moments. TP engage, Meteor. He's lurked his way in. Damage done, and another kill found. It's all being added up. Right click. Kills here. Needs to stick in. Right click. Gamble incorrect.
Oh, the body block.
Oh my God.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Telsis 1v2, 1v2, 1v2. Rushing entirely into it.
I don't think I've seen a round that chaotic the entire tournament. Geng didn't know where to end. What a way to finish that half. They pulled it out of the back of Meteor getting in. Tens went for an alt play, cancelled it for info, got caught, and then they have to body block Caron to avoid him being caught by Zekken. Look at him getting in front of the Classic. Ludicrous. Munchkin, you crazy little raccoon, how have you done that?
6-6, that's where we stand here on Ascent. Absolute insanity, but standing by on the floor, some of Sentinel's biggest fans.
It's another great half of Valorant here in the grand finals, and I got two very special guests with me here. It is Tenz's mom, Valerie, and Sassy's wife, Sophie. Welcome to the grand finals. Now, every map has been so close so far. They were so pumped on stage when they won Bind. I wanted to know what was going through your mind when they managed to close that out. I'll start with you, Sophie.
It's crazy actually, but it's a 6-6. We're even. I think we got it.
Oh, I like it. I like it. What about you, Valerie?
I was a little nervous, but I feel good, and I think they got this. I think they're bringing the trophy home. I can feel it.
Oh, well, it's been, 1,029 days since Tens first brought that Masters trophy home. So tell me, what's it been like to follow his journey and support him all the way back to the top?
It's amazing, entertaining. I love it. I'm in awe of him all the time. He's awesome.
We think so too. Come on, guys, give it up for Tens. Come on, come on. And for you, Sophie, you won there in Istanbul when Sassy became a world champion. So what are your emotions right now to know that he could potentially win a trophy here with you in the audience?
I think if we get the trophy, it's gonna be a really step up in his career, and the boys are amazing. I love them all, and let's go Sen!
Come on, you guys know what to do. Sentinels! 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 Well, let's see if Sentinels can close this one out on Ascent.
Crowd certainly rallied up here. Right behind Sentinels, trying to get it done.
And a reminder, it is only Tens returning to the final stage for Sen, but Sassy also making his third time here, both looking for another trophy. An elite group. There's only 5 players, I believe, who've been able to lift the trophy twice, and they would be looking to join them, Tens and Sassy. We've also never had somebody win a Masters and a Champions before.
Sassy, he ended up overcoming this grand finals against the Demons. It is Geng. Would be the first player to ever do it.
Pretty incredible.
We spoke about the importance here, getting the rounds up online, sent with these compositions, you know, by all metrics, from what we know, it's not an attack-sided map.
Scanning ahead.
That puts even more importance now onto this pistol round for Sentinels.
And I think, again, I'm looking at the Geng defensive rotations and how John tries to play with those. Because Geng are just so happy to trust the read. Look, I mean, at the beginning here, Caron getting info in A main. Oh, like he's going to start calling people back over towards B. They were thinking it was A.
He's out open. They could be fast onto him, but they're not really going to be quick enough here. Just waiting for the drone now with the shock darts through as well. A lot of damage. Tagged him up second. Slight pause into the play. Slight pause into the angle. Waiting now. What is the call from the rest of them? A flash play into the back here, but they're just waiting for the right time to strike, potentially, but now jumping right, leaping into his face. And there it is from Geng, calling their bluff. They want to fight it. The front section of that side of Paranoia is good, and it blinds them all up. 3 players tucked to the site now for Sentinels, and they still don't have that plan down.
I feel like as soon as Zelsis goes for it, Geng are going to explode, and he thinks the same.
A dink, stray damage. It could come down to anything. A few stray shots now. Paranoia flying forward, still no spike being planted. One-way smoke.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Caron? Has he got a pixel? No, not quite.
No, not quite at all, but waiting for it. Now the knife. Takes away the abilities, takes away the threat of this one, and as the turret's getting broken, they swing right into it, Geng. Surely not, they're doing it again. Wonderful, wonderful patience. And capitalizing off the right moments there.
Certainly. They look great with it. As soon as Sen put pressure on the player backside, that is instantly turned into texture dashing into a smoke to take front sight. So as soon as they know that Sentinels are focused not on them, they go and get themselves into a retake situation and start putting pressure even before the plant is down. They are looking good. Taunts being thrown across the stage. And a great way to open this up on the defense side.
Yeah, Genji going to be really quite happy with this one.
It's all the fundamental stuff. The timing is excellent, they're confident, and they're doubling up together in these moments.
Disrespectful from Zekken. Tagged up by the knife, but still decided to just try and take that fight close to them.
You're hoping that Genji players were not posted on an angle and trying to take a fight aggressively, when actually I feel like that's the way that Genji plays. They're not afraid to try to challenge angles. They're not the kind of team to just drop back and keep giving up room over and over again for free. They like to disrespect utility a little bit and post up.
Clear game plan here though from Sentinels on their eco. Can use a flash to re-clear into A main, make sure that the orb gets loaded up there onto Celsius. He's only a few away from his ult, so they're just thinking ahead here into this round.
Yeah, but they are still quite a way away from this. Right? Because there wasn't any damage in this round particularly, Celsius is still going to be 3 away from getting that online. It's not particularly going to be helpful. At least not in the short term, I should say.
Yeah, now they're going to be hoping for a bit of a plan here, but a Paranoia is sent flying, TP forwards. Litzing lighting him up. Charon, 20 HP surviving. Strenuous in the approach, but look at that, just a collapse. Straight into the fragment nade and the bullets sent flying, so flawless, everybody surviving for Genji.
Beautifully done. Now this is where I want to see what Genji have got planned. You see Texture buying the operator when the rest of his team is going for the bonus. It's not too crazy, lots of teams that end up going for that. But do they have a game plan to set him up? One of the other things that stuck in my head actually from listening to an interview from HSK was that he said one of the things they've tried to focus on is snowballing the game by utilizing their aim and aggression. Right? Not by trying to make smart game plans necessarily, but by putting pressure on their opponents, by wanting to fight in moments like these. Texture looks like he wants to take the op for a walk off the back of Sova utility. That's great information, knowing exactly where John is. You don't have to be worried about other sight lines.
You're really worried. Turret broken. John, still in the lineup here.
He almost got caught, didn't he?
Almost got caught, but look at it. I mean, the dash still active. Texture can smell it, blood in the water.
That's the same pace and anticipation problem that I was noticing before. Genji are quite a bit faster than Sen expect.
Bus used to just try and cross Sentinels now. Scurrying away, trying to take control of A, but then there's a Paranoia Ghost flying, actually missing onto Sassy. No clear connection, but he still maintains control of A main control.
Yeah, 10's caught. Sassy dropped as well. This is looking like a monstrous bonus.
I mean, this is beautiful for Genji.
Sen never had an inch in this, never had an opportunity. You had both of the Flash players, Karen and Munchkin, looking to lock down Tree. And even as Sen tried to make some approach in that department, Tens was the only player A main, threw a Paranoia, got caught in the smoke, and it's just, it's over at that point. You're in a 5v3, it's just done. He just wanders into this smoke, assuming that Karen must be focused on Tree, because that's where he threw the Paranoia. And again, the anticipation from Genji is just so much better. They throw the Paranoia and they're like, right, this is the timing that the A main player is going to take. Let's stop them. The awareness is so good. And again, from a player, Caron, who has not been a pro before joining Genji.
It's insane.
He played on an amateur team, and basically, that was a long time ago. He frankly just got picked out of ranked.
Ranked player on the big stage, but he's really performing. Unshaken against it. Flash re-peek. Caron knows to respect that one. He's going to be using the TP just to get the hell out of there. And a call is made again from Genji. All stacked up.
Yeah, look at them. I mean, Meteor is already starting to rotate away from B. I'm so confident this is going to be an A exec.
Probably util expended here, though, with the dart fading away. Caron shuts that down, doesn't he? Tens forward with the Sheriff, but again, not too much you can do, not without the rifles.
One enemy remaining.
Sassy weakened down. Full awareness of the positioning here. This is Genji, not just in control, they're running away with this map.
It's Genji's map pick, but it's one where Kaplan earlier in the coach interview said they were feeling very confident coming out of their game against Paper X. And the implication there that the desk picked up on is that they were going for a 3-1 win by winning on Bind, Ascent, and Split. This is looking less and less likely the more rounds go on. I want to see John start messing with the defensive rotations. It's not something we've really seen. You need to be faking at least half as much as your opponents are over-rotating, and so far, they're nowhere near.
Texture seeking out to ruin them here with a flash. Okay, return of the fire, Zekken. Right back at you with the nades, rebounding. here. Dodging over and around. No way. Second was blind as anything. Dashed forward to try and punish, but Meteor is tucked into this corner, and there should be that punish online. Karen seeking to relieve it. Celsius dropped down onto his knees. I mean, is there going to be any chance of even just a res to pull him back up?
It's going to get punished. They need to be aware.
Surely picking him up. Celsius there, but no. Spamming through the wall, but no kill collected. John QT.
What a play.
Meteor cosplay in effect. This guy is found the gaps and more. And another one to the collection. Sight opened up right when the team needed it.
That's incredible. What a read by John. Getting himself tucked into logs because Meteor went down early and that was open to them. Huge play. Not exactly running a fake, but just challenging Geng for the map control and beating them. I don't think Tens is going to survive this interaction. But
never doubt him. Well,
the world's most important kill, but a funny one to end it. There was a bit of a disaster in the middle of that round, though, with Geng getting full blinded. Was that a team flash, or what
looks like
happened here?
Perhaps.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a team flash play. He just full stares at Celsius's flash. Bit weird, but didn't really hurt them whatsoever. John bailing them out of that situation, not necessarily with his macro calling, but with a great solo play. Reading the game.
The bankroll runs deep here for Geng. Sentinels that need to dig even deeper.
It's a spread default to try to start the round. Not over-investing over towards A, but certainly making it feel like A, right? And this is where you start to see the defense pulled towards that A defense. It's only luckier over towards B. But now as there's a little bit of mid pressure, you see things shifting around, and Texture with an operator looking to take that pick through mid.
Directly down mid, they might just walk into him.
Texture's quick. Is he there before Zekken? It looks like it.
And now he's found the timing. It's just so damn instinctual! And again, a difference maker. Zekken. He's left Texture reeling. Back-to-back rounds now.
That is a ludicrous swing. Perfect pre-aim. I mean, pretty much a pre-fire, I think. There's no time to react to that. He just knows exactly where the jet is going to be set up.
Grouped up, gathered. Lakia. The shock dart. Here's that one now. The close. Nice.
Almost got it.
John, yeah, he was a critical target. It needs to stay alive with the lockdown now in play. What is the call to be made? Geng, how do you fight this one? Split up across the map here. I mean, it's just really only Munchkin, and they're just trying to get Lakia out of there. Hunter's Fury through and out into the spawn, into the location. 12 seconds left. They need to get this spike down and planted. Maybe to push this one back and away, but Geng, they're out of there.
It's only John in an aggressive position in the post plant right now, and Sassy's miles away. Doesn't have that ult to work with.
Doesn't indeed.
He's not going to have shock dart lineups from there, so he needs to find some way of having impact.
Start clearing the paranoia here. Still close quarters enough. It has revealed, and they have cleaned him up. With John down, finally a kill found. Zekken. Not going to be blinded up by that one, but still emanating out with waves of the suppression. He's dropped to his knees. Meteor, last one left, unless he can get Munchkin back alive. A tap. Fading out the spray here. 3 players left out in the open. Sentinels running over them.
Good round.
That was a difficult situation there. John getting caught in his aggressive position. Sassy way out of the fight. Zekken needed to step up, and he did it. This opener is sublime. And then he also follows up by being able to punish Lakia and to stop Munchkin. It's an amazing round from the star player of Sentinels. I say the star player. One of the superstar.
Plenty to pick from. Plenty to pick from.
So Sen is still making a go of this, even though Geng are in the lead.
In the lead. Arguably still favoured, but they are starting to put a dent into that economy for Geng. The lost round here. Geng, vital for Sentinels. They're going to be hoping for a flash repeat.
Yeah, another jet duel.
Dash just fades away. They're going to be using util of their own now. Paranoia even layered on top, spamming away. An exchange of lead. No casualties.
Geng not over-rotating this time. Keeping a couple of players in mid, realizing that it's not a full commitment from Sen here. They're just fighting for map control. You could consider this a win though for Sentinels, because they're going to be going into a site that only has 3 players on it.
Yeah.
And that's assuming they commit to A.
Munchkin gathering that information. As the nade ready here, as time runs short, John QT, hello. Flash forwards on top of it here, but backing away, will get cleaned up eventually. The air is sprayed down. Fragment, nade, texture, and Munchkin all combined. And they have shut down his approach.
Tens with ultimate is going to try to get into the B site and get the plant down.
Yeah, it's an open site for him. Still rapid.
Sassy get there.
Oh, Sassy, he's picked them apart. Texture onto that rotation, but he is alone now. Tens is going to do a hell of a job to try and hold on to this one. Kieran sticking, no way. Up onto it, just gets that information. Now 2 players assaulting the position slowly, surely.
Sassy's so far away.
He needs so much here. Sassy is miles away. Reinforcements are lacking. Makia seeking to disjoint it. That dart, it was fantastic though. Still playing inside the smoke. Lakia shuts it down, but time has been bought. A tap, Sassy. Does he think it's open to the fuse? Spamming away. Counter spam from Munchkin, sticking from Lakia. Full defensive setup. 11 now on the board.
It's a nice try there with that dart, seeing if he could assist Tens while still being positionally a long way away. I think it wasn't quite planted in a spot where he was able to get the wall back there. It's this triangle set up again over towards A, stopping Sentinels getting in on the A splits. It looks really nice from Gen G. Anytime Sen have tried an A split, the A main players have not been able to have any impact. They're just sending a drone in there and they can't actually push the players from Gen G who are killing the people on cat. The A splits are being defended immaculately. But look at this, Sen are so convinced that this is going to be defensive aggression in this round. They know that Texture had to pop knives. And they are ready for the Hunter's Fury play, a classic set play that teams would love to do.
Really far back.
Has pulled 20 seconds off the clock here.
With how time has been playing an issue for Sentinels. It's little moments like that might make the difference in the round. Grouped up now with Texture. Fast rotation to try and back up the rest of his team out towards the A site.
Love this positioning from Lakia as well. If he stays over towards Market, he'll have a perfect ult line, but instead he drops back towards B. Spotted people in mid and maybe just worried that it could be a B split.
50 seconds.
Time certainly is ticking here.
Decisions need to be made. I mean, you haven't pulled out good util from Gen G. They can just stall you out. Finally going to be showing some presence, but with the knife tags, Zekken.
This doesn't give you too much info. It could be a cat push, could still be a B split.
They're going to get destroyed, but they're trying to fake A presence, perhaps. I mean, the spike is in the middle of nowhere. Certainly they are fast. It was Zekken. He's rapid on the uptake. Texture, even more so. And the Hunter's Fury to punish. Alarmbot chasing them into the top section of mid. That's Tens. He's got to try and get some value in. He's got to try and get some kills.
The lockdown.
It's really just absolutely brutalized them. Slowed them to a crawl. They can't break it. They have to fight it. Tens here onto the angle again. They're swarming into the position and behind them. Texture rips them to shreds, rips them to pieces.
Has to stick.
And there's no chances, not anymore. Gen G up to 12.
You watch what Texture does on defense, it's so good. He gets pressured here with the paranoia, instantly updrafts, kills the player, dashes forwards to re-fight that, and he immediately notices it's a fake. If he dashes away there, they don't get the info, and those B players might not have stayed on B. But because Texture is so confident to take the fight, to dash forwards, to look for the others, he gets to calm. The way that Gen G are playing off each other and their confidence is just getting them so much more info to play with on their defense side. This defensive ascent has been lovely to watch. Certainly feels like there could not be a better moment for Pacific to pick up their first ever global trophy. And Geng, if they get this one step forwards on Ascent, they'll be one step closer to hoisting it.
On the precipice. In through mid, that's Sentinels. All eyes on that now. Second with the knives. Grouped up as well. Might be looking for a flash peek through. Drone. Forwards here, just showcasing. Oh, doesn't break it in time, so it actually spots both players, and they're already up through mid as well. Paranoid misses, texture, clean shot, rips it away, and this Dreams being dashed out and away. John QT, maybe a chance. Turn with the 1 kill, but it's still a player disadvantage, and they don't know where the rest of them are. Into the corner, hello, finding Lack here. 3 versus 3, Munchkin going, walkabout. Celsius dropped dead to rights, 2v2, still Spike in the open. And a control gained and gathered. Munchkin follows through with the fire. Doubled up now, understanding the win con. Smoke to block it off. It's all on Sassy.
They know he's not close. Karan is actually looking the other way too. They've split up to form 2 1v1s. Could Sassy be given anything? He just doesn't expect them coming from spawn.
No, there's no way you expect this, and this could be it. This should be it. The map done and dusted. Geng, edge ever closer to that title, ever closer to that trophy. But it's not done yet. The job isn't finished.
They said that themselves when they won the upper bracket final. Just because we won here, they said, doesn't mean that the job is finished. But they're in a great spot.
They're in a fantastic spot. It's yet to be seen if Sentinels can fight back. Don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that little thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Life hands you bad lemons. Try and make it lemonade. Easy on the sugar cane. Switch it to agave. Gave it all I had, love. I can't do agape. My conditions written out. Take it up a God. Hey, you can pay me for my time though. And it all on the high note. I don't like to say goodbye. Found out I'm probably Irish. Deep down, feeling down, hold a smile like a saga. Seeking answers, all I found is. You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. But you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. Everybody moving scared. Don't know what the answer is. told myself I saved the world, speaking like a prophet did. Shit just feel like stranger things, upside down and overwhelmed. Chaos just to set you free, chaos just to set you free. Deep down, still in doubt, hold a smile like a socket. Seeking answers, all I found is you. Look, man, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing either. All I know, I'm doing what's right for me. That might not be right for you. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free.
Gen G is just one map win away from making history. Not just for Korean Valorant, but for the Pacific region as a whole. It would be absolutely monumental if they were able to pick up this win, but they still have one more map ahead of them here, and that would be Split that we're going to be seeing in a moment. And oh boy, this could go either way.
But I think Gen G is on the course to win a trophy. They have two maps coming up where they have looked great thus far. That Ascent win could have been the make or break in this series.
Yeah, undefeated on Split so far here in Madrid, and they've taken down Sentinels, the ones we hyped up as the best Split team in the world. It would almost be poetic to close it out on Split.
Well, let's talk about some of the great ideas that we were seeing from Gen G, because honestly, it just feels like Munchkin Mike is just making some brilliant calls, and on top of that, the plays have just been immaculate.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a perfect example here, just a real slow burn pistol round. There's two opportunities for this to actually slow down and go back into Sentinel's favor, but Gen G just make the right decisions time and time again. There's a second freeze here where actually in the post-plant situation, they wait for the turret to come back up. It's just so composed.
I think the way that Gen G plays like pace is like no one else in this tournament. They can have rounds like this where they slow down twice, they take these pauses, they force their opponent to make a move, and then they have rounds where when they have an advantage, they're pressing it, they're going hyper-aggressive, they're relying on the aim. They're so good at breaking the timings, but also going back to playing this super standard style of Valorant that just makes them so hard to call against.
Yeah, it has to be the most difficult thing for John and Kaplan to have to make these plays work against a Gen G squad that just seems to have the playbook.
One round you're playing against PaperX, and the next round you're playing against a better DRX.
Yeah, no, real talk. Yeah, that really is a great way to break it down. Of course, though, one player that we have to highlight as we, well, could maybe see him make history here for the region. It's Lakia, who, you know, he's been in these positions before, but now not like this. This is going to be monumental for this young man who's able to pull this off.
Yeah, in particular, I mean, he comes under flack occasionally, but here he's the second leg to kind of Munchkin's mid-rounding. The way that they use his utility and these re-clearances, being proactive, we come back to that composure as well. Their ability to swing mid-rounds back in their favor. When they concede a first blood, nearing on 50% of a 4v5 conversion comes down to players like Lakia.
And imagine if he could win a trophy now. He was there when Korea had their next best placement at an international event on New Turn all the way back. He has been grinding since then.
Full
had
circle.
Multiple opportunities, joined DRX, it didn't go his way, went down to Tier 2, but now he's back in the Tier 1 in the first final that his country has ever made in Valorant with a real shot at winning it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the odds gotta be on the side of Gen G, and you see it in the poll. People are starting to come to their senses here. Don't get me wrong, I love Sentinels, but Gen G's cooking.
Have Sentinels ever lost a Twitter poll? Regardless.
They're making a comeback now.
Oh, they're making a comeback now,
But it's going to be a lot harder for them to make a comeback in this server here.
This is crazy. The fans have no idea where this is going to go.
Yeah, it's wild. Sentinels honestly shouldn't be winning this because they're going into Split. This has historically been their best map. They were excellent in Americas. They were dominating the early stages of this tournament, but Gen G's on a 3-map win streak here, and they figured them out last time. The way they varied this place sent some really hyper-aggressive pieces with the Raze Jet double blueless combo. Took Sen by surprise.
And the concerning thing here is actually, I think we've been talking about a couple of times today, Gen G have been the ones, the benefactors of controlling the pace. And that was the story last time. Sentinels just seemed 2 steps behind Gen G every single round.
I think the biggest change for Sen needs to be on their defense, doing a better job of handling Gen G's disruption. What they were doing so well was fighting forward and shutting down Sen's set retakes. If they can't make that change, if they can't come back on a map that has been their best, Sentinels will be out and Gen G will hoist that trophy.
Will we go to a map 5? I know the crowd wants it, we want it, but let's go ahead and see if we get it. Bren, Sideshow, the floor is yours.
For our 4th map here in the grand finals, it's up to Sentinels to really steal their hearts. You gotta imagine despair settling in. Think about it, Gen G with a better momentum on this map. I mean, split that used to be the bane of many teams when they were up against Sentinels. People arguing why didn't they fight back? Why didn't they ban it?
Yeah, but I mean, you look at what Gen G have been able to do this tournament on split. It's been fantastic. Early rattle take to start this one off. Paranoia being thrown, countered as well. Everyone blind.
No way, Tens, he can't get away with the kill.
Okay, but Sen also realized that that's a bit of a fake. It's not everybody in that area.
Second gets off the line for just a moment, and now he's going to be faced with an absolute onslaught. They rush his position in still, walks away with 2. Return to fire. Sen not leaving anything to chance. They want to try and funnel and rotate everybody towards him, but yet still Gen G have played right into their hands.
One enemy remaining.
There's no health.
Low on health indeed. Meteor forced to scatter and back away. I mean, we are talking about the opening 35 seconds here. And now grouped up side by side, looking to put a pistol round on the board.
Sen are getting antsy here, though.
John QT out wide, Tens wide face! And definite chances, but Sentinels, necessary beginning here for this map on split.
Definitely is. That's a great opening. And you saw from the very beginning, a lot of actually Gen G's attack side. The last time these 2 teams faced was dominated by A-ramp fights. And kind of that fight over A-heaven, actually even in the post plan. So Tens uses the Paranoia instantly to try to stop anyone from scaling. They realize that instead it's coming through mid. Second does an amazing job at picking up 2.
Got to remember, this is still Sentinels before getting smacked around by some of the APAC teams. Still one of their better maps here. They might just try and jump onto this one, but Celsius spotted out, backs away, not getting caught out into the open. Still, a few stray shots in. One of the key real win cons for Gen G I found as well when you were revisiting, the split map when they last clashed and played against one another was Celsius kind of getting caught out in the open. On top of those mid fights, or at least the A-ramp fights that you were talking about earlier, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, they in the previous time these 2 teams faced, they tried to set up a high-low in mid and just dropped the orb and faced into 4 players. It was brutal. This time, not going to go for something that risky on the follow-up after the rifle, after the pistol.
Have given up a lot of space, though, to Cam. Spotting out the tippy toes.
And this is a very classic position for John's Cam. Gen G are going to know that. They break it. Zekan's the only player here. He's got to get safe before the wall goes down. And Munchkin, almost getting caught in mid, will die to Tens.
I might be looking to swarm here, just a wide face and peek. John is under attack, and finally he's going to have some reinforcements just allowed into the side here, but everybody survives. Could have got dangerous, could have maybe got expensive, let's say.
Oh, but it's a good, clean finish for Sen. John Cutie's been fantastic in an anchoring spot. Tens always sends a really nice smoke, and John's got cages he can play around, traps that catch people. It's very effective.
Yeah.
What doesn't work is when they lose the early round fights right off the rip. Gen G now with rifles on board, looking to try to dominate B main by the look of things. Meteor was acting a bit as the lure. It looks like he is again separated from the pack.
Good time for Sen to try and cook something up here in their bonus round, and fully grouped up this time. Nothing to chance, is it? Flash through, no connection with the orb dropping down. Well, not expecting it, but it does dash into the open. There is that follow-up. Now the reaction. Gen.G fast on the approach. TP forwards by Karen, and they have cleared out that B site.
I do like the way that Gen.G balance between pushing aggressively in post plants and waiting for the flood defense. This one, just waiting to see if there's a reaction from Sen. They know that the economy's weak, expecting the flood.
Danger spotted. Nade as well, he's stunned up entirely here. Sassy so fast of it. Zekken combining with that approach here out wide. Munchkin seeking to at least relieve that pressure and damage and offset that disadvantage. Still locked down onto the pillar angle. They wait, a pause, but now the paranoia allows him to play it a little bit deeper here. Smoke now, propped up.
Zekken is one, he's got to be healed.
He is going to top back up to a bit more health still. Gotta think Gen.G, it all comes down to the way these fights get taken. Zekken from the side. Temple taken out of Charon inside the cage, dominating but cleaned up. Munchkin in the back, 1v1! No bullets, no chance! Munchkin with the sidearm saves the bloody day.
Well, that's an extremely expensive round again. Sen on the bonus, creating pressure, applying danger. Pretty disastrous dash there from Meteor, actually. A player who has really impressed me with how much smarter he seems than on previous teams.
Yeah.
And then grouping together to try to flush out these people one at a time. Just a little unfortunate that Zekken didn't have more loaded in the clip. That economic damage is going to mean one Guardian for Gen.G, so it doesn't even have that much effect.
Potential for another large fight.
Now, Gen.G were fighting over A ramp with 4 players a lot of the time, the last time that these two teams faced off. This one, though, a 1-1-3.
They pause, and now they make the play here with the paranoid just a little bit too delayed. Rocket up and over, Uptrap saves him, but not from the bullets. Meteor falling, damage done to texture. Nade nowhere close, so he will survive, and Lakia is in mid.
Yeah, look at this awesome response from Lakia. Realizing that Sen have overcommitted to the A ramp fight, he takes all of this space.
He tells us it's not going to be expecting this, not going to be expecting this, but still lands it.
What a flick, what a turn!
That is insane.
हमारा भी सही बंदे को हील नहीं मिलेगी इसका टेक्सचर को.
He's not an option, so they go back to what has been working for them. They've been doing a lot of these mid-round calls, group up, collected together. I'm seeing brute force and win these fights.
I'm seeing pings on the remap, right, that indicate they want to push through B Heaven into spawn. I don't know exactly whether they're going to commit on that. The cam is going to spot them.
30 seconds left.
Just about. Snakebite though.
Yeah, look at this. They're looking to try to take the fight towards stairs while Munchkin plants.
Has got a plan, and he was trying to pit. Goes down entirely here. The trades online now for Sentinels. Obliterating any chance here for Charon to even stand toe to toe. He'd have to hit those shots, and he can't quite manage it.
A supremely better beginning to this map for Sen. Putting the pressure on Gen.G, dealing, I don't know how, but dealing with Lakia coming through vent. Gotta see this again. Oh, what a flick! That's an outrageous one. If Lakia is able to get that, the whole round just pivots.
Yeah. All laughs in the Sen camp, not letting the stress get to them.
I mean, I assume that there was an amusing reaction from Zelsis in comms as well. He seems like the kind of player to do it. But that's broken Gen.G. All of that damage from an expensive bonus round.
Here.
I don't want to count them out, but the economical advantage is massive for Sen, and they needed a hot start. They've got it.
You're right, we're feeling like you can't count Gen.G out. I mean, this team made a name for themselves as well, just in qualifying for this event by winning so many of these rounds where they weren't expected to. Shouldn't be as much danger, but you never know. Ollie's flying overhead here. Quickly into the approach here. There was a paranoia, and there's pillars close to it. Players getting beamed down and ran down. Showstopper rocket out wide with Zelsis falling. John QT left scrambling. He's trying to pick up these pieces. Pit collected and corralled now. It's only up to him in a 1v1 second. Retains that composure and holds down the fort just when his team needed it.
What a savior for Sentinels. 9-3 to begin. After being rocked by Monia, was the only man where Zekken didn't fight by the best player in the lower bracket final. But this one was so dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Texture did as much as he possibly could to make this one a win. John taking down Munchkin though, dropping the pit, set Zekken up for success. So much danger in that round.
Pumped up after that one.
Gen G have just looked so crazy whenever they're at a disadvantage. In the series overall, they're still winning a third of the time when they're down a player. Never mind when they're on their eco, you know, that you can just never count them out.
Almost unheard of entirely. And again, it's a fast play from Gen G. They're going to get access and gained over towards that B site, but now a fight into the spawn. Texture spamming the appropriate angles. It's running and cutting at play, at work. That's purely just off of a read. Maybe even just a sound cue.
A great read though. And now Texture looking like he wants to get put into the smoke, or at least avoiding this flash.
Texture's going to get value. They're not going to clear him out as well. They topple and fall, and they collide right into him.
And that's more like what Gen G were up to previously. A great balance of sometimes waiting for the flood if they anticipate it, and then if they're not going for the flood, trying to disrupt the Sen retake. There was a lot of talk about how incredible Sentinel's retakes were. We were, at the beginning of this tournament, saying Sen, Carmine, retakes were amazing. At kickoff, Sentinels won 61% of their retakes. At Madrid, that's 24%.
It's gone right down.
It's plummeted to not even being a good retake percentage at all. Never mind a great one, an incredible one, unheard of one. So if Sen can get back to that kind of level and deal with Gen G looking to disrupt, there's a major win condition for them in this half.
All but from Zelsis seeking to reposition. Now this is an unusual angle. You can get cleared very easily.
It's nice though if Zekken continues to make noise and distract.
Trailblazer clears him. Trailblazer clears him. He's in trouble, and yeah, more so than that, he's out in the open.
Really well done. Very diligent from Gen G. Zelsis is getting caught by a mid-stack again. Hoping just to be able to pick up a lurker. But look at Meteor again and kind of picking up that role as Sentinels re-push out through B main.
It's a good call to make here, but Sassy surely not favored into that one, and yeah, just backs away. Tens holding the angle for him, just over the shoulder. Offload those Seekers as well, giving him a good indicator now, but already getting a move on, a run now. Over towards A, fast sprint and fast in action. There are anchoring players. Zekken here, oh my goodness, almost claiming that one. It was a dink, drops him down to 10 HP. Meteor falling to the nade. Zekken still alive. Still playing towards the pillar with the help of his team, with only 30 seconds left. What is the call now for Gen G?
There's very little time for them to work with. They're going into a stack. I mean, where's the win condition here? How do they get this?
Unlikely. It just looks so damn unlikely. Texture forward in this approach again, but there's no setup ready for it. Just satchels to his doom and defeat. Everybody picked apart. Spike drop down. No kill onto Charon. To get this plant down, maybe potentially Tens.
Push.
Just, yeah, pushing, ending, putting a stop to it.
Big round from Tens. Great shot with the Guardian to open things up. But I think what actually wins the round, I've been talking so much about how the Gen G look like they over-rotate. They trust the read. They believe in it. Follow the noise, that kind of stuff. Sen actually just hold their ground. They went for the B main exploration, got the kill, and they didn't gamble that it was going to be a B hit afterwards. They kept John and Zekken in anchor positions over towards A, and that's what paid dividends. Staying rooted. Staying to the fundamental defense. Now Zekken's got a showstopper to work with. Could be incredible against a fast A push.
Fast ramp aggression, and you're right, there is going to be that showstopper ready and waiting. He just looks for the right time to strike, and that appears to be now! Bounding across the wall, Lakia finish gap into the wall, maybe a chance for Meteor, but the knives just go amiss, all ran out. And so do the chances, really. Attempt to try and take this space still.
Love that smoke from Tens as well. Not something that they were previously doing, choosing to fight A ramp, but now just making sure Gen G have no opportunities to take this fight. And if they do, Sen tripled up, looking to drop the wall and take the fight on their terms. They missed the paranoia!
There's the paranoia! Texture! And Meteor! They combine their might, and Sentinels, no chance entirely! It's all gone wrong!
Brutal! That's the bungle. And I said I love the fact that they were smoking it off and not taking the fight. Made me eat my words in about a second and a half afterwards, as they just sent the paranoia, missed it, and ran in one by one. That's a tragic misplay, and looking so similar to what was hurting Sen on their defense in the upper bracket final.
It's an advantage situation they're in.
Yes, there is simply no need to make a play like that. They want to clear out a ramp, I understand, but you're just taking too many risks there. The Paranoia doesn't clear out the lane fully, and Gen.G are so ready for that. They punished Sentinels many times before. What a huge one for Gen.G to be able to take. And frankly, against most teams, Sen would get away with that. Yeah. But Gen.G are so sharp, and their positioning is so good over towards A ramp.
Despite that shakiness at the beginning, split, undeterred, Gen.G have that economical advantage. Even the showstopper for Texture here should be looking at that 4th round on the board.
Texture got an amazing showstopper round against Sen previously by doing pretty much the same thing we just saw, stopping them fighting A ramp.
So anchoring players are going to get tested.
It's unusual for Zellsis to be here on A.
Let's try and play around these smokes here, but with the wires taken out, he's pitting. Pitting early preemptive. Paranoia will not connect there. Where will the rocket go though? That is the question. And fires it straight into Zellsis. He's dropped, and with that the pit. It's an open side out, open still. Looks like a chance to take this fight, but they're not anticipating it. Meteor already up onto the high ground position, but Sentinel's not messing around. A rapid approach and a rapid retake of this one, but they are being cleaned up entirely as Charon is just plucking them apart.
Munchkin ready to stop anybody going through A heaven, but the players on site had already done his job for him.
Second.
Tries to make the most of it, but he's going to have no chances there. Gen.G getting a couple of huge rounds back to back to put the squeeze onto Sen. After Sen had got such a great start to this map, which was exactly what they needed. Great read as well from Texture. That Zellsis would not be playing inside the ultimate because he's scared of the showstopper, and instead would be over towards elbow. And even if Zellsis wasn't there, that's a spot that John loves to play in. John also, without the cage he normally uses to flood from CT into elbow, wasn't really able to help Zellsis there. Or perhaps had already used it earlier in the round. Sen are going to take a timeout.
Potential turning point, really. Not just the map, but maybe even the series. That's why Sentinels are taking their time with this one.
I mean, the pressure is already on Sen. We knew that they were at a disadvantage coming into this. Gen.G earned that advantage by bullying Sentinels on 2 of the maps in the upper bracket final and cementing themselves as the leaders at Masters Madrid, but not the winners yet.
No, the job's not finished. That's why they're taking it 1 round at a time, because not just the hopes and dreams of their country. It's a Korean team, the furthest they've ever got in one of these international tournaments, going all the way to the finals, but Pacific as well. They've had 10 chances. This is the 10th one here that we're looking at in Masters Madrid at getting a title. And they've come close, don't get me wrong, but tumbled at the finish line many, many times.
Well, some not even made it to the finish line, if we're going to talk about the Korean squads, right?
Yeah.
New Turn, DRX, Best was 3rd. Gen.G already overtaken that and looking to lift the trophy.
This is that new era of Valorant that we're looking at. Teams being put together. Rookies filling up the pieces here. Shots going wide there from Meteor. No tag onto the damage, and it was definitely a threat of it. Celsius on the half armor.
I wonder if they can get a read that because Meteor faced mid, he's not going to be lurking A ramp.
Cover going out.
Sassy and Zekken are still trying to clear that, but this is as the B hit comes through.
Paranoia does connect it, at least onto the dog, but into the back of the site. He needs to exchange positions, and he will do so. Wrapping back away, but Gen.G have nothing to do with this site now. They are fully rotating away.
But they're rotating without anybody taking space over towards A. And Zekken and Sassy cleared this out. You know, Sassy is perfectly fine facing ramp here. He knows he's not going to get punished. He's going to be able to hear some of this. Zekken's coming forwards to try to help.
50 seconds. Now Charon does have util as well. Paranoia going to be getting good information with that one. Respecting the position here. Sassy not eager to take that fight. Instead, doubling up. It looks like potential high-low setup. Yeah, it is indeed, with him playing it onto Heaven. Satchel forwards, cuts up the angle, flash repick. No, not through main. Adjustment necessary, and Zekken comes up with the goods and more. With 4 ripped away.
I'm not sure if Zekken's asking the crowd to appreciate or telling Gen.G he can handle more of them.
Spike down A.
The flash play from Sassy cost him his life. makes him look worse in terms of the stats, but it was exactly what his teammates needed. It fed Zelsis in through the back into heaven, and also allowed Zekken to try to contest the main players too. What a spray control, he's 17-7.
Celsius.
Leading the charge, doesn't even cover it.
Here.
Almost dragging his team over some of these rounds.
Friend, the most rounds that Gen.G have dropped on Split this tournament is 8.
Nice.
Senna looking good to maybe make it 7.
Add a few more to the tally perhaps, but maybe speaking too soon. We know how good Gen.G are.
And they're so good at, in the 4v5s.
Yeah.
But look at this. Sassy and Zekken realizing that if nobody's there, they can take the space.
Disrespect. Zekken knows if he gets one more kill, he's got a showstopper earned and available for him to just try and get out of the dodge.
The trip will give him the timing here to potentially make the play.
There it is, flash through. TP pass, broken. Backs to the wall, backs to him entirely. No way! The movement, the twists and turns. Looking like ballerinas out in mid.
Zekken goes from high to low, but Sassy's here, potentially as the safety net to clean it all up.
Might be your time to strike, Sun. Step up to the line and really reward the rest of your team. As two topple and fall texture soon after, and the movement, wide swing, wide face. Lead maintained for Sentinels. Vital, necessary, essential for it.
A relieved smile on the face of Zekken. No need for the replay, I don't think. After picking up 4 in the previous, look at that, hand on his head. Thought he'd ruined it. But his teammates were there to pick things up. Huge from Sassy, who gave his life to make Zekken's play work in the previous round. And what a read from Sen as well, that they can get away with that, because Gen.G group up so much in their attack side. They talked about that, they knew it coming out of the press conference after the upper bracket final.
Last round of the half.
8-4
down already, and look how aggressive Sen are. This Trailblazer, I mean, it's so deeply pushed.
Yeah.
Constant information. I mean, Sassy is pushed entirely. He's given them the full information now, just calling it out to the rest of his team.
It looks like we're watching Gen.G on the defense, right? Just believing in the read.
Celsius
cannot peek into that many players. But if you allow them to walk up mid, Zekken's death earned him a showstopper.
No way.
Sassy can't die here. He can't take that level of risk. He's just looking for the information.
Gen.G all eyes now on the B side. There will be trips waiting for him. The nade should clear at least one layer of it. Smoke's now up with the paranoia through, and it's a call made to flood right back into it. The rocket damage done, but already texture right behind. Snaps back Zekken. Shuts down the adversary, shuts down the nemesis. But does he anticipate this? Yes, he does. Movement sublime.
Nice game. Nice game.
Another 4 kills and only 4 rounds on the board for Gen.G. Sen were held at 5 in their matches against both of the Pacific teams here. But they've broken through that and already equaled the max amount that anyone's taken against Gen.G here at Madrid. Zekken can feel it. 21 kills for this young player on the defense side.
Rallied and rejuvenated. 8-4, like you said, 21 kills, looking unstoppable truly here. Still a second half yet to happen and yet to be seen.
To all the people following us at home, I must take this break to show you all how incredible is the Spanish crowd that we are having right now on Madrid Arena. And for that, I'm going to use my mother tongue. Para toda la gente que tenemos aquí, amigos, sois un público maravilloso y vamos a demostrarle al mundo entero que como vosotros no hay ninguno. Así que quiero saber con quién vais. Primero, ¿quién va con Sentinels? Y ahora, ¿quién va con Gen.G? Amigos, vamos a dedicarle un aplauso a toda la gente que estáis aquí y también a los jugadores, todos juntos, lentito. Primero, 1, vamos. Sois absolutamente increíbles. Para despedirme, todos juntos, calentamos manos. Una ola, de abajo arriba. 3, 2, 1, ¡arriba todo el mundo! Sois increíbles. Disfrutemos de esta gran final. Hagámoslo juntos. Hagamos historia. Porque como esta final, no hay ninguna. Friends, on home, let's go back with this banger.
But the energy is palpable here in the Madrid arena. There's been mayhem, there's been madness, don't get me wrong. But Sentinels perhaps have done enough for them here against this Gen G team put together. It was Gen G that was standing on the precipice, really. They just needed this map to close it out and make history, carving out their own path. But maybe starting to feel that heat.
Let's go.
Sometimes in moments like this, it can just feel a little too real.
Yay,
Realization hits you, texture,
yes.
only 20 health. When that's combined with the Viper Wall.
A few shots flying, nade rebounding, but not expecting Meteor here with the damage. Done! Kills collected. All on top, and it's all added up as well for that Gen G advantage still. There are players low. Calling for the pause and around here for Sentinels, understanding the importance of it, not getting ahead of themselves.
Their map control is actually fairly good here, with Sassy watching behind. Lakia not getting punished for this re-exploration, but also finding incorrect information. That might drive people into Sassy. He's weak, but he has a sheriff.
They've gone walkabouts themselves. What's the thought process here? Flash, acknowledgement now at least that there's going to be players behind him, but Sassy feeling no real pressure, but now he's got to hear it. Jumping down into vents, they are just forcing the position and forcing the fight straight to them. Surely not favoured into this one. 3v2, damage! And down, drop down to the players here. Single shot will do it. Texture survives. Spike. It's still in the hands of Sassy here, but he's got so much more to do. And does he hear the drop down? He does not.
That's a crazy round from Texture towards the end. Combined health pools, barely in the double digits. And yet Texture's able to weave around slightly. Pops ahead. Great resilience on show here for Gen G. Even though they're in the lead, with players that haven't been in this kind of position before, the closer you get to winning, sometimes the more the pressure mounts. I was wondering if these rookie players, or rather some of the players with less experience at the big level as well as Karon, might struggle in a spot like this, but certainly Meteor has not given up the confidence.
No. That's back immediately here in the jump spot. Himself is not seeing too much down. Ends up getting punished. Meteor, real chance for him to feast. We met though with a few shotgun pellets. Munchkin, really nice idea there and awareness, knowing that could be a possibility. It's all being shut down, all being locked down.
Clean from Gen G, very clean. Second just trying to get the orb online, and he does. He runs away with it. Call that a silver lining, yeah. And Sen have got to be fairly happy about this.
Lakia, hello, knives out. What the hell is going on here? Realizing it.
Could go for a knife fight, why not? Second gets picked off, but Sen won't be too bothered about that. Another huge difference between Sen playing split in the upper bracket final and now. The vibe, the atmosphere, it's so different. They don't feel as timid, unconfident. Ten said that he was zoning out throughout the game. Couldn't really find good timings to be able to take his ones. Zekken got shut down. It's different, and yet Gen G are still keeping it within 2. They're such a dangerous squad, and it's on them to cook up some idea for this bonus round. What a weird wall from Munchkin over towards A.
This is bizarre. Different twist onto some of them that are being thrown out. Blocks up this angle. Meteor happy to jiggle it. They could have crossed onto either side here. Okay, there it is. Just spotting the one and now backing away. Munchkin. Did he miss that timing? Was he going to be aware of it? Meteor close now. Tucked to the corner. Trailblazer, any seek or attempt to punish this one. Might just be met pound for pound. 3 players grouped up mid. Also being explored here, but the first kill. Damage done. Meteor dash to disengage away. And Lakia.
They're going to get caught here.
Covering fire. You're right. They are getting caught in all sorts of positions with Karon falling. Zekken creeping and crawling.
Whoa.
Texture though. Back at it again. It's not quite enough still. It's an overwhelming advantage now for Sentinels.
4v3.
Watching for this again. Texture caught. So much value out of this position over towards Vents. Again, feels like a hard read from Sentinels to me. baiting them into fighting over A ramp, and then just creeping up mid with the contact play. Any time where you see Sen taking mid control without using Dog or Boombot, you got to call it a hard read, in my opinion. They just know that Gen G love to group up heavily on sides of the map, and this is where you're finally seeing that adaptation, abusing the holes that Gen G cause by trying to stack players. It is difficult though, because if you get the read wrong, you're just walking up mid into a crossfire. Meteor is now going to have an operator online.
Okay.
But he's holding very far back over towards A. It's not a position where you're likely to get too much value, at least not in the early round.
Looks like Gen G were setting up for a punish over towards B.
Yeah, and at the very
least,
least,
Zeken's one away from the ult.
Yeah, it also allows them to get good information behind Zelsis's orb, which he's put at the front of B main. And now as it goes down, Gen G knows that there's nobody over in this area of the map.
Reclearing a push with the flashes out. It's a wide face, really wide face, but all the kills eventually being collected and traded there by Charon. Meteor though, got a miss though to where these potential players could be. Good information, at least with the acknowledgement there. Trailblazer finding the target and the mark, but really chaotic situation. Pings on the map though, Gen G are aware.
Yeah, and I don't think Gen G are actually gonna think that it's a full commitment A heaven. You would expect Zeken to be with the play here because he's one away from Showstopper, he's the entry player. So the fact he was in market, I think, has scrambled Gen G a little.
Yeah, they're all over the place this time, less trusting of the gut and wondering where the hell these players have got to. Tens almost going down there, out to the open. Meteor left to anchor now, and his position is being assaulted and swarmed. Paranoia is good, shot missed, going stray, still walks it down onto this angle, but look at it, they've just absolutely overpowered them.
Really beautiful attack side from Sen. Gorgeous calling from John Cutie, from the whole team. Contact towards A heaven, this time going for a semi-contact all the way through A heaven. Karen just caught a glimpse and gave up the game. Take a look at the replay as Luckier saves. Look how deep they are before Gen G get the read. And to me, the biggest strength of Gen G on defense is the fact that they get the reads. They either play aggressive or they re-clear in the mid-round or something to give Munchkin that gut feeling that he's going to make the right call. And I think you could see it on the minimap there. Gen G were so spread out, even after they re-cleared B main, spotting Zeken with the Trailblazer in market was a real head-scratcher for them. Love what John Cutie's bringing out here. You can see that they've put in a lot of effort, and what a tight turnaround for Sen. They had to play basically the entire time since losing on Split. They haven't really had a break to work with.
No.
Gen G are the team that should have been able to pull adaptations out of it, but it's harder when you won. It's actually easier to learn from your mistakes. Yeah, it seems like what Sen are doing.
Gen G now calling this timeout, seeking a few adaptations, because they're realizing that the map slipping away from their grasp. Sentinels holding this lead, looking more and more likely that this map 5 is just inevitable.
Now map 5, Icebox, would be good news for Gen G, but a lot of it has to do with keeping up that spirit. I feel like it's difficult from the outside to understand just how much mental game there is involved in Valorant. If you lose your confidence, if you hesitate, doesn't matter how good your game plan was, how good your ideas are, if you can't execute on them because you're feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure of the moment, you're going to let it all slip away. Exactly. So that's what I need to see from Gen G here. Even if they're not able to rebound on this map, which I'll be hoping they can, that they're at least keeping their heads above the water.
Toss the hesitation to the side here, trust the gut, make the plays. That's what carried Gen G so far all the way to this grand finals. You can't lose your nerve here, not when you're at the finish line.
So this is the Viper wall now being put over towards B. That is a difference. Normally Zelsys has been putting in A and the orb on B. But it doesn't look like Gen G are thinking it's a real threat. It's only Munchkin in this area with a Bucky.
I've seen Gen G do work in spots like this prior, especially inside the orb. Hello, Munchkin. This dog now breaks it. We'll let loose that snake bite. So covering the retreat, but at the same time, John QT here anticipating every single play Getting two there's a job well done. Karen did return that fire, but Munchkin pushed back and away. Snakebite vulnerable. Boombot in his face, barely dealt with. Still alive and kicking the Meteor. Rapid on the approach, rapid on the uptake.
They didn't help Zekken. Zekken got into sight and they were scared. Scared of the Buckies, scared of the Snakebites coming down. Something caused a hesitation in Sen here. And it's a 3v3, still with knives on the other side.
Fear might cost you if you are Sentinels, Karen. Tucked close, not quite concealed, only good for the one. There's that instant trade. The Meteor's way ahead of you. Look at this guy, already taking a position forward and tucked underneath. He's picked up a rifle, and this could be the playmaker. Real time, watching it play out. It's like a car crash in slow motion, but a tough plant. Not anticipating it, labored in that 1v1, or 1v2. Sassy removed. Meteor, what a play.
The anticipation again of the rotate coming through before Sen had even realized they were going to end A. Meteor knew it.
That's trust in your gut. What we were talking about, having just no hesitation in terms of the way you make these plays.
And yet for Sentinels, I think it was a bit of hesitation. If they'd bullied their way through Munchkin's setup on B, they're probably there to help Zekken, maybe even trade that out. Listen, there's a possibility that it all goes wrong as well, but that's how dangerous Gen G can be. Solo and HSK looking like that's given them new life. Wind in the sails.
Yeah, you can understand why. Zekken does have the showstopper. Critical tool that they could be using. Maybe swing this round when the economy, not a super heavy investment. Gen G should have some money just left in the bank, but if they lose this round, it won't look ideal for them.
Zekken was dominating on the defense side. I think he ended it with 23. Hasn't quite been able to find the same success, but here he comes.
Yep, just following it. Not going to be leading. No way, Meteor! Plucks him out of the sky.
Didn't get cleared, he was on top of the box.
And the threat of that rocket is just negated immediately. Tens though, he's looking for timings of his own, and this is the right time to take them. Gotta play riskily now when you're a player down, especially against a team like Gen G.
Texture.
Stacked.
Oh, they just missed the timing.
Texture. Oh, he's going to spot him now. Tens doesn't see it. Tens called
He's
out.
a dead man walking.
He really is. Should not be getting away with this at all. In fact, Texture not even worried about it. His team's going to be calling for it. He wins the fight out. Munchkin taking that one alone, but already it's Texture sees the advantage, and now that close position tucked to the corner, punishing the AWP pick. Himself just wondering how the hell did he get there? Two players to stand, but turning it down, and Meteor turning up the bloody heat. All up to John.
Again, another Sen player in a 1v2 to end this situation. Not favored, 25 seconds, doesn't know where Meteor is. There's barely going to be any time here at some point. He's got to get a move on. He's going to give the information away to Lakia.
15 seconds.
Can he knife out walk the entire way?
As much as he possibly can. Wants to give away absolutely nothing. But at some point, they got to know it's A. And Lakia, yeah, finally realizing, turns his attention towards it. Barely enough time. So John's got a hell of a task ahead of him now. Doesn't know where the players are. Left to take some gambles. Lakia, what the hell was that peak?
That's an unbelievable shot though from John.
Absolutely. Brought it to the 1v1. 8 bullets left in the clip. Smoke out. Open Meteor. Spoils the potential play of a lifetime.
I believed it for a moment. He even got the game reset, but Meteor comes up with another huge round, saving Gen G. They looked down and out. And here it is, the punish on the showstopper after already winning that previous round. He dominates, shuts down Tens, wins the 1v1 at the end as well. They'll have to film another take of that.
Oh, frustrations on display.
Not the cinema that John was looking for there. I believe we're going into a tactical timeout here as well.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, timeout for Sentinels then. They've just lost 2 rounds in a row. And things have gotten very scrappy in the middle of them. I mean, the engage up into B heaven seems to make a lot of sense there. Dog, showstopper follows it. They just weren't expecting there to be 3 players.
No.
They had the audio cues that they were chasing one away. They're expecting another to be hard anchored on B. They just don't think the Meteor's also going to be there. How do Sentinels adjust their attack side to get value? Because now they're also heading into Texture's ult. I mentioned it earlier too. Zekken, I think, had 23 kills to end his defense half. It was somewhere in that area, even if I'm wrong with the exact number. He's only at 26 now.
Yeah, it's been slowed down.
Yes, he hasn't really been able to have the same level of impact on the entry. And to be honest, him entering was part of what looked magical in the game against Paper Rex. And when he played Lotus against Gen G, actually, he was just sailing in, dominating opponents, cracking stuff open for the team. Kind of dragging the rest of Sen through some difficult moments.
Not in hot water just yet, but again, that lead that they had, no longer steady. Gen G creeping back up to it now, trying to make it an even map, an even game. Texture. Got that showstopper here. Caron setting up the play out towards Ram.
That's pretty risky, actually, giving away his positioning there. Intense is taking the timing.
Smoke out. Texture, though, with the rifle in his hands. He's the one who has to really land this one. Shot! The crouched up. Not expecting that. Too many players to account for. Texture falling. Caron now with the judge. Now, I've seen this one before. If they walk right into him, there could be trouble.
Yeah, but they've got the Cypher on. They see that he's got that weapon. They want no piece of that smoke.
Now a maneuver all the way over. Lakia out wide, trying to anchor this position. Follow through with the kills, and they do trade out those available plays, but Caron, TP'd in the fight, in the mix, inside the smoke, trying to dominate this one, but he only has the judge. What can one man do? Not enough. Pit, lay it down for Sentinels. They're not leaving this one to chance. They need to clean it up now. Munchkin, the IGL. Does he anticipate Zekken's forward position? He does not. So, 11-1 now on the board for Sentinels. Off the back of that timeout. New lease of life on their side.
And that's a great attack side call again. Sen are really adding fake plays into their game. Yes, it's this one that opens up the round officially on the kill feed, but the whole reason that they're able to take that space in mid silently is because they created pressure A ramp and then got knowledge about where Caron was playing and knowledge that there was an opening in mid they could take advantage of. Now, last time we saw Gen G on a broken buy, they won the thing. So don't count them out here.
Definitely have the tools to do so again.
But, I mean, their positioning is, it couldn't be more wrong at the moment. Munchkin's got to try and hold it down with the judge until the cavalry arrives.
Going fast onto his approach, but now they might just be. Still that judge. Prime position to really get some work done with this one in the close quarter avenue. Still they dash past him. They don't know where he is finally. Dealing with him. But that push down mid has turned into a fast flank with all four of them. The trip. They're giving it away, but are they going to be aware that there's this many players?
No reaction from Sen. They're not trying to take space elsewhere.
No. Holding the ground, ensnared onto the site. Now from that high ground position, spam through, but Ten's not being baited with this one. Texture, how has he got that? Opened it up onto Zeltis, rocket, rebound, into the bag, kills, collected, and there's a 1v2 out of nowhere! Caron delivers. And I'm telling you, man, you cannot count Gen G out.
It's another thrifty for Gen G, man. And it's Sen not being quick enough, not realizing fast enough that everybody was on the flank there. You know, from our position, seeing all of the perfect information, it seems obvious. Okay, you need to take screens control. You need to be able to take heaven control there. But they didn't plan for heaven, and they just all got stuck on site. They were expecting there to still be some people over towards screens or ramp or heaven.
Yeah. And unreal mechanics on display.
Yeah, absolutely. Meteor to open, Texture's ult, and then Caron closes. The three heavy hitters.
Putting in work. 2 rounds stands between them in terms of that equalization. Again, looks like a fast play out, and it is. Gliding forward, Selson goes down to his own nade and takes a with the damage follow-up, the rifle in play. John QT is so fast here, just trying to follow through with Sassy. He's already gained that ground here, but they've lost too many players.
Surely. I mean, Gen G don't have that many holes in their defense side either this round. Munchkin's already keeping B main control. You know, you've got Caron looking for the lurk play too.
Yeah, he's taking that real quick.
That was just an attempt from Sen to try to up the tempo. Use the fact that they'd faked fast A control earlier. But I think as soon as you saw the cages come through with the blast packs.
This is a full investment round for Sen.
Yeah.
You lose this, the economy goes tumbling once more. Gen G up to 10. But maybe, just maybe you can find this. Kills Elsis! How's he getting away with it again?
But
the movement!
They can't use that. It does pull the Gen G players away slightly, but as soon as the plank goes down, Genji are going to know that they have to focus on B, and Zels is going to get rooted out here.
Not again! No way! The 3 versus 3. The discipline, the diligence, Paranoia sweeps through. Now the Seekers over the top with the flash, trying to hold his ground. Sassy does not go down. Pillardo, blade up, double up, comes Steve to be out and AI in. Play, finally, Lakia. A 1v2, finds the first. Next one on the cards! Get out of here! It's lights out!
He's been so good for Genji in the clutch. And he cleans it up again. Zelsis got away with murder in that round to make things doable. But finally, Genji got rewarded for their good early round play. There've only been 3 successful rounds for Sentinels in this half so far. Genji otherwise finding moment after moment. And look at the reaction. Pure relief on Lakia's face. Compared to the elation on all the rest. The stress, the heart rates all spiking.
Tension is there, palpable.
But the economy declining.
Now they have to make a play, they have to make a play, they have to make it now, backing away with a position of respect being shown. Don't want to tangle with that judge.
Genji have made such an incredible comeback in this half. They're starting to believe it. They're starting to earn it. They're only 3 rounds away from lifting that trophy. And this one should be a gimme.
Even it up 11-11. It's up to Sentinels to pull out. Not just miraculous moments, but honestly just divine intervention. Might just be necessary. A jiggle. Folk gathering for Lakia here. There's not as much chance of a punish. Here's the dog, Trailblazer broken, denying any sort of ground, and he might be able to gain. Meteor is up close and personal now with this rifle in his hands. Does he anticipate this kind of danger? It's returned, at least with the fire, but he's already gained 2 kills for his team, and now John QT wants to put a bit of a move on here still. Doesn't have a rifle to take that fight, dodging, ducking, weaving. Finally, the run and gun in action. Sassy, singing his plan down.
Very nicely done there by Sentinels. Lucky had just given it away a little too early by taking the shot. Missed it on John. He's opened up a chance for Sen. His post plants look good as well, honestly.
They do.
They've also planted so that Tens could get one and then ult away to heaven.
Possibilities now for Sen. Twist and turn and find themselves up to 12 here. Paranoia's exchanged. Okay, the nade just dodged the bow with the TP. Engage. Texture matters into his own hands. He's just blitzed his way onto the site now, out through the back of it. Neurofem. Maybe some false information, but they are looking everywhere now. Smoke. Drop down. Texture. Sticking. Half. Denied.
Thank you. Ben.
What a way for Sen to respond. The Thrifties will not go quietly. Both teams finding those avenues to be able to turn these into miracles. It's Lakia there who just pulls the trigger a little too early, gives away his spot, and from there John and Sassy wiggle their way in to be able to get the plant down into such a nice area for Tens to play. Didn't even have to use the ult to reposition. Pit in mid, Sen, Matt Point looking to try to extend the series, deny Genji the trophy at least for now, and move us on to Icebox.
Here.
How well Genji have been playing. There's no certainties. But I think Sen are happy in this spot now. Guns are good. Genji's economy, listen, hasn't stopped them in the past, but it's taking a hit.
Only a little one though. Munchkin is pretty happy with the judge here. It's Texture who's really in the worst spot of things, but he's hiding inside a smoke, looking to try to make the play here.
Meteor, off angle.
Nice,
Loses his fight out.
Against the high-low there, it's very difficult to get anything done.
Will this be the domino effect
But
here?
look, it's a fake
instant reaction. Yeah, there's a fake Charon. He commits a TP to try and reinforce that A side, but it's all for naught. Texture, the lone player to stand against it. The onslaught sweeping him through all the bounds, and the Sting is just not good for it, at least for that. Paranoia though, has to be a follow-up and it has to be a clean-up, and there is there on time. Texture dropped in the process now with 30 seconds left. Take a pause in the round and take a breather because Sentinels realize it. The chance now to extend that play in the series. to take it all the way to Icebox. A tap forces it out. The first wave of the util. Oh, the flash is flying through, and so do the bullets. Lakia, a lot to overcome, a lot to do, and it's just impossible. Map 5 is on the cards.
From a 13-5 loss, back-to-back, the last 2 times that Sen play split, they take back their title of looking like the team who's best in the world on this map. Absolute cinema at the end there from John QD2. The fakes have got to be coming against the way that Munchkin plays defense, and he had them in every moment.
An unbelievable series so far. Would we have it any other way? Map 5, Icebox coming right at you.
Let's go.
We still are beating hearts on pins and needles. Everyone in the Madrid arena was. And Sentinels pull it off, and they managed to force a map 5 on Icebox. What an incredible game we just witnessed. And if anything, it just goes to show for the Sentinels, hey, on split, 3rd time's the charm, baby. You know?
Yeah, they look back. They were incredible on that map. I think coming in with a great game plan. Their attacking side in particular, John QT was making some crazy calls, just walking into mid, reading these stacks and punishing in the late round. But damn, did Gen G make it close with that comeback.
Yeah, they did, but I gotta say, this is the first time we've really seen Gen G actually struggle in terms of the decision-making, the information game, and actually noting Lakia a couple of questionable decisions along the way, but his utility usage was amazing, and Sentinel still benefited in that regard.
And in that first half, I mean, we had a couple Sentinels multi-kill rounds that had no business happening. I feel like Gen G in that first half was letting some things slip, right? We have this round where Zekin in one position manages to come out and hit the nastiest break transfer you've ever seen. And then immediately the round after this, Saucy goes and does this, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this flank, the fact we're even showing this replay again, it's criminal, but yeah, this was the sort of thing, there was time and time again we saw Gen G just have kind of things slipping through their fingers, not having a solid grasp on exactly the position of Sentinels and the plan.
And look at this man,
just
19 years old, his first global final, almost dropping 400 ACS. He has 89 kills right now. If he keeps up his performance on Icebox, he's on pace to beat the global record for the most kills anyone has in a single best-of-5 series. Right now it's Demon 1 at 101. Zekin's on track to best that.
Oh, very well. With the way that boy's playing, it's going to be lights out potentially on Icebox, but let's actually go ahead and talk about Icebox because, Mimi, statistically speaking, this favors Gen G going into it. You gotta look at the numbers and feel like, man, this is gonna be a tall order for the Sentinels to overcome.
I don't care at this point. I don't think the players can care at this one. It's map 5 of a best out of 5. We already saw it on Split. This is where it doesn't really come down to the prep, to what you have ahead of time, to what the coaches have been saying, but form in the server. These boys have been playing for, what, 3-4 hours at this point, putting their hearts into this game. It's about the team who can keep that pace into this final map, can find those big plays. The IGL who can make that adaptation and take home Icebox.
Absolutely agree. And in terms of the mental, in terms of the emotions here, for Sen to bounce back, take Split back as their own and force the map 5 here, that's got to be a big boom for them.
You can see, I mean, look, I got to talk about it. Fans obviously going crazy for Sentinels here. Goes without saying, but oh man, I can't help but wonder, what are we going to get from Gen G on this one? Because there's just so many directions that they can elect to go here. But what I think is most important is there anyone that's like standing out on the Gen G side? Because when I look at the numbers on Gen G, I just see a lot of consistency, Mike, across the board. But you're really looking for a texture here to pop off and have that standout game.
I mean, historically on Icebox, it's been Munchkin really the one to be numerically delivering. Again, had a rough performance here on Split, but I mean, if we do have a pop-off game from Texture, do have a pop-off game from Meteor, then actually Icebox could be really interesting for things.
I think it's going to be about that Jet head-to-head, honestly. Tekken is looking white hot. It's the same for Texture last map. And also, this one's really interesting because a lot of the times with new Icebox, we get different head-to-heads. We get to see the Gecko KO versus the Harbor Viper or versus the old default. This is straight up Gecko KO versus Gecko KO. Both these teams playing that new standard of composition, which means they're going to be hyper-aggressive, using those flash combos to set their Jet up, having tons of util to re-clear in the mid-round. I think all of that util, all of these 4 maps we've played thus far, really comes down to this and that head-to-head between those stars.
It's safe to say that this is one of the best Masters finals we've ever had.
The best.
The best. You know what, you're right.
Finals, yeah.
The best. Let me go ahead and say it with my chest, because honestly, man, what we're getting here, just to go ahead and quote the John QT line, it truly is absolute cinema. A game where you got Gen G taking it, Sen taking it, the constant left and right hooks that we are seeing to make a boxing reference and contextualize it here. That's what it feels like. It feels like a slugfest, guys. Who's going to walk away with this? Are we feeling Sen? We feeling Gen G?
I mean, I'm still leaning Gen G. I have to give it to them.
That's
again,
stick to your guns.
Statistics coming in. I agree with Mimi's point, obviously, about the emotion, the mental game that's on display here on the stage, but I feel like Gen G are going to be able to drag this across the line.
Sentinels are hot out of that map number 4. I gotta believe in these guys to take it home. It's always the hard way with them.
It definitely has.
It's never
easy.
An uphill struggle.
I actually saw Kaplan at breakfast this morning, and I was like, hey, man, what's going on? He's like, hey, man, you already know. We just got to do it the hard way.
He just looks 10 years older now.
Yeah, bro, my guy Zekin, he's aging before our very eyes right now. Might be able to drink coming out of this one. All right, well, let's go ahead and see. As far as the agent select goes, nothing crazy, as you pointed, Mimi. It's going to be that Gecko KO, Gecko KO.
both these teams know how the other plays. Gen.G is good on this map in the past. They're favored here, but this is going to come down to the individuals. Pacific will either lift their first ever trophy, a redemption arc for so many of these players on Gen.G, for their rookies coming into their first ever tournament, or it will be Sentinels joining that elite few of organizations to lift 2 international trophies in Valorant.
Yeah, and looking at Texas to be the one to step up here. Alongside that, it's got to be Lakia and Munchkin to really enable him.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Map 5 and to determine who lifts the first trophy of the 2024 season. Let's go ahead and find out and send it back over one final time to the one and only Brent and Sideshow.
I don't think the Madrid arena has really seen anything quite as electric as this. 2 teams pushed to the limits. Map 5, Icebox are staging ground set. Both of these teams look to tussle and tangle. Potentially get an edge over one or the other.
For one at the end of Icebox, all the glory. The other will be gutted to have come so far and go away empty-handed. Texture takes a little bit of space over towards A, but that knife indicating, I think, that it's going to be a bit of fake pressure.
Yeah.
Sentinels have already stacked 4 players over towards A, ready for Gen.G's classic flash, dizzy, engage. But they're not going in that direction, and I think Sen are just starting to realize before TenZ takes contact.
Wondering where they might be. Thoughts creeping into their heads, wondering, oh, is mid exposed? Got to try and watch those angles. TenZ gets off the angle.
Munchkin's trying to sell it. It's only him here.
Yeah, it is just this lone player lurking up. Still Sen choose to stack the bodies towards it. In fact, they full board it.
Munchkin was thinking for a moment of calling his team back. You saw Gen.G doubling back towards mid just for a second, and now they've started walking their way into B. You're right, Sen, they bought this hook, line, and sinker.
Now realizing the errors of their ways, Dizzy plays the groundwork now to try and take towards this B site. Man with the plant down, but it's an open angle here that wasn't actually smoked off. It's not available for them. Still fights ready to be taken here. Sentinels trying to get fast onto the approach and hot on their heels. The kill onto Lakia, it evens it out to 4-4, but you got to think the advantage now to Gen.G.
Sassy's going to have Dizzy back online, I think. Was he able to pick that one back up? Surely.
Late lurks, Elsis seeming like he might be aware of it. Drifting back and forth, what a shot, straight to the cranium. Sassy defusing is already on half. Sassy defusing, Wingman, hello, already on the half, but it might have just brought them that critical, crucial lifeline. Munchkin from the side. An attack from second is that uncertainty, but he's defended in time by John QT. You absolute beauty.
What a way for Sen to get back in. And that's after missing the read in the round. They were forced to play retake. They got a nice little spam kill to open things up. The pick onto Lakia is huge. But the defense of Wingman, and then the defense again, as John held it down, huge.
Yeah.
Easy or what?
This map, we're going to see whether the difference between experience and lacking it makes the difference between a trophy or not. So many players on Sen that have been in positions like this before. Some new players as well, like John, who's been calling a lights-out game and playing one too.
Exactly right. I mean, there's a chance of history on both sides. Of course, Gen.G looking for that trophy lift for Pacific for themselves as well as one of the most successful iterations of a Korean roster we've ever seen. Itia forwards now into the angles. Elsis retreating and away with the turret is covering that angle there with Munchkin caught out into the open. Still a plant down for Gen.G. Can't be too much more behind this. They are dropping and toppling.
Very diligent play by Sentinels, making sure that they deal with the lurk, but not
diligent.
Not clearing the corner.
Speak of the devil, man. Texture makes a good go of it.
I don't see how Karen wins this though in a 1v3.
With a fragment nade, force them out.
Not possible.
Open to drop.
So a little bit of damage done, but not too bad. Double Bulldog and the Guardian saved into the next. And you're right, Brent. While there's history on the line for Gen.G, Pacific, they've never won a trophy before. Gen.G could not be closer. It's only PaperX in that final against FPX at Copenhagen, who were in a similar position to this, map 5, and it slipped away from them. But not only are they on the precipice of making history, but when you look at the 2 people at the top of the scoreboard here early on for Sentinels, Sassy and TenZ both wanting to get into that as the desk said, very exclusive club. Double trophy lifters. And Sen as an org would only be the second org ever to have 2 trophies.
Wouldn't that be something?
The first and the last, or at least the most recent. I hope we don't stop doing them anytime soon.
I certainly hope not.
Sen looking aggressive at the start of this round, going forwards with 3 players over towards A, and Gen G get funneled into a B hit. I think Sen look very confident and comfortable in playing the B retakes. They seem set up for it. And also, you've got to be aware that Gen G at some point could try to flash Dizzy combo into Snowman.
Yeah.
That's another thing that Sen might be ready for.
Dizzy's exchanging the handshake there in the air. The shots are fired off here, but the plant's still down now for Gen G. Coming into the post plant. Again, that weaponry isn't good, but the util is. Look at that, it's a coordinated effort. An absolutely filthy spray transfer. As Lakia and Texture with the final blow put an end to any of that funny business.
Does not matter how good your utility is if you're not able to get the kill onto Lakia as he sprays down 4. I mean, so many players that he was fighting there just didn't really seem to have their guns out ready to take a duel, not anticipating that somebody would have gone in front of all of that util. That's spectacular. He gets his ult online. That can really start some momentum going. Huge play from Lakia. Sorry.
The big stage, seen the big scene before, even way back in the day.
I was just going to say, Brent, by the numbers, this would be disaster for Sen, if you care about them. 0 and 6 on Icebox Sentinels since May 2022.
God.
I mean, different roster at that point, basically, right? But essentially just not a map that they've ever had success on. Does it matter in a big moment like this, though? I would say it doesn't really. There's so much more to it.
The emotional aspect, playing to each other's forms, cooking up plays on the fly. Whether you can stop this one here from Gen G, and they do with the knife. It's a good one. Thrash. Be stopped and stunted, and the full group up again from Sentinels, looking like they are really ready to fight this one. Tooth and nail seems to be the call. Everybody through now with the Thrash, setting it up from Sassy. It hasn't been dealt with here still. Wingman forwards, Entertainment not online, and they are really trying to flood in and through, but Gen G on the high ground positions, on high, trying to topple them over. Celsius, the difference maker. Right when his team needed it. 2 versus 2, and guess what? Spike, drop down, top nest.
Wingman delivered that one like a juicy little delivery.
Speaking of deliveries, Sassy out wide, but Celsius again. It would have to be the ace, and it's shut down in its tracks.
Great try from Celsius there, but just not quite enough to overcome the player disadvantage. Sen have a clear game plan of how they want to defend against this. They're not getting caught by the flash combos at the beginning of the round, but they use their own utility to get back in, doing a retake before Wingman can even get started, making sure to break that as well so the spike's lost in enemy territory. But Gen G got too many picks as Sen were trying to flood. That round win for Gen G has knocked the economy of Sen. Celsius one away from the lockdown too. Certainly something to fight with if they can get picks early.
Doesn't expect the angle though. Meteor be close to the corner, swinging out against the body shot. So 100 damage done, and already Texture gained all that ground, scaled rapidly on the approach. Looking to pick apart this Sentinels players that are left standing.
And this top 4-10 position is one where Gen G were able to get value in the previous round.
It's broken. Just creeping right into it.
Yeah, and by the way, throughout all of this, Caron has just walked up B into Snowman and is calling for his team, listen, you don't need to take the risk of going into A. Yeah, you're favored, but why even bother with it? Let's go B, let's make sure that Munchkin gets his ult online for the next round and keep this snowball going.
Play it safe. We've got players in forwards, advanced positions. I mean, if there's any pushing out of position here by Sentinels, look, it's going to be captured by Lakia. If not Lakia, then Texture.
Looks like a great game plan for Gen G here. Not just applying crazy pressure over towards A.
There it is.
But also being able to get the lurk in on B. The Gen G A hit is so powerful. And really, this flash dizzy lineup that they use with Munchkin on top of pipes and then Lakia following it in afterwards, it's crazy hard to deal with. And that means that Sentinels are starting to stack A to deal with it more and cheat over towards the A side. And Karen's found within the first 5 rounds that opening on B as a reaction.
Chomping at the bit for the chance.
Already thinking ahead about how to stop Sentinel's counter strat.
More importantly here for Gen G, with these recurring wins, rounds online, they have big ults to try and punish and keep that snowball going. Now the knife wasn't broken, so Zekken tagged up here. Players have to watch the belt position, at least on that high ground approach. Wall up in his face. There is some danger here. Up close, it's all about the reactions, but again, they could come from any direction. No command, it's a jiggle. Almost anticipating and expecting there to be that level of aggression. But still TenZ is in that top position with the operator. Still, it's a half clearance, and punishment in place.
Beautiful adaptation from Sen, deciding to take the fight to Gen G. They know that the classic Gen G exec starts from pipes control. And so TenZ is already up there, using Zekken as a distraction, essentially. Everyone's going to be focused on the operator, shutting them down, trying to punish them. And they just end up running into TenZ waiting arms. Munchkin, the IGL, going to take a moment to see if he can win this round. Does he have an opening still? This isn't going to be a full save where he uses it as a timeout. He does still have chances here.
I mean, the money's stacked.
30 seconds.
Make a go of it.
Spotted, plant, now 1v3.
Sounds into this one here, but it's Munchkin who he needs to seek out the weaknesses, really. Will Sen give him any? Doubled up, shoulder to shoulders, an updraft peek here from Zekken, so he's just clearing all the potential possible spots, but there is that blind spot, Munchkin eventually cleaned up, but knowing his team, I'm a believer in almost any scenario.
Now that Munchkin's had his go at winning the 1v3, he'll have to start thinking about what went wrong in terms of the macro of that round. Did they need to put more B pressure in order to pull players away from A?
Stay down. My ult's ready.
Was it that they need to be applying a little bit more utility to clearing out pipes before they go for the exec? These kind of things are going to be racking through his brain as the score's at 3-3.
Really good job. Really good positions.
Zelsis clearly happy with that one. And Sen don't start this round with a stack over towards A. I think already anticipating a change up from Gen G. There's not one coming.
Gen G happy to opt into that brawl. Knuckle fighting. Picked up by the knife, slowing it down for but a moment. Now waiting for it. Right time to strike. Big ultimates for them to use to try and get themselves into this. In fact, it's on the other side of things. Do they have anything to deal with Zelsis? This lockdown, contacting, walking right now. Finally, the mollies being used to try and take that backside control texture. Oh, he's
lineups.
Deep, here it comes. Spotted lineups.
Oh, missed!
Against the wall here. Moshpit has to be committed. Will it break it?
No, because it needs the fragment as well.
So the additional util just doesn't add up. It was all missed in time. TenZ forwards here. There is the Tainment. Fragment nade. Does he expect it? No, he does not. Meteor again taking matters into his own hands, and he's slipped himself up into that forward position, but finally dealt with. Shut down. Back here. Cannot withstand it. This pressure is just immense.
Don't interrupt.
Sentinels with a successful retake. And part of that has got to be down to the fact that Munchkin missed the nade. Every team at this point has a setup to try to counter that lockdown. We're talking the best teams in the world. Of course they have setups for that. But it got missed somehow, the fumble from Gen G. I don't know what piece of architecture that hit onto.
I won't claim to know as well, but
it's just on a door frame by the look of it. Devastation.
Tiniest of differences for Sentinels to take the lead here in map 5. Grand finals on the line.
Get out of my way.
Meteor, Karen creeping closer to those ults, and Lakia already has his. It's going to be difficult for Zekken, I think, to really get a peek, and he decide to invest the thrash.
Oh my god, the knife, no way! He just disrespects it, and Zekken is out of there on top of the ropes. He does not want to be hunted down and away, but is that the Tainment? Where's the help? Dash through, TenZ is there! Finally, support arriving, but Lakia cleaning up that pesky player close towards yellow.
But Sassy's done enough. just by staying in an open area where the rest of his team could cover him.
Spotted in the window.
Yeah, by the turret. Yep. Great turret position there. Utilizing the new window that got carved out of Tube.
4v.
Real read here for Sentinels. But again, have to maintain these advantages when they are handed to you. And if you lose that fight into mid, suddenly 3 versus 3. Have a peek at things here. Out, open, timing against him. Second, he loses his fight, and just like that, it's turned.
Absolutely brutal for Sen. Great punishment on these peaks by Genji.
Reaction test here for Zelsis. He doesn't even need it. Blind as a bat, but he still sprays him down, but he can't follow through with the second kill. 1 versus 2. Knife. Ouch on QT, not anticipating it. That pace and tempo injected into the round by Genji at just the right moments.
I love it too, because while you're talking about the post-plant aggression, the pause in the round baited out these little plays. I mean, Second didn't know exactly where to put his crosshair. And Ten's going for a peek under Tube. Opens the win up for Genji. That's got to be frustrating for the Sen coaches. What a gift for Genji.
Even as anything. No imbalances here when it comes to the rounds. Our fight taken straight to them here. Opting into the scrap. Zekken, there's no way you dash into that angle, and he is punished.
Wow, what a flash from Munchkin. Just bleach the eyeballs of Zekken, and Ten's looking to try to take the fight.
The dizzy didn't get broken in time. No, what a wall bang! Right through the wall. And Ten's still not going to be removed from this spot. He just sees it, head poking over, but now has respected players all around him. Sassy, your turn to strike back if you can, while the iron is hot, and hot it is! They drop both. No entry into the site. Stand your ground, say your piece. The Divine Merchant on his feet.
Genji cannot crack this A defense. I've not seen any team put up as good as a defensive setup against this as Sen have. Multiple layers to it, right? There's Zekken going aggressive at the beginning, drawing attention, 10 pipes, and then crossfire setups on the site. And yes, Sen are overstacking A, but they're doing it at the right times. They're actually getting the read on when Genji are executing. Genji need to throw a few fakes of their own into it. That's something we've been talking about Sentinel's attack side the whole time. They need to try to pull people towards A and use that B lurk timing that Karen found in round 5.
Still anyone's game though.
Oh, absolutely. It's not like Sen have figured it out and that's them with the trophy in hand.
Yeah.
Putting up a great fight on a bad map for them.
And here it is, target-rich environment. The wall obscuring, hiding. The intent of Genji, but out wide, that's Munchkin. No kill to be claimed, but Zekken, let's give it up anyway. Now, the pixel angle, holding forward. It's going to be that high-low, and a peek with the dizzy on top of things, running and gunning forward. Zekken, drop down, 1 kill found, but already the pit is down and out, covered at the site.
Munchkin's weak. Is he going to try to knock himself to get the full res? Oh, they go for the lockdown as well.
Lockdown play. Using it to clear them all the way back here, so Sentinels won't be able to withstand their ground here, but there is that gap out towards the back here. And it seems like there's some hesitation. How do they want to try and fight towards this one? It looks like now the plan being committed. Still with that pit here with the ults all the way through now. Thrash to set it up, and it has cleared the way through. No! Timing! Timing! Charon! An absolute menace! In a 1v2, Sassy. So much to do. Mosh rebounds, pit still alive and active, but it finally fades, and look at it. It's hectic, it's frantic, he's looking this way and that way. Wingman out! Can't collect the kill!
You can see the nerves at play here, just by taking a look at normally a calm and very experienced player. What is this as well? That's everything. Karen being able to dodge that Thrash is everything in this round. It's a beautiful idea. Sassy and Tens play it superbly. Karen making the play to dodge it, keep the pit up. 5-5, Genji. They came into that round with 2 people with only sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, the money wasn't good. See 3 rifles to play with. Undeterred now by that one. Fast play, fast approach. Over towards A. Sen stacking it with players.
No, this time playing it for retake again with Zelsis lockdown. I mean, they must realize though that they got kind of lucky with Munchkin missing the fragment grenade before. Look how good the flash dizzy is.
Yeah, just can't break it, can't withstand it. Here comes a lockdown though. It's fast by Sen.
Is there anything to break it?
Pushing back right into the flank. Sassy! He's caught in the open. Didn't withstand it with his gun out.
He thought Gen G were going to fight the lockdown, but the lockdown came too early. Gen G weren't in position for the lineups. Zelsis in mid.
Catching Meteor, crucial to the round. Success. Orb in his face, blooms and blossoms fading away. Here's the footsteps, here's the running con. Zelsis! Awareness off the charts. Pit dropped down too. But dodging that one with the detainment. The Thrash not getting anything. And the decay damage, there it is. Putting in work with Zelsis leading that charge still.
Spike, it went down. Wingman able to plant it in the midst of all of this. But this pit, it's not a post-plant play. It's for Sen to go for the retake.
And they got all that space, still have to clear through this one. Keron has a snake bite, at least one with the tap. And now they're flooding through onto the side. That left hand flash! Magnificent! Munchkin to deliver. And he's got to stand and do it now. The tap, forcing out the bullets, no more. Left in the chamber.
What an incredible beginning. Could be set at an absolutely tied first half on a map where, by all accounts, Gen G should be hugely favored. But I don't feel like I'm seeing the nerves hit the Gen G players. It doesn't feel like a collapse from them.
No, it feels like Sen stepping up.
It definitely does. The adaptations they've made and the awareness of how Gen G want to play Icebox, loving the way that they're defending. The pit there from John Cutie was immaculate. Zelsis' awareness too. And the flash out from TenZ just all working really nicely together.
Some players rallied, reinvigorated. Deep knife gives him peace of mind there, so TenZ can earn himself up to his ult. Wasn't pushed back, and a full group up by Gen G.
They're aware that sometimes the Sentinels players have pushed on defense. Remember, they caught Sassy pushing out of B in the previous round after they'd applied their pressure on A.
Wait too long, the knife might be back online for TenZ to just throw it from Boiler.
TenZ has his ult to be able to work with too, so the closer they get, the less they can really rely on the Viper wall to do anything for them. Do they have an idea of where TenZ is? He's set up for another knife lineup. Here comes the knife again. Might get bad info though here actually.
Orb up. Crossing back over to A.
Yeah, that knife caught onto Munchkin. But then TenZ is still rotating off.
It's really orchestrated. I mean, they just know. When the orb's up like that, they only catch one onto the knife. Yes, they could cut noise, but second, holding for the top rafter position here. Plenty of angles to adjust and choose from, but they are walking right into the one that matters most. Dash online, backs away, Sassy, close now. In their faces, willing to take the fight straight to them with only 25 seconds left as the final round of the first half. And an important one at that, Wingman broken. That's the confirmation. Gen G have to follow through with the weaponry and the guns, and they're finding their own place, but it's only down to one. Texture, Soul Survivor breaks it down. Munchkin late to the party, and jumping around. The nerves at play.
Sentinels can feel it. They've got the lead at the half on a map they weren't favored on. They were banking on a 3-1 finish to this series, but 3-2 would do the job. Heartbreak on the horizon perhaps for Gen G as they were looking at the first trophy for Pacific and now have such an uphill battle to be able to make that a reality. What a finals we have here.
Absolutely insane stuff. Send it down to the desk. They want to break it all down, I can tell.
The electricity in this room is unreal as everyone is on their feet and honestly just blown away by what we've been seeing in this game, guys. Not just are we getting great ideas from Gen G, but we're getting even better ideas from Sentinels on a map, as Brennan Sideshow were noting, Hypoc, that they were just not favored in.
Yeah, and I think Sentinels achieved the primary objective, shutting down the main win condition, which is this A site execute. Josh was talking about it. After that, though, the adaptation from Sentinels is perfect. They read the game to perfection, start stacking towards B, baiting Gen G into their stronger setup.
For 8 of these players, they've never been in a grand finals of an international event of this level before. For 2 of them, they're rookies in their first ever appearance at an international. You can see the nerves, even in the veterans. The shots from Sashi shaky at times, but what matters is how you convert in the end. That was a half of hero plays, of moments towards the end to come back, but Sentinels is up. But at this halftime, this is the last chance really for the coaches, for the teams to talk together, to come up with that final plan to lift that trophy in front of them.
This is it.
I mean, you've seen some of the cracks start to show on the side of Gen G. I mean, Josh even referenced this as well. The pressure getting to them, some questionable decisions, couple of misplays here and there. Is this where it all comes apart?
Pacific has been in the finals before. They've never lifted a trophy. Gen G want to make this comeback happen, but Sentinels, you can see it in their eyes. They're standing up on the stage. They can feel that trophy. They are ready for it.
This is it, folks. The next time you'll hear our voices, we have crowned a Masters champion. But hey, you know, this matchup feels quite global in itself. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow to send this bad boy home.
The tension is palpable, energy building in the arena. You can see it, we can feel it. History will be made right here on this half of Icebox.
Gen G won every single pistol the last time that these two teams played in the upper bracket final and walked away with a comfortable win on 2 out of 3 of the maps. They need this one.
Open face by Caron, almost with the punishment. Tagged down by the turret, just seeking to at least destroy it and remove some of that mid-round information.
That's not the only piece of aggression in mid. Texture, Lakia, still trying to get posted up there, making sure that Sen don't play in that area.
Jump spot from Tensier, but he's out wide now with the face in top of the Dizzy. They have to give up this space here, but Gen G might seek to try and fight this one. Wingman, he's already in the fray, through the back of the side here, broken, down, plant out in the open, but behind the box, Second finds his mark. Precision being the name of the game, but Gen G not willing to give up even a scrap of territory. No map control. And no gain really for them. Gen G takes to, oh my goodness, 2, but eventually brought down. 3 versus 3, and the spike's still not retrievable.
It's a spike position.
30 seconds left.
They keep getting tucked behind this box over and over. Caron, though, he took so much damage earlier on, they could just spam him out.
20 seconds roughly in the round. It all comes down to this for Sen, and a pistol round. 1 to stand, 1, 2, fall! Sentinels are feeling it!
Zeltz is on his feet again. And Sen in the driving seat, despite having that map veto disadvantage because they had to come through the lowers. Sassy on that stage for the 3rd time knows that it can be done. He, every time he'd made it to a grand finals before, went through the upper bracket, but he didn't always win.
He knows it's doable. Energy just is truly, truly palpable for Gen G. A shy investment. Utility, maybe a sheriff of Meteor to get something done, but this is Sentinels, in all likelihood, wrapped up to that 9th round.
Depending on whether or not they go into the stack, I really feel like you can't count out Gen G even when they only have pistols and Meteor, who hasn't really been hitting this map, the only one with the sheriff. If Tens goes down and they pick up the Stinger, maybe something can snowball off the back of it. Sen are playing this so cautiously. They do not want to give an inch to Gen G.
Caution can spell defeat sometimes. Knife, no info, it's caused to rotate.
That's an amazing timing for Sen to start to hit A. Tens has read this one perfectly.
And just like that, we talk about it, the tiniest of differences affecting so much more.
Where you going, mate? Where are you
going? Stinger from that range.
All right.
Ten's getting away with all sorts of murder. It's a massacre in front of the back of the site, but he gives up his life in the end.
I can't believe he took that decision, but I think that shows you the confidence on play. Sen setting up for the aggressive post plants. Gen G's composition can be very potent when you allow them to get into retake scenarios, and Sen are clearly planning to play forwards even when this turns into rifle rounds. You can see the kind of angles that they're taking. Gen G are going to struggle to get back into sights if they allow Sen to walk in like that. Yes, it was a gamble. Yes, they needed to try to make the play. But what a beautiful read from Tens there. Saw the knife whistle past him and realized an opening could be his. A 4-round lead for Sentinels.
Nice. Very nice. Very close.
Gen G unfamiliar position that they're in here in this grand finals on this big stage. Now we've got to do the most. They've got to try and steal their hearts, calm down the nerves, get some form of collection together. Because the map is running away from you, and not just the map, it's the series. It's your chance of etching your place into history.
Texture has gone for a glass cannon operator this round on the anti-bonus.
Placing swarm grenade.
Triple stack over towards A. The knife catching Sassy over there. And Texture already starting to come off that aggressive B long line.
This AWP has to pay off.
Coming back.
It just has to. Taking a gander. Walking back over to the angle now, behind yellow box. Lots of angles to really choose from too.
He can't expose himself to Zekan's position. At any point here, he could be getting walked up on. That's why you see him just going for the check.
And he just doesn't know. He just does not know.
You are open to being timinged here. He's taking a risk.
Risks are necessary in this particular position. All up. Everybody crossing. Texture can feel it now, and he's going to be tagged up by the knife. Has to respect this now and back away. No, he's just out in the open. No man's land. Flash, though, eventually respecting it and backs behind the wall. Genji trying to be fast. Now with this rotate plan denied. Shut down here with only 33 seconds left now. Cavalry has arrived.
30 seconds
All 5 players here. There's 25 seconds left. How are they getting back in?
That's the question, isn't it? Waiting for that regen util, but again, there's only 20 seconds remaining. Got to get a move on, and it needs to be now for Sen. What is the game plan? Wall up, just about.
They've got to push forwards.
Push forwards, and that's why Tense is there. Underhanded, flash through, takes it. The fight straight to Intermedia on top of bridge. Gengino, surely the guns prevail. It's 1 versus 2. There is that value. Rifle upgrade. Celsius here. Is it even planted for it? I'm not even sure. Tucked to the corner here. They know where he is. Wingman sets its sight onto it. Lakia half on the defuse and even more. No kills to be claimed. No kills to be collected. Genji narrowly avoiding it, but they need to keep these guns.
That is so rough, losing the op in that situation. They knew that they had the round secured, and they still couldn't keep that supremely important weapon online. Nerves in these big moments certainly hit Sen. Yes, it wasn't the most successful round in the world, but that was their bonus. They were coming into it with Stingers, Spectres. And they've hurt the economy in the sense that Genji coming into this one with double Guardians and no operator. That is huge. They know they don't need to deal with that in the next round.
Familiar scenes here. Seen that one before. The deep knife gives him that chance for Munchkin to try and build up that ult, but here it is, fast and loose. It's a call made here by Sentinels. Looking to disrupt. No command. No abilities here, so Sas's going to be able to get that plan down. So again, into the post-plan situation we go. Genji going to be tested now on their retakes.
Genji are looking for the lurker, coming around throughout mid. There isn't one.
Yeah, just trying to clear it out.
Sassy can play so far back and just work off his thrash. Does Munchkin have some kind of knife to be able to deny this?
Mosh pit, flash, through and out second. How the hell is he alive there? Thrash now finally being used, but it's offloaded all the volleys as well. Thrash broken, media, wide texture. Trying to claim another one here, being dropped down to 10 HP. 10, surely he falls, surely they go down. Half, out, Munchkin. Has he bought enough time? He's got too many targets to deal with. Too much indeed.
Small smile on the face of Zelsis. Throwing in the wide swing, knowing that the aim is going to be at its shakiest in this, the latest hour. Zen creep ever closer. It was a tough one. They had to hold off all sorts. The swing that came through here, or in the previous, to be able to deny the wingman, I thought could have been punished. But Genji just didn't have it in them. They've been stuck, paralyzed at 6 as Sen creep up and up. 3 rounds away now. Within touching distance, they can see the trophy in front of them. What they've been working for since October. Honestly, all throughout last year as well. Through the turmoil of their roster, of trying to figure out an identity. And since adding John, his first time on the big stage like this as well, doesn't appear to be a rookie.
No. He's been delivering in every twist and turn of this tale that is the grand finals, this best of 5. It's just a ludicrous scenario that we stare ourselves at. Sentinels holding this lead on a map that they haven't won since May 2022.
No. And Geng have looked fabulous here. They wrote the book on how to use this Gecko KO composition that Sentinels ended up taking for themselves.
Yeah.
And now to see Sen outplaying them, this is what we were talking about earlier, Brent. It's not always the game plan or who's won in the past. When it gets to big, high-pressure moments like this, it's can you deliver?
Do you have the determination in you? Timeout that was taken for Geng here. They have to pick themselves up. We've seen comebacks on Icebox before, on the biggest stages of the world. But it takes a special kind of team to be able to pull that one off.
Oh,
and Molly misses the Nano Swarm.
But going off the sound cue there, the turret still gets retracted.
Yeah, pulled back.
Geng do not have the weaponry to hold on against this. The knife collecting onto 2, at least, possibly even 3 there, indicating that it would be an A execute. Meteor gets pulled over to reinforce Munchkin. And then goes back as Munchkin comes. There is no noise. The re-hits working really nicely against Geng and the way that Munchkin likes to make hard reads.
Only one tag there with the knife. That is going to be the go button. Pressed here by Sen. Not just that, but they're pressing the advantage, scaling deep into the back of the site. They're giving an edge to them. Zekken is tucked deep, and there's going to be that supportive util. Look at that. Ten's already holding for it. First signs of life from Geng. A flash, and Molly is going to go flying. And there it is. Dizzy needs to be broken. Not quite. Just sailed right over, but a bit of miscommunication out here. Texture. The knife's at play. The knife's at work. And it's going to try and slice and dice to victory. Geng finding that footwork, and the ground gained and granted to them. 2 versus 2. A weapon. At least with the upgrade, Meteor is going to be holding this one. He's going to be defusing this one, but already the wall fades and topples away. Half needs to be earned, and he does get it, but time against him entirely.
Celsius again is there to make sure the safe pair of hands. Another player who was there at the very beginning. And he's 18-8, making sure to be the backbone of this team. Emotional leader for Sentinels, thriving under the pressure, making sure that every one of these tight moments is closed out. Geng, they must pick this timing to respond if they want any chance of forging their place in history.
It has to happen now. Pressure against them. Either crumble or makes diamonds. Texture misses the adjustment. Can't quite hit the snap to the side, and now pushed away from the angle. In fact, even activates the dash, anticipating like it could be a follow-through, but it's not.
But
he's getting out of there.
He's getting good information here, Bren. The fact that Texture popped the dash and got back on the angle is telling Geng to keep 3 players A. And they have Lakia on pipes too. This is looking like the way that Sen wanted to defend.
Certainly is. Here's Zekken! Matters into his own hands. Leading the charge with the dash. It just collides right into the collision of 410. There needs to be the adjustment. It's not there! An inevitability. Texture in a 1v3.
He's got to try to hold on to the last shreds of hope in his heart. But it must be feeling heavy. He knows that this is Sen likely to get up to 12.
Look at the triangle they formed as well. Crossfire setups. It would have to be the play of his career, and he knows it's not possible. In the movement, in his posture.
You see that he's just forced to take the smart play and back off. But this has got to be devastating. The silence in the Geng camp as they allowed Texture to play the clutch, settle in like fog. Memories flashing back. Where did it go wrong in the series? We were favored on split, weren't we? Icebox, surely we had the advantage. How are we in this position? 6 rounds in a row that Geng would need to take, and Celsius, he's on his feet. The round was still going on, and he's already celebrating.
Orchestrating the crowd.
HSK head in hand.
Thanks.
And this is it, the precipice. The line that's been drawn and Sentinels willing to cross it. And this will be them as an org, as players, as individuals, etching themselves in the history books. But one last hurrah for Gen G. Has to put a stop to it now. Thrash clears through, that's entertainment! Takes a drops down, but he's fallen prey to it. Hunted down. Up to Lakia. He's called for the reinforcements, but this is it. It's a brutal scenario. They're picked to pieces. Thread unraveled. Sentinels can feel it.
The ult even forced out a meteor here to try to keep the Horde back. But they're in a 3v5. There's nobody on A. Where's the win condition? It just looks like Sen are going to have a free ticket to A. Zeken's going to make a play down mid and it gets cancelled. Why would you even bother taking the risk?
Play it together. Thrash, second round. To clear the way through. It's Munchkin standing his ground. Knife just a little bit too late here. They can feel it now. Pressure mounting. Gen G stacking, but they will topple. They will fall. The rifles are too good. 1,000 days and counting. Sentinels maintaining their relevancy.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
The last time they were at an international event, last time they earned any sort of accolades.
Toxins going up.
And Caron, from rank to rookie to tier 1 play, left to stew. Pacific's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. Gen G's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there. It's over. Sen City, here to play, here to stay. And history has been made.
Sentinels organization leapt to stardom, became a household name because of the win that they got in that first ever Masters event. They have struggled, they've been clowned on, last year was devastated, but this group of players has done it. They put Sentinels back on top. The best team in the world to open 2024. And I can't believe it happened like that. 5 maps, Pacific's hopes dashed.
Hopes and dreams, and that's what they'll remain. But for Sentinels, proud of how far they've come here. Gen G will take a bow. It's a curtain-closed finish. Not how they hoped, not how they liked. It was supposed to go differently for them, but they just couldn't pull it over the finish line.
They've still made history. They've still made history, but that trophy is not for them.
इमोशनल हो गए थे। जी
Congratulations to your Masters Madrid champions, Sentinels!
Nice.
An unbelievable run.
I supported Sentinels and they won.
A team that went from rags to
बीच
riches.
में कहीं की सांस तो पड़ती होंगी जब सीजन हुआ था, but still they played well. Trophy ले आए करके and the title also.
An unreal sight here as every single member of the Sentinels hoist that trophy over their head. A long and difficult path for each and every one of those guys on that stage. What a run.
A journey that stretches over 1,000 days. Sentinels are finally back on top, solidify their start to this year as world champions. Madrid will forever be known as the second coming of Sentinels.
They did it the hardest way possible. They played every match in the offseason, grinded since October. Every possible game in Americas. They went the long road here in Madrid and all 5 maps in the finals. After over 3 years, Sentinels joins the very few to have 2 international trophies in Valorant.
An unreal run from an unreal team. Guys who joined in a unified vision to bring a trophy to the fans of Sen City, to the organization that has stood by this game from the very beginning. And for them to do it in the way that they have done it, taking the hard road, Mimi, this right here is something that, oh boy, it's a special moment for sure.
And you see Tenz on that stage. He's been there since the beginning, since that first trophy lift. Went through 3 years of turmoil, of grinding it out in North America. Unable to make another run happen. But now he has that trophy.
Cannot believe how they managed to put this one together. But also, I do want to say, real quick, commiserations for Gen G on one hell of a tournament as well. They played hard. They played this team as tough as they could. Pacific's got a lot to be proud of. But on this day, Sentinels got the better of them. But I will say this much. I don't think that this is going to be the end of us seeing this rivalry between Sentinels and Gen G, because I want more.
We're bound to get it. You see Zekin lift the trophy just days after his 19th birthday.
Crazy. Actually crazy. To even put that in and having, I'll go ahead and say it now, solidifying MVP status here in Madrid. Just an individual performance for the history books.
This kid has been waiting for his opportunity, and he finally had the right team around him to make it happen. Sassy as well. Champions 2022, the last time this man felt a trophy. Now on a completely different team with 4 new members around him. He's made it happen again.
He took that risk after winning a world championship with Loud, decided that he wanted to bet on himself, go and join the Sentinels, come to the Americas region, not alongside his Brazilian brothers, but instead joining a lineup that was mixed at the beginning, that was struggling, and now for him to be right here, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
And for Zelsis, the man's more than just a salesman. He's the guy who kept him in it. You saw him on that last map, standing up, shouting at every moment. His teammates have said he's the reason they play for. He reminds them what they're after. This is it. They don't need a reminder anymore.
Yeah, his contribution in and out of the game today has been so visible the whole way through. Regardless of when the wins came for Gen G, regardless of when the wins came for Sentinels, he's been on his feet. He's been elevating his team today.
Of course, it was a back and forth affair between both of these teams, and it really couldn't have gone any other way. When you think about the great finals that we've had already in the history of this game, the short history of this game, whether it's Fnatic versus Loud, e.g. PaperX last year, some great matches across the board. This one, most definitely a special one, as it just goes to show me how the game has just continuously evolved.
And I'm just so impressed in Sentinels staying in this series. The final map not favored to them whatsoever, but they played their damn hearts out and earned that trophy. John QT, his first international event as an IGL, regaining with the regaining with Kaplan, the coach who he played with